Council, please come back to order. So we will be beginning our meeting this morning with a presentation on C4, small sablefish release. We have staff Sarah Cleaver here to start us off. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, I'm Sarah Cleaver, council staff. I'm joined here at the table by Mr. Andrew Olson, who's from Sustainable Fisheries, the Alaska region. Behind me, coming back out of retirement, a familiar face, John McCracken from McCracken and Associates. He'll be presenting a little bit later. And then Dr. Dan Gatethal isn't available to be able to present today, but he was really central to the work of this analysis. So I'll be covering his section later on. This is agenda item C4, small sablefish release. We are at initial review. And I will just move into the presentation outline. So first, I'll go through a history of action just to provide some context and background for you all and walk through the council's purpose and need statement, and then the description of alternatives, which includes our management and enforcement and monitoring considerations. Then Mr. McCracken will provide a description of the fisheries as they are right now, and then we'll walk through the potential impacts, both in terms of the simulation analysis that Dr. Gatethal worked on for us to describe the impacts or potential impacts of the sablefish stock, and then the social and economic analysis. And then I'll summarize it all with just a slide on kind of council clarifications and other summary points. And the action that is before the council today, if you choose, is to select a preliminary preferred alternative, as the SSC did suggest that this document be forwarded for final action. So currently, full retention of sablefish IFQ is required in the sablefish longline and pot fisheries, both in the Gulf and in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. As we all know, beginning in 2017, there were unprecedented numbers of newly recruited sablefish that began showing up in catches, and IFQ fishermen provided testimony to the council that they were seeing this sudden influx of small, low-value sablefish in their catch. And because regulations require these fish to be retained and they're worth less per pound than larger fish, this posed an economic hardship and still continues to in the fishery when compared to prior to these recruitment events. And so in response to that, the council initiated the first of 3 discussion papers to explore this idea of allowing discarding of these small fish. From October 2018 to 2019, the council reviewed 3 different discussion papers on this issue. And what came out of that was the council adopting a purpose and need statement and alternatives and initiated analysis on that. And that analysis, the first initial review was brought to the council in 2021. It analyzed a voluntary release scenario where IFQ holders could discard sablefish of any size. And the intent behind that was to provide the most flexibility for harvesters to choose what works best for their operation. At that time, the SSC didn't release that document for final action, but it provided recommendations for further analysis. And most of those recommendations or SSC concerns were really regarding the uncertainty of impacts of this action on the sablefish stock. Last June, we brought a kind of update document to the council to lay out some of the challenges that we were facing of analyzing and trying to implement a scenario whereby IFQ fishermen could discard fish of any size, particularly given the way that we currently account for sablefish mortality and how we monitor the IFQ fisheries. And so when we brought that to the council revised its alternatives to include an option for voluntary release of sablefish that are less than 22 inches in total length. And that would still require retention for fish that are greater than or equal to 22 inches. And this really helped reduce some of the uncertainty that's associated with this action, because we didn't have any idea what the selectivity or what the behavior of the fishery would look like if it were voluntary across all age classes. This February, we brought a document just to the SSC to discuss some of the methods that we were planning to use for this analysis, particularly for the proposed simulation projection model, and to receive guidance on DMRs. And I'll talk about the DMR guidance that we got in a little bit. First, so this was the council's purpose and need that you all revised in June 2023, and the major change from the previous purpose and need from the 2021 analysis was changing the language to have limited operational flexibility in the fishery, and that was really to reflect this change to the or the addition of the under 22-inch alternative. So the current alternatives, we have our alternative 1 or status quo no action alternative. This would retain all the regulations and FMP language related to the prohibition on discarding sablefish. The second alternative, there's 2 options under here. There still remains this voluntary release scenario under option 1, and that allows discard of any size of sablefish, and that was not analyzed in this version of the analysis. So we really, as we discussed with the council last June, we really focused this analysis on the impacts of option 2 and analyzed that in comparison or in relation to the status quo. So if the council chooses to move forward with this action, our staff recommendation is that the council would eliminate alternative 2 option 1 if it's not a realistic option for you. That's because that option would require further analysis and SSC review. And so doing so, eliminating that option would avoid further analytical delays. And I know the council has deemed this action time sensitive, and it's been going on for almost 6 years now. So the council may also want to ensure that if there's any change in the alternatives or motions, that the purpose and need statement also remains consistent with that revised set of alternatives as you usually do. One other clarification is that the CDQ program, even though it's not included in the motion, is included in this analysis and this action. That's because the MSA requires that they be regulated in a manner no less restrictive or no more restrictive than, for in this case, the IFQ sector. And so we recommend reflecting that adjustment in any future motion and alternatives. Additionally, we don't necessarily call out everywhere in the analysis that this does apply to IFQ and CDQ in the paper or in the presentation, but when we say IFQ, unless we kind of break it out otherwise, we mean IFQ and CDQ. Just wanted to give you that heads up. The document also includes several appendices that provide supporting analysis, additional context, or further discussion as requested by the council. And so the first appendix, appendix 1, is this sablefish size and age conversion table. And this is a helpful resource as we walk through the presentation and through the analysis, since we move back and forth between discussing ages and sizes. And it also has the proportion of females that are mature at each age or size class. So that's a helpful resource. And in this image, everything that is in red under the council's alternative 2, option 2, the 22-inch, under 22-inch limit. So those are all in red, and we assume that those would be discarded, and we assume that under the proposed new alternative, everything in black would be retained. And this is kind of a extreme case scenario, as we know that discarding under 22 inches would be voluntary under this action, but it's hard to predict behavior of the fleet for those fish under 22. We don't know if everyone would be discarding those fish, so that's kind of an upper bound of what we think discarding behavior would be. The second appendix is just a response to prior SSC comments, so we could just direct SSC members and others right to that portion of the document. Appendix 3 includes a discussion of escape rings and selectivity as requested by the council. And Appendix 4 includes a table of requirements, and I think we've brought this to the council before. It's a table of requirements that are applicable to sablefish fisheries in other regions or the state fishery. That includes some of the discard mortality rates that they use, any regulations on escape rings, or kind of size limits, other regulations, just for your reference. And then Appendix 5 is really kind of the bulk of this analysis. That's Dr. Gaithel's quantitative analysis, the simulation analysis, and then the results from that analysis for projecting ABC for Alaska's sablefish. So those are all 5 of the appendices. Walking through a high level, and then we'll get into more detail of the council's alternatives or the elements of alternative 2. So the first is the DMR. The council included applying a DMR to discarded sablefish of several different options, and acknowledged at the June meeting that option 6 is essentially how this would end up working in practice. The SSC typically recommends DMRs through the harvest specifications process. Element 2 is looking at catch and release mortality accounting, and Mr. Olson will be walking through that, as well as element 3, the monitoring enforcement provisions. Element 4, the council chose to put in with 2 different options. The first would be the ability to release sablefish. This action would be reviewed 3 to 7 years following implementation, or it would sunset after 5 years following implementation. And we are happy to answer questions on that one. There's a section in the document that walks through some of the pros and cons of a sunset versus a kind of scheduled review. And then lastly, the council asked for that discussion of selectivity in sablefish pots and whether requiring escape mechanisms meets the objective of this action. And so Mr. Olson's going to provide that discussion when he goes through some of the management and enforcement and monitoring considerations. Some of these are kind of less so decision points for the council and more specific aspects of the analysis that the council wanted to ensure were included in the analysis, as some of these implementation components do have impacts and they kind of determine some of the impacts. So for the next iteration, if the council wants to, they could focus the motion specifically on the options and decision points for the council. One example of this would be if the council wants to provide its recommendation on specific monitoring or enforcement measures for the agency to consider, that they would include, you could include those as your options. And so then prior to final action, council staff and NIM staff would then describe regulatory changes that need to be made in order to implement this action, and describe any impacts of those kind of implementation choices if we haven't already captured them in this version of the analysis. Digging a little bit more into element 1. So the council had directed us to consider using the 5 different proxy DMRs as options for the analysis. Those are 5, 12, 16, 20, and 25%. And as it was explained in June, these DMRs were really identified by you all to demonstrate the influence of that chosen DMR value on the impact analysis. And it's anticipated that any DMR that is chosen ultimately by the SSC could be reevaluated annually as we get any further information or observations to kind of better inform the realized impacts of discarding on sablefish if the action were implemented. As a reminder, as I said earlier, we brought a document describing our kind of current state of knowledge of DMRs to the SSC in February. And we essentially requested how we could narrow down some of these values to try to get a better, maybe potentially more realistic DMR that the SSC could expect recommending in the future, because we didn't want to come back to you all with an analysis that analyzed DMRs that weren't likely to be used in the future. So we wanted to try to be able to provide you both with kind of a more realistic scenario. And we also needed to minimize the number of simulation runs that were needed for the analysis in order to get this done in time and then bring it all back to you guys with kind of not an endless number of simulation runs. Next question.
Yes, question, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. Thinking about setting the DMRs through the stock assessment process with halibut, that's initiated at the Halibut Commission and then goes to the plan team and then to the SSC, and not having a Sablefish Commission. I'm just trying to think mechanically, would it then be just the stock assessment author who would make those recommendations and bring them to the plan team?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, that's a great question. So I think you're referencing the halibut DMR working group that we have, which looks every year at halibut DMRs. And I will note there's a real significant difference between the data that's collected for the DMR working group to provide the halibut DMRs than we would have for sablefish. So what we expect would happen is that the authors would bring their current state of knowledge to the through the assessment to the plan teams. The plan teams would discuss it, and then the SSC would ultimately make their recommendation of DMRs. So yes. So the SSC's chosen values included 2 of those values from the council's options in the motion, and then also included one that was higher than any of those listed in the council's motion. And this was really to try to provide some contrast in the results for comparability to some of the historic studies that we've seen in other fisheries, and to account for the potential unknown whale depredation in the fishery, since we don't have any information on how that would affect or the kind of magnitude of that effect on DMRs. So the 3 DMRs that were then used in the simulation analysis are here on the screen: 12%, 20%, and 35%. Those are used in that Appendix 5, the simulation projection model. And so this approach, using the upper and lower bounds of DMR, is really meant to simulate the potential impacts of a reasonable minimum and maximum DMR on the resultant spawning stock biomass and catch advice, along with associated uncertainty. And the prior documents, I think the 2021 document and then our update document last June referenced kind of all of the information that we do have on DMRs to inform this. But I'll note that we don't have any studies done specific to sablefish in the IFQ fishery in Alaska, and that's in part because of this action. We don't have any legal discarding in the fishery right now, so we don't have information on that. The council's alternative also included this sub option to select different DMRs for pot gear and hook and line gear. And in February, the SSC did not recommend using those different DMRs because we really don't have information for this fishery on gear specific information. And we also don't separate gear types in the stock assessment. And so in terms of practice, it would be really challenging to apply those different DMRs. And so this analysis uses the SSC's proposed DMR as kind of an average fleet-wide DMR. So any of those DMRs at the bottom essentially try to account for hook and line gear, pot gear, and any uncertainty in that. So that's really our lower and upper bounds of what we think a chosen DMR might be. Next, we'll move into element 2, and I'll describe DMRs a little bit more when we get into the results of the simulation study. So teaser, we're not done with those yet, but I'll let Mr. Olson move into element 2 for us.
For the record, my name is Andrew Olson, a fishery management specialist with NIMS, and so I'm going to begin with element number 2, catch and release mortality accounting. Catch accounting for sablefish discards relies on data collected by at-sea observers that provides information on a weight and count of fish, while electronic monitoring is limited to a count of fish and relies on observer data to calculate weight estimates. Current data collection processes are designed to assess total catch and not to evaluate size-selective discards. Observers collect representative samples at sea to obtain data used for the estimation of the number of fish, disposition of the fish, and the average weight of sablefish caught on a set. The weight of sablefish is calculated assuming that the size of discarded sablefish is similar to the size of all sablefish caught, since fishermen must keep all sablefish they catch under the current full retention policy, regardless of size. These estimates help determine discard rates, which are used to calculate total sablefish discards for the fishery. Observers use random sampling methods to check the unsorted catch, making these weight and number estimates accurate. If there is no size-based discarding, the current methods give unbiased discard weight estimates. However, if size-selective discarding is allowed, this would violate the assumption that the weight distribution of discarded sablefish is similar to the weight distribution of retained sablefish, producing a biased estimate. This is also known as an observer effect as well. Therefore, new monitoring or catch estimation methods would need to be implemented to avoid biased estimates of at-sea discards. Allowing for size-selective discards without an adjustment in total catch estimation methods would result in an overestimation of discarded sablefish weight, since the average weight per fish used to estimate discarded catch will incorporate the weight of larger retained fish. To account for voluntary discards, a new catch accounting method would need to be developed, as there is no historical information on discards due to the full retention policy. A new catch accounting method would be unique to sablefish in order to inform the stock assessment and necessary for the management of the fishery. And it's important to note that accounting methods used for sablefish not discarded at sea would be unchanged from the current method. So there'd be 2 new methods to adjust for this alternative for the voluntary discards. The standard method that we currently use now would be for the retained fish, and a new method for the voluntary discarded fish. Under current regulations, the sablefish IFQ program requires full retention. Therefore, only retained fish accrue towards the annual amount of IFQ for each permit holder. Discard accounting and other catch share programs like Amendment 80 requires data on discard amounts specific to the harvesting vessel, thus 100% monitoring. Without 100% monitoring, the amount of discards on unobserved vessels would be based on an estimate derived from discard activity on a mix of vessels that are observed. The Sablefish IFQ program is a partially observed with percent observer and electronic monitoring coverage, displayed here in the table on the right for the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, as well as the Gulf of Alaska. And this table comes from the 2024 Annual Deployment Plan for Observers and Electronic Monitoring. Under voluntary discarding due to the partial observer program for sablefish, discards that occur to a permit holder's IFQ would not be based on the permit holder's individual fishing activity. This causes legal concerns, as discards would occur towards a permit holder's IFQ that would not be based on the permit holder's activity, which is not a sufficient accounting method to manage IFQ. Additionally, this may create an incentive for unobserved vessels to fish differently than observed vessels and influence NIP's ability to estimate accurate sablefish discards. In-season management relies on accurate estimates of discards for all groundfish species in order to produce an incidental catch allowance, or commonly called an ICA, to prevent exceeding annual tax each year. The Sablefish IFQ program is one of the only catch share programs without an ICA. This would create a new ICA for the Sablefish IFQ catch share program to account for sablefish discards for the fixed gear fleet, and NIPS would use estimates of discards to determine an ICA that are used in setting annual harvest specifications. The application of ICAs would differ between the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands due to CDQ reserve requirements in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. To account for fixed gear discards each year, ICAs would be set for the fixed gear fleet after the CDQ reserves are determined, but not impact how CDQ reserves are determined or applied to trawl gear. The flowchart on the right shows the status quo regulatory allocations of the TAC outside the orange boxes, so that the blue and green text, and within the orange boxes show the application of ICAs for the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, as well as the Gulf of Alaska. This is how NIMS is proposing on how to apply ICAs to account for sablefish discards, which is consistent with applications of ICAs in other fisheries. Typically, when a new catch share program is established, NIMS sets a conservative ICA and adjusts the ICA annually as more information becomes available. And NIMS would use a similar process for the sailfish IFQ fishery since this fishery has no prior history of allowing discards. Similarly, the state of Alaska Southeast Chatham Strait sailfish fishery utilizes a similar process to account for mortality of sailfish discards prior to setting the quota for the commercial fishery each year.
Okay, we have a question, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And I was just trying to understand, so how would we account for the fixed gear discards in the CDQ sablefish fishery? Is that accounted for in the ICA that only comes off the top of the IFQ fishery?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, that's correct. So current regulatory regulations allocate the CDQ reserve from the fixed gear TAC, and then the ICA, then it gets applied to the IFQ. So the CDQ discards would then apply to the ICA for the fixed gear fleet because there's nowhere for those discards to go due to those allocations.
So, so that just the structure of the, is it the MSA or the regulations itself don't allow for CDQ sablefish discards to be accounted for in the CDQ TAC?
Yes, that's correct. Moving on to element 3, monitoring and enforcement. To account for size selective discards in the observer program, trade-offs have to be considered that come with its own costs and potential sources of bias and imprecision. A voluntary discard program would require situational decisions about whether or not to discard, and the presence of an observer or active electronic monitoring system could impact this decision, also known as an observer effect. This would be extrapolated out to unobserved vessels for which discard estimates are applied due to the partial observer program for the sailfish IFQ fishery. An observer's ability to collect, retain, or discard sailfish is already challenging logistically and require observers to change sampling methods and priorities to sample sailfish intended to be discarded while minimizing discard mortality upon release. This would increase observer reliance on crew to sort retained and discarded sizes of sailfish. Changing observer at sea methods is already a complex task as multiple users rely on this data collection to inform stock assessments and other mandates. Observer coverage rates are determined annually through the annual observer deployment plan, and under alternative 2, changes in discarding activity for sailfish would not impact the ADP process or monitoring rates. However, should the council proceed with allowing discards of sailfish, the Fishery Monitoring Analysis Division would assess data and observer needs in order to best meet all identified data collection needs. So for example, this could include decreased biological sampling of other species such as halibut, rockfish, or crab, or even reducing sampling of fewer hauls in order to accommodate sampling of discarded sailfish. Overall, observer sampling duties are fully allocated, and trade-offs in sampling and data collection would have to occur in order to accommodate sampling of discarded sailfish. To minimize discard mortality of sailfish, the council may wish to recommend a careful release handling requirement. Examples of existing regulatory language for careful release handling requirements already exist for prohibited species catch, or PSC, as well as for halibut. Enforcement in collaboration with NIMS recommends careful release requirements for sailfish discards for both hook and line gear and pot gear, as the sailfish fishery has to rapidly transition to pot gear, and current regulations do not specify careful handling requirements for this gear type. Enforcement of a minimum retention size requirement is limited, as observers would have to witness the measuring and subsequent discarding of a sailfish greater than 22 inches, and any mishandling of released fish under a potential careful release requirement. Observers will not be able to witness every instance of noncompliance and must prioritize sampling duties.
Yes, Ms. Kimball. And then Mr. Dwight.
Thank you. On this, and maybe I missed it, but I was trying to find in the document whether you had had an opportunity to either talk to the fleet or talk to others that had done research to be able to describe for the council what a careful release regulation might look like specific to sablefish for both longline and pot gear. I didn't see kind of a recommended regulation if the council wanted to make that policy call. Did I miss that?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. So because there's already existing regulations for hook and line gear, NIMS would mirror those regulations to be close as possible because oftentimes the IFQ fisheries, both fish, halibut and sablefish using the same gear types, where for pot gear, this would be a new regulation that we would need to look through maybe other regulatory examples to design that pot gear regulation for careful release handling requirement.
Thank you. So that might be something we would see in the next version if this was continued, that we could get some kind of draft understanding of what that language might look like.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, that's correct. So if the council were to consider this as a recommendation for careful release handling requirements, we would be able to draft regulatory language for hook and line gear, similar to what you see here for halibut, as well as new language for pot gear as well, since the fleet has rapidly transitioned to pot gear. So that would be new. That could be included in analysis.
Thank you.
And through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I just wanted to say that I think because we don't have a similar regulation for pot gear right now, it might be beneficial for us to hear through public testimony or otherwise, as you mentioned, from the fleet, what might work for pot gear. And I know we obviously don't have the benefit of a survey this year, but we do know the survey staff who are out there and are using slinky pots in some experiments, who might be able to give us some insight on how they release on the survey. Obviously, it would be different than in the fishery, but that might be useful to us as well.
Thank you. We have Mr. Twite and then Mr. Mesereau.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The question actually goes back to Ms. Cleaver in a way, and suggestion she made when she was on slide 8, giving us the overview of the action. For element 3, I recall her suggesting that it might be helpful for the council to provide some examples, at least in a motion, if we were to pick up element 3, if we had an interest in some more specificity. And I've been chewing that suggestion over as we walk through this section, and I'm still not quite sure I'm tracking it fully. And I'm wondering if Ms. Cleaver has any sort of examples of the kinds of things that the council might include in a motion on element 3 that would help provide that additional specificity that she was suggesting we might be interested in.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. So I think specifically with the careful release provisions, I think it'd be helpful for us to know whether the council does want to try to mirror the careful release provisions that are for halibut, at least for hook and line, and if the council would like us to move forward, trying to develop similar regulations for pot gear. So that's kind of a yes or no. They wouldn't have to be too detailed. We can kind of try to work behind the scenes with direction from the council. As far as other kind of monitoring ideas, I think in the next few slides, Mr. Olson will get to a few more of the kind of ideas that have come out from the NIMP side. And we might be able to speak better, or you might kind of get some more answers from those next few slides.
Thanks. That's exactly what I needed to hear at this point.
Thank you. And Mr. Mesereau. We're ready to move on. Thank you.
Okay. In June 2023, the council requested that the analysis should include a discussion of selectivity in sablefish pots and whether requiring escape mechanisms meets the objective of this action. The analysis provides a discussion of escape rings and size selectivity of sablefish and pot gear in Appendix 3. And this discussion highlights current regulatory requirements of escape rings in the British Columbia, Canada, and Southeast Alaska sablefish fisheries. It includes a brief summary of recent size selectivity studies for sablefish conducted in Alaska that demonstrate a reduction in the capture of small sablefish using different escape ring sizes. It also includes a brief summary of gear modification requirements in other pot fisheries, such as the Atlantic black sea bass or American lobster, where they use escape vents, where they use a perimeter or a ring for their escape mechanism modification. Additionally, there's discussion on trade-offs associated with requiring versus voluntarily using escape rings in the sablefish IFQ fishery. Currently, the sablefish IFQ fishery does not require escape rings but are voluntarily used. Cost of an escape ring can vary between about $1 to $3 depending on vendor, and cost for a pot to be outfitted with escape rings will vary on user preference and the quantity installed for a pot. A gear modification requirement such as escape rings would be simple to implement and comply with, and can aid in changing selectivity towards larger, mature, and more valuable fish. Current regulations prohibit discarding of sailfish by persons holding sablefish IFQ and those fishing under the CDQ program. Alternative 2 allows for discarding of sailfish of any size under option 1 or below 22 inches total body length under option 2. Under both options, NMFS is concerned with the ability to accurately estimate the annual variability in number, size, and composition of sailfish that informs the stock assessment and the resulting OFL, ABC, and TAC. The application of discard mortality rates that is predicated on voluntary discarding behavior for a portion of the fleet that is then further extrapolated to be representative of the entire fleet. And this can create a mix of scenarios due to voluntary behavior and being allowed to discard sailfish and introduce observer effects for the observed and electronic monitored vessels, where observed vessels may discard differently than unobserved vessels. This creates uncertainty in the data collection processes and leads to biases. Trade-offs in sampling priorities for other species or reduce the number of hauls or set sample due to needing to sample discard sablefish need to be considered to be able to accommodate sampling of sailfish that are identified to be released. Additionally, careful release handling requirements should be considered to minimize discard mortality of sablefish. The halibut careful release requirements provide an example to look to, but is only applicable to hook and line gear, and this will need to be expanded to pot gear if considering a similar requirement for sablefish.
I think we have a question. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question for you. I understand NIM's concern about the estimate of annual variability and these other issues regarding the release of small sablefish, but when you did this analysis, were you doing it with the assumption that there is no release of small sablefish occurring now? Is that the assumption? Because to me, that's already happening when on unobserved vessels, they're already releasing small sablefish. At what number, we don't know, but it seems like your presentation so far has been predicated on the idea that this is a totally new thing that's not already going on. And I just am wondering if you can elaborate a little bit on whether you considered presently occurring activities on unobserved trips, which is releasing small sablefish, when these concerns were being raised.
Through the chair, Ms. Mesereau. So as you know, the sailfish IFQ fishery is full retention, so legally vessels are not allowed to release sailfish. So we don't really have necessarily a good data source as far as the quantity being released, and that can be used in any sort of assessment to really get an idea how common of an issue is it, how many vessels are necessarily releasing sailfish illegally. And so the concern comes from when you add a voluntary behavior and trying to get that data. And because of the partial observer program, when we use that data, it adds to an observer effect where vessels may behave differently based on the observed vessels for an unobserved vessel, and the data can be extrapolated further out. And so if a vessel's already discarding illegally, it's really hard to put that into an analysis because it's illegal, right? It's full retention. It's prohibited in regulation. So it's really hard to get at the data because we don't have a data source.
Yes. Another question, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Under data collection biases, which is, something we are always concerned about in the first bullet, I was trying to understand what you're getting at there. Is that a data collection bias, or is that trying to explain more of a fairness issue? I'm trying to understand if it's different from the bias that's in the third bullet there on the effect of those that are observed would have potentially different level of discard than those that were unobserved.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, sure. So for example, if an observed vessel, say it doesn't discard, let's use an extreme example. If an observed vessel does not discard, where unobserved vessels may be discarding, that informs what the ICA would be under this action. So that can influence the NIM's ability to estimate what an appropriate ICA is, which then further informs what the tax should be. So there's some biases that can influence what that IC is, and the goal is to accurately get data and make an estimate that's representative of the entire fleet. So there's concern with observer effects and biases that can impact management of the fishery.
Okay, so I can understand that the observer effect could potentially affect our ability to accurately establish an ICA. So those two things are very connected. All right, thank you.
Okay, moving on. So NIMS recommends the council consider adding an alternative for analysis that considers requiring gear modifications to improve size selectivity of sablefish. Adding this alternative will allow analysts to prepare information about all types of gear modifications, such as the use of escape rings as shown here on a slinky pot used in the sablefish fishery, escape vents, which can be rectangular or circular in shape and used in the black sea bass and American lobster fisheries. There's also examples in the Alaska king crab fisheries where there's stretch mesh and escape rings as well. So there's many different options for gear modifications to improve size selectivity of species. And in 2024, the Observer Program began data collection on escape ring size and quantity used in pod gear for the sablefish IFQ fishery. This information could provide a range of escape ring sizes and quantity currently used in the fishery that could help inform NIMS recommendation for the council to consider gear modification to improve size selectivity of sablefish. Gear modification may meet the purpose and need for this action by reducing the capture of small sablefish while also reducing uncertainty concerns associated with data collection, stock assessment impacts, discard mortality, and potential interactions with the marine mammals. So there are trade-offs to consider, as gear modification would not require an estimation of discard mortality rates that inform the ICA in order to account for this additional source of mortality when using voluntary release. It would be a trade-off on data uncertainty in the application of ICAs and DMRs compared to a potential required gear modification. As shown here, there are innovative ways to create an escape mechanism that improves size selectivity in pot gear used for different species. And if the council were to consider NIMS recommended gear modification requirements, analysts can further look at those different strategies for other fisheries. And that concludes my portion of the presentation. So if there's any questions.
Thank you. It looks like we have one online, Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Olson, can you describe a kind of regulation for something, for gear modifications like escape rings that would allow continued industry development and innovation in the field in this area? Because I think what we've heard from others is that this is very much an evolving field, particularly with slinky pots and for use in this particular situation, and a concern that adopting regulations at this point would potentially stifle creative innovation.
Through the chair, Mr. Troy, thanks for the question. That's a very good point. So there's many different pot types that are used in sablefish fishery. You have slinky pots as shown here. You have square shapes. You have a conical pot. You have different shapes that may need different escape mechanisms. And so with the state regulations, at that time, when those regulations were in place, the escape ring, which is prescriptive of a round escape mechanism, those were put into place back in 2018 and then further modified in 2022 that reduced the size. So if we're thinking of ways that can be innovative for fishermen to be able to use different options, the example on here is the escape vents, which is used in the black sea bass, American lobster fisheries. They have regulations that specify a perimeter or a diameter and using different shapes that could be looked to. So it provides some flexibility as far as using different shapes to meet the needs of the user. Another example is the Alaskan king crab fisheries. The state regulations require a stretch mesh requirement of a specified size or escape rings. So if a minimum size is provided, that could provide the user flexibility to use different shapes or even go above those size and having like a minimum of 1 or 2 rings or whatever escape mechanism would be recommended. So there could be still innovative and flexible ways to experiment with different escape mechanisms and devices.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we will now move into the description of fisheries section, and Mr. McCracken's here to present that.
Good morning, Council. Okay, so the first slide, hopefully this will be fairly brief walkthrough of the description of the fisheries. So basically this section of the analysis highlights 4 different areas. The primary ones are obviously the sablefish IFQ fishery. That'll be the primary area which we're going to look at. And then there's a little bit of information on the CDQ fixed gear fishery, as well as some information on non-target sablefish catch. And then the last couple of areas are target products and markets. With the final section, there's a little brief description of local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence. So before we get into the description of the IFQ fishery, there's a little bit of introduction to the sablefish fishery overall across the North Pacific. So this first slide speaks to basically the harvest and the tack of sablefish from 2013 to 2023, kind of graphed together to depict the sort of the trends and what's happening in more recent years from 21 to 23. And you can see there that overall the harvest of sablefish is significantly lower than the overall TAC at this point. The next couple of slides take that same information and look at it by sub area and use sectors as a comparison. The different colors there you can see in the first slide speaks to the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands. Again, we're seeing the same trend where in more recent years, the IFQ guys, as well as everybody else, including the other sectors, are not utilizing the entire TAC. And this last slide here for this brief description of the sablefish fishery shows it for the Gulf of Alaska. You will notice there in the colors there that are showing that we're seeing a significant increase in the use of pot gear across most of the sectors relative to the hook and line. So looking at the IFQ fishery now, there's 4 sections within this chapter or this portion of the analysis. So we'll look at the IFQ gears types first. It's a very brief description. Then there's some vessel counts and CDQ vessel counts, and by both overall as well as vessel classes. And then the last 2 sections are the revenue and then the processor grade prices and composition. And I'm pretty much going to just skip right to the IFQ revenue since the other information is pretty clear. And so looking at revenue, so table 3-13 on page 48 provides the sablefish allocations, landings, and ex-vessel revenue by sub-area from 13 to 23. And table 3-14 on page 48 provides sablefish IFQ ex-vessel revenue by area and by gear from 2013 and 2023. And the figures here are illustrative of those tables. And then the last bullet in this slide speaks to information that we're just now getting from ACFIN, which is that there are the 2023 estimated ex-vessel revenue for the IFQ fishery is $41 million, which, as you can see, is significantly lower than the lowest point up to this point, which was 2020. Thank you. This slide speaks to first wholesale revenue. And this is from table 3-15 on page 49. This figure shows that the average first toll revenue at sea as well as shoreside from 2013 to 2022. And you can see here that the prices are moving uniformly together for the most part. There was one slight separation in price movements during the peak of the sablefish harvest between 2016 and 2017 for shoreside and at sea processors. So moving to the section on sablefish price grades and composition of catch by processor grade here, what you're looking at here is a figure that's pulled from a table 3-13 on page 50 that provides the Alaska average wide sablefish processor size grade prices in 2022 dollars from 15 to 23. And table 3-17 on the next page, page 51, provides average sablefish processor grade prices by regulatory area. Prices were pretty uniform in their movements across time, as you can see, with the exception of, I believe, 2020 and 2022. In 2022, higher grades, 7 pluses, 5 to 7s, and I think 4 to 5s moved up, as well as the smaller grades declined during 2022. And then obviously, as we're hearing from the public, as well as looking at information, that 2023 saw lowest prices for each of the processor grades since 2015. And I believe we've also gotten some cursory information or relatively new information on 24, and the prices for 24 by processor grade are even lower than 23.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. That's, I don't think it's like absolutely necessary because I think it's general understanding, but I was wondering when you were back on like slide 25, that only goes through 2022, you know, what's the timing for the data to be able to put in 2023 for the analysis? I don't know, or I can't remember when you would have access to 2023, since everything changed in terms of value for every species in Alaska in 2023 pretty drastically. That uptick that you show on slide 25 just seems a little bit not reality, I guess, at this point.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, that is, so the 23 revenue data, just to remind the council members, that is pulled from core data, and that is usually delayed at least 1 year. And I believe it's starting to trickle in. I think the next iteration we would have, obviously, the full regime of 23 data at that point. I think that's what we're looking at. And then we'll obviously have the processor grade prices for 2024. We might be able to have some tentative ideas. Maybe I'm just kind of like reaching out a little bit here on 24 core data, but it's kind of depends on when we see this the next time. If it's a while down the road, we might be able to see that information for core data, but it would be a really rough estimate, if that at all. But hopefully that helps. So moving to the next slide here, which speaks to catch composition by processor grade. This is kind of interesting as well. So table 3-19 on page 53 provides the percent of sablefish IFQ landings by grade for all the regulatory areas combined from 15 to 2023. And this table obviously looks at it by just for the entire IFQ fishery. So the composition of sablefish landings is changing, which is quite apparent, where we get in primary grade landings are diminishing as a percent of total landings, while smaller grades are increasing. Particularly when I say smaller grades, I'm really referring to the 2 to 3 pounds and a little bit of 3 to 4s. Those two grades are increasing. I think that we're seeing a slight uptick in 1 to 2s, but not to the level of 2 to 3s. And then obviously the 7-ups are significantly declined from 23% in 15 to 3% currently in 23. Just point out that table 3-20 on page 56 provides a percent of sablefish IFQ gross ex-vessel revenue by regulatory area and market grade. Moving to the last two sections in this chapter, which include target products and markets. It's just a summary of information that we gleaned from both the EconSafe, a little bit from ACFIN, and then the last section will obviously we'll get to, I pulled from either also outside sources. So looking at table 3-26 on page 64, and we have a figure that depicts that or illustrates that, shows that sablefish products by metric tons by product form from 12 to 2022. What we see here is the dominant sablefish wholesale product is H&G, followed by whole fish as illustrated in the figure here. First wholesale volume and sablefish products averaged just under 8,000 metric tons annually. And again, that's pretty delayed there, by the way, because that's pulled from core data and the Econ Safe. And so it's only up to 2022. So hopefully we would see an update on this the next iteration. What we can see here is that, and this is a little bit dated too. So 2021 and 2022 production has increased, which has flooded the market, which has likely resulted in lower prices. And then we're still dealing with a little bit of COVID logistical challenges. So this last bullet here is a little dated. And actually what we found was that likely that we did actually see prices increase during this period. We did see obviously food services demand go down because of the COVID restrictions, but we saw in-home use or demand for sablefish to increase. Finally, this slide here speaks to the sablefish markets. Well, again, this is pulled from Econ Safe a little bit, or also pulled from Undercurrent News, as well as some information that's just out there in the news, and a letter that was submitted to the state legislators. So Japan is the primary market for Alaska sablefish, generally, which is greater than 70% of the total export volume, followed by China. China is basically a smaller player to Japan. Japan is the primary demand for sablefish. So the US and Canada historically have accounted for nearly all the global production of sablefish. And of that, the primary contributor has been Alaska, contributing on annual average of about 62% from 2016 to 2020. However, there's been some information that I pulled from Undercurrent News that shows that Russia, who has been a relatively small contributor in the world of sablefish production, could play a more significant role in the future, as their version of tax were increased dramatically this year. However, there is some uncertainty whether they have the infrastructure to harvest and process all this available tack and be able to, what I would suspect, flood the market even further. Preliminary indications are that sablefish ex-special prices, like I've already indicated, for 24 are even lower than 23 thus far. And kind of the last two bullets speak to the overall general trend of seafood in Alaska right now. And so obviously we're dealing with numerous geopolitical conditions and issues. We're dealing with trade inequities. We're also dealing with economic factors that are not directly under the control of the harvesters or the processors. And these are impacting the Alaska sablefish fishery, as well as all other fisheries in Alaska. These include large harvest by overseas competitors with low currency valuations, primarily Russia at this point, trade conflicts with a major U.S. exporter or importer, which would be China, and then higher operating costs due to domestic inflation, which we've been dealing with for several years now. And then still, again, lingering COVID-19 logistical challenges. And then, of course, higher interest rates to try to get at inflation a little bit, that have affected processors as well as harvesters in their ability to finance their operations as for needed investments to support their fleets, as well as the processors and in the crew.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Isn't the west coast of the U.S. increasing their sablefish tack quite a bit right now as well? Would that be another contributing factor to the increase flooding the marketplace?
I mean, Madam Chair, Ms. Vanderhoeven, yeah, I mean, if I don't really know the level, so I don't know what the level of their increase, but yeah, just from an economics perspective, yeah, it would obviously, depending on the amount, it could have an impact on prices. The more supply there is, the lower the price generally.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Along those lines, on your bullet with the potential increased Russian production, I know there's not a great way to corroborate that, but do you recall the the reported level of increases or the scale relative to the US and Canada production?
Madam Chair, I believe that was roughly 900%.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Can you qualify that a little bit more? A 900% increase, Mr. McCracken, or 900% greater than our US production? What did you mean by that?
900, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, 900% increase from their previous version of their RTAC.
And then I guess relative to, I guess, how does that compare to the US, Canada production in totality? Do you have that handy, or considering they're the major contributors right now, the global production?
Madam Chair, I can't recall the exact amount. We can look that up and get back to you.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any other questions on this slide. Thanks.
All right, Madam Chair, we are going to move into the description and results of the quantitative projection analysis. This was done by Dr. Dan Gaethel at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. As I mentioned earlier, unfortunately, he's not able to be with us today, so I'll be presenting his slides on this, and Mr. Olson and myself will do our best to answer any of your questions. So this is everything that's included in Appendix 5. And these are the results of what was really discussed at our meeting with the SSC in February and the methods that we proposed at that time. So just outline specific to this part of the presentation, I'll provide some general background on discard modeling. Dan Dr. Gaethel walked through this for us at the SSC and AP, and I thought it was kind of helpful to think about and to provide some context for the results of this study. And then we'll go through an overview of the projection methods and the input data and a high-level summary of the results, which includes the biological and the fishery implications, and then discuss some of the associated uncertainty with these results and with the action in general. I also, before we get started, just wanted to note that Ben Williams, also at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, took a lot of this information and developed a Shiny app. And that is to help kind of illustrate the impacts of retention and the DMR options. And you can click that link and pick and choose which results you want to look at. It's just a more interactive format that helps to interpret these figures better than just having a few that are in the document. And I'll note that there are some runs of these projections that were not reviewed. The SSC asked for a few different ones that aren't necessarily impacting or kind of to be used for this proposed action. So there are those additional sensitivity runs that they really provide a bit more contrast to the results that we have in the document, but they're informational only. So when we talk about the results here today, we're focused on what's called the main scenarios, the SSC main scenarios, since that's what was reviewed and what we're talking about here. And so that Shiny app is just useful as we go over the results. And I want to say thank you to Ben for kind of going above and beyond to describe some of this for us. So hope that is helpful to you all and others. So just starting with some background about discarding and impacts more broadly, providing some context for the simulation results. If we look at the impacts of discarding on a single cohort or a single age class or size class, looking at just the impacts on that cohort is a simplified version of discarding, because we really need to think about the impacts on the entire population. And so on this slide, or kind of through the next few slides, we're going to look at the differences between the impacts on a cohort or age class and then the impacts on a population. And when you have full retention, as you do on this slide, the total mortality on a given age or size class is essentially the fishing mortality times your selectivity. So that's the portion of the age class that gets selected by your fishing gear. So you apply that selectivity to your fishing mortality, and that's essentially your total catch. So your total mortality is that total catch plus any natural mortality that occurs, how many fish of that age naturally die due to predation or disease or other factors. And I'll just note, Dan noted for us that the images, the picture on the left of the cohort size for this example, it might help to think about all those fish as the same size, since we're thinking of them as kind of one age or one cohort, even though that's kind of an oversimplification, but just wanted to prevent confusion on that one. So that's under full retention. As we think about moving to a minimum size limit, or what we're calling a minimum size limit, as you allow discarding on that single cohort or on a couple of cohorts, basically what you're doing is you're throwing some fish under a certain size back. And obviously this action isn't a true minimum size limit because discarding under a certain size is still voluntary, but for modeling purposes, we assume it's a minimum size limit. So same as under the full retention scenario, we would apply selectivity. So a portion of the age class gets selected by the fishing gear. We apply that to the catch, and then this gets separated in the modeling world into retained and discarded fish. And so that's your total catch. Then we apply a retention selectivity function. So essentially that determines how many fish that you caught were actually retained by the fishery. And this is where the idea of the knife edge selectivity comes in that we've talked about before. It's essentially a minimum size limit, and any fish below that size we assume are discarded, and any fish above that size are retained and become your actual landings. Then that discarded catch is separated between what amount of those released fish actually die. And that's where the application of our DMR comes in, our discard mortality rate. And then hopefully what we hope is a larger portion of those fish that are released survive that discard process, go back into the water, they join their age class, and then add to the population. What Dr. Gaethel described as far as what stock assessors worry about when trying to understand the implications of discarding on a population is what is the total mortality of the retained catch plus any dead discards plus natural mortality, and how much benefit might we get by allowing some of the fish that we catch to go back into the water and add to the population. And those are the live discards on this slide. So under kind of a best case scenario, if every fish you threw back survived, the DMR would essentially be 0. That's your best situation. And you would have less retained catch at this given age class than under full retention because you've thrown some back. But you have a bigger cohort size because you throw them back and they survive at this DMR of 0 or 100% survival. So that cohort back in the water stays bigger than under full retention. So if you're looking at that single age class and allowing discarding, this reduces total mortality on that age class, and it increases the abundance of that age class when compared to full retention. And it obviously leads to the smallest retained catch of that age class. And so Dr. Gaethel has explained that this is the simplified version or kind of a narrow view of what happens with fish, it's correct for this age and size class of fish. Some survive. A larger group of fish at that size or in that cohort, you would have more of those than you would under a full retention scenario. But when we look at impacts on the population of these same scenarios, which is really what we're interested in, if we're discarding, we have to think about how fishing effort is then redistributed across the entire fish population, so all the ages or size classes. And the main thing to take into account here is that that effort gets redistributed onto the larger fish. That's essentially what you're doing when you're high grading is you're trying to get the more valuable fish. And so our small fish are generally less mature, either immature or partially mature, whereas the fish you're targeting are likely more fully mature, and they're fish that are adding more to that spawning stock biomass. And so there are pros and cons of discarding. The pro is that you're leaving the small fish or you're putting them back. Hopefully they grow and mature and replace the larger fish that you are taking out. Those that you are high grading to would add to the spawning stock biomass, and hopefully those fish the small fish would live and you would get that replacement of the larger fish that you're taking out. The con is that when you're looking at it from a full population standpoint and high grading from small to large fish, you are putting increased pressure on the larger fish or the spawning stock biomass in the current time frame. And in order to do so, you're also increasing your effort because you have to fish harder to replace the fish that you're discarding with those bigger fish. So if the fish on the screen represent your full population under full retention, you apply your selectivity to all the age or size classes and catch a relatively large number of small fish because they're more abundant. And right now with sablefish, there's obviously very high encounter rates. And then you still capture some larger fish because that's what you're trying to go for. And so those are worth more, they're bigger. And they're not as many in the population, but there are still some. And if you look at the most recent stock assessment, that we aren't seeing as many larger mature fish in the sablefish stock as we did in the past. So then under, if we start discarding, we apply the retention function, the knife edge retention function. And those small fish, those on the left, get thrown back on the left of the screen. The fish on the right are those that we are keeping. And so the red X's are just dead fish. We're throwing back 5 small fish and 2 of those die. That's our discard mortality rate. And then 3 of those survive and can add to the population. Then on the right, we're also harvesting 2 additional large fish to replace those smaller fish. It's not a 1-to-1 ratio. You're throwing 5 small ones back and gaining 2 larger fish because of that trade-off in weight that you have, the weight difference, size difference between those fish. The 3 small fish that survive discarding survive into the future to become mature. Hopefully those are replacing the fish that you harvested during the current year. They add to the spawning stock biomass. And the important factor here is that they have to survive numerous years in order to contribute to that spawning stock biomass. So the discarding of, for example, age 2 fish, which are at a relatively low maturity at that age, versus harvesting an age 6 or 7 fish, which is largely mature, that age 2 fish has to survive natural mortality and re-encountering the fishery before it gets to a size that it would have been replacing the fish that was caught and retained in its place. So we often hear about minimum size limits in other regions or other fisheries that are used for conservation reasons, and when there's a lot of fishing pressure on really young fish. So you're trying to allow discarding so those small fish can add to the population in the future, or essentially let them spawn at least one time. For sablefish, this isn't really the case. Dr. Gaethels described that, and in the assessment describes how sablefish don't recruit to the fishery until around age 2, but they aren't harvested at really higher values until age 3, 4, or 5. So fishing mortality specifically on this age 2 class, which is roughly what we're talking about when we say a 22-inch size, the fishing mortality on that age class is relatively low. And you could see that in the assessment. So for sablefish, because that fishing mortality at young ages is, particularly at age 2, is really low, and we don't really see the age 0s or 1s in the fishery, there's no biological benefit to discarding small sablefish or to delaying that age of retention. So that's kind of some of the nuances of discarding and the minimum size limits as it applies to sablefish. Moving a bit more into the actual simulation projections, this addressed what the SSC wanted in terms of quantitative analysis for this action, and essentially Dr. Gaethel took the method that's used for the ABC catch projections in the assessment and then modified it to allow for discarding. This is a simulation model where it's projected into the future, and you try to determine, based on our current harvest control rules, what the impact of this action on spawning stock biomass would be, or what the impact of essentially a minimum size limit would be. To predict what recruitment will be in the future, since that's a big piece of this, he took the recruitment estimates from the 2023 SAFE and sampled from those to try to emulate what has been seen in the past. And the SSC did ask for 4 different recruitment scenarios. The first is the historic pattern, which is used in the 2023 SAFE, that's sampling from years in the past, as opposed to sampling from only the recent recruitment events, since those are wildly different. And that's really a new regime where we see only the large recruitment events. So we have the historic pattern that's used, another recruitment scenario where you sample from these high recruitment events. And then there were a couple of others that SSC asked to explore, but those aren't being used or suggested for interpretation of these results. The SSC was also interested in how revenue is impacted with discarding. And so Dr. Gaethel took the price grade information that Mr. McCracken actually presented, applied that price grade information to the ages so that we could say what a fish at a given age would be worth. And then it's an important point that he assumed that the price for all 50 years of the projection remained at 2023 levels. That's a really important caveat here, because as we know, the markets are always changing, and we don't try to predict what is going to happen with markets in the future in here. So the prices are staying at 2023 prices in this model. Dr. Gaethel looked at the status quo full retention as a way to compare impacts to that, and then made the assumption of a minimum size limit in order to try to parameterize that retention function at age 3. And that's, again, because we don't have information on what voluntary release under that would look like. So we just assumed that extreme scenario of discarding behavior. This happens to line up with the transition between the average length at age 2 and in age 3. So we can use that knife edge retention function where all fish under age 2 are discarded and all fish 3 and above are retained. So for every run of this model, you have a full retention option. You have an option where you allow discarding of age 2 and under, and then you look at both of those with 3 different DMRs, the 12, 20, and 35%, and add the different recruitment scenarios with those different recruitment inputs. And again, we focused on the historical recruitment that's currently used in the assessment. So using that historical recruitment, under the full retention scenario, the spawning stock biomass is higher in the long run, but the differences are essentially really minimal. So this model assumed a 66% utilization of the TAC, which is what we've seen, and I believe Mr. McCracken described in recent years. And on the right here, there are 4 pictures. The upper left is spawning stock biomass, the upper right is landed catch, the lower left is gross revenue, and the lower right is dead discards. And those units are in kilotons. There are 4 lines in each of these figures, but you can only see the dark blue, which is the full retention function. And that's because those lines are essentially stacked on top of each other. So that shows the very little difference in these 4 scenarios, except there are obvious differences in the DMRs and the dead discards figure, because that's essentially just a scalar. And so you can see the differences in the DMRs on dead discards. You can use that Shiny app tool to click on the lines a little bit better to see them without overlapping them. And that really helps to try to wrap your mind around those results. The dead discards are really minimal compared to landed catch. And that's because we're essentially only discarding the age 2 fish, of which there's pretty low selectivity right now. And so if you're not throwing back that many of that size of fish, you're not going to have that many dead discards of those fish. And what you can see in these results is that the spawning stock biomass, I guess you can't really see it in these pictures, but if you go to the tables that are associated with these pictures, the spawning stock biomass comes down very slightly, so much so that you can't see the difference in these figures. The landed catch comes down a little bit, and the gross revenue comes up a little bit because you're catching slightly bigger, more valuable fish. As far as what this means for biological implication, there aren't any detrimental impacts from the simulation standpoint on the sablefish stock. And one of the kind of trying to describe why there wasn't more of an impact. You're not throwing back many fish because selectivity at age 2 isn't very high, but more importantly, because natural mortality for these age 2 fish is pretty high. Dr. Gaithel explained it's 10%. And so any of the potential benefits to discarding is essentially negated by this high natural mortality. So if you throw a fish back and it survives the initial discarding process, over the next 5 to 10 years or however many years, it still has to survive the rest of kind of natural mortality. So there are reduced benefits in the future because of that higher natural mortality. This is kind of best described by the second to last bullet on the slide. The best way to explain why there isn't as big of an impact as we might expect is, at least on spawning stock biomass, is that, or I guess on any of the results, is that with discarding under the most optimistic scenario of a 12% DMR, so 88% of the fish that you're releasing survive. Under that scenario, the total mortality on age 2 fish decreases by only 1% as compared to full retention. So the full retention total mortality for age 2 is 12%. And under discarding with a 12% DMR, the total mortality goes to 11%. So it's not that big of a difference. And this bullet took me a minute to understand. It seemed a little confusing at first. So don't think that the 12% DMR and the 12% decline have anything to do with each other. Those numbers are very separate. the last bullet kind of expands on this and provides the actual amount or kind of estimated amount for if you take age 2 fish that are in model year 2024. If those fish get released and survive over the lifespan of that cohort, they essentially only add 0.5 kiloton to the spawning stock biomass. So there's very little impact on the stock from this.
Ms. Cleaver, we have a question before you move on. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The last bullet, I interpret as meaning that what we've been sort of blessed with, mixed blessing, I guess, in terms of these very large back-to-back reproductive years, is just a large enough biomass overall that at the current rates we're fishing at, either with or without discards, it's hard to put a notch, a very big notch, with the discarded amount, or with the discarded fishing mortality in the overall biomass. And there I'm thinking a little more broadly than just fixed gear. I'm sort of thinking fixed gear, trawl, etc., that these level of discards, even though they sometimes seem kind of large when you just look at the number, overall, they're small compared to the overall biomass, and therefore they're small compared to the potential spawning stock biomass. Is that way too broad a simplification, or is that about right?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think it's broad, but I don't think it's necessarily inaccurate. The thing to note about the historical recruitment scenario that is used here to interpret the results, essentially for all of these, I think Dan did something like 500 different runs to account for uncertainty in what's going to happen to recruitment. And when you take the historical recruitment, you could be, you're kind of randomly sampling from all of those years, and you could end up with using a kind of more normal recruitment year, or you could end up with one of the more recent years. And once you kind of average all of those together, that's a simplification, but once you average those all together, you don't end up seeing these huge differences when you apply kind of this discarding situation to those scenarios. And I think kind of there are two pieces here. The first is that high natural mortality rate really driving some of the population dynamics here. The second is what you suggested, that the age 2s are not being as heavily selected by the fishery, at least in the data that we do have, and that they don't make up as much of that catch as some of the other age classes. And so I think you're correct. I think there's a few more nuances there as well that obviously Dr. Gaethel could explain much better than I could.
And if I may, Madam Chair, just a follow up to that. So thank you for that. So sort of given this situation, given those caveats that you added, it's still the primary issue in front of the council, at least seems to me, is balancing the council's interest in overall moving towards full retention fisheries, balancing that interest against the council's interest in assisting fleets with maximizing their economics. Is that really where this modeling effort leaves us? Is sort of within that field of having to balance those two dynamics?
Through the chair, Mr. Toy, yeah, exactly. I think you heard a little bit about those balances in the SSC report as well. And I think the slide that's on the screen now and then in the next slide speak to kind of how this analysis can inform or kind of leads you to having to grapple with how you would like to balance those trade-offs. So I think, yes, you're exactly right.
And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Twite. Thanks, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And thank you for, I think you did such a good job outlining this presentation. That wasn't your part. I think it was very clear. Thank you. So I'm just maybe at a higher level trying to understand if the selectivity for H2 fish is so low, which is then feeding into the conclusions that we won't have a biological impact or very low effect on spawning stock biomass. I'm trying to understand just broadly how helpful this 22-inch cutoff is. Like, is that really helping people if and maybe we'll hear that in public testimony, but I'm trying to get to the genesis of that cutoff, given that this study and showing that the selectivity is already low for H2 fish. And then my second question is, I haven't used the Shiny app. If we moved it to H3 fish, would I be able to see different conclusions, could I do that evaluation with the Shiny app? I just want to understand what it provides us.
Absolutely. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, those are really good questions. And we went through some of these at the AP and at the SSC as well. And so I think the first is there is obviously in trying to do there's a few different things here, and I'm going to try to make sure I hit all your points in my answer. The first is that when we being the assessment team and not me, the size age conversion table, there's obviously some uncertainty around if a 22-inch fish is H2, H3, there's some amount of uncertainty that's always going to be there. And so I think that's likely one thing that occurs in the fishery or would occur in the fishery is maybe some of those 22-inch fish fall on either side of that category. So that kind of highlights one piece of uncertainty of how valuable this action could be. The other piece is, I think one of the questions that has come up several times is, we're hearing about all of these so many small fish in the catches. Why do we see this low selectivity from these results at age 2? And I think you can actually see it in one of the figures that Mr. McCracken put on the slide. Is the age 1-2 category is actually, I think in 2023, by weight, it's about 5% of all the age compositions. And so obviously that translates to a lot of small fish, but not quite as many as in the age 2-3 or 3-4 age classes. If you look at the Shiny app in the future, Dan's done a really good job in his appendix of explaining the kind of incremental changes as you move through those ages. So you can, one of the things that the SSC asked for was those sensitivity analysis to, if you change the minimum size instead from those 1-2s to 2s, 3s or 3s, 4s, you do start to see those incremental results. So the spawning stock biomass, as you increase that cutoff point, spawning stock biomass decreases, but there isn't, you don't really start to see significant results until after age 5. And obviously, to a point, you see a correlation with revenue as you increase those age classes as well. Trying to remember if you had another point that I wanted to get to.
I think you did answer all my questions,
Okay.
and I'll just have to use the app myself and get some more clarity through public testimony, but thank you very much.
All right, so I think we're almost done with this section. Essentially, there's I think we're actually done with this slide. I think we got through that one. So from a fishery standpoint, the results show that revenue increases slightly. And as we've discussed, effort needs to increase. You have to fish harder in order to get bigger fish if you're throwing some of those fish, those smaller fish back. And there are, I think Mr. McCracken describes this in the next section of his presentation, but there are obviously certain costs to having to fish harder that can either show up in fuel costs or you know, having to be out there longer to catch the fish that you want. So crew costs go up, and all of those things we didn't try to quantify those here in this analysis. So there's essentially this trade-off for trading age 2 fish for larger fish, and it could be, we don't have a good sense of how difficult that will be, because as compared to the larger fish, there are a lot of those age 2 fish. So it kind of depends which size class you end up trying to replace those fish with. And if you're kind of not as familiar with the way we've structured this analysis, Dr. Gaithel was very clear that this is really a simple projection model and not meant to be a bioeconomic model or an economic model. And so in the RIR, what Mr. McCracken has tried to do is essentially provide another method by which to look at changes in revenue. And we end up getting, spoiler alert, we end up getting similar results in that, but I just wanted to highlight that if you're looking at the document and a little bit confused about why there's 2 different methods, that's the reason why. Dr. Gaithel also provided some information in Appendix 5 on how this action increases uncertainty in the stock assessment model, in the catch projections, and in the resulting ABC estimates. And so the exact impacts on the scientific advice that comes out of all of our stock assessment depends on the types, the quantity, and the quality of the data that's available from vessels that are discarding stable fish. And essentially, the less information we have, the more uncertainty there is. And ideally, the stock assessment team would receive data on the magnitude of discards, on the size and age composition of discards, and be able to get more information on what an accurate DMR for this fishery would be. So the degree of bias and its impacts on catch advice is difficult to quantify due to the unknowns about what data is going to be available and the precision of that data. And given that increased uncertainty, the assessment authors might, in the stock assessment process, they might recommend a larger catch buffer as part of that risk table process, and that could lead to reductions from max ABC. This is just a summary slide of the simulation study. Again, there are no negative biological consequences from the simulation standpoint, none that are significant. But there also aren't any biological benefits of this action, as we might see with other minimum size limits. And there are socioeconomic benefits. They're likely not captured well in the simulation model. But again, it's not intended to be a socioeconomic model, and so or a bioeconomic model. So it just can't get to some of those other nuances of fishery behavior and what might occur, particularly with changes in the market. So I think, yes, that's the end of the simulation study results. We can pause and take questions, and I think after this, we go back to Mr. McCracken with some of the RIR impact assessment.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. I'm not seeing any questions at this point.
All right. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this we'll switch gears and we'll look at the RAR. But before we jump into the RAR, I'd just get back to the question you guys asked during the description of fisheries about Russia. So I had some time, chatted with Ms. Binkin and looked up the actual article. And just to kind of set the baseline here, so in 23, the imports from Russia to Japan were 352 metric tons of sablefish. So just in context to their historical imports, that has been the largest in volume since at least the late 1980s. So that's a pretty big jump for them. Again, that's from the retrospective of the U.S. and Canada. That's a relatively small player in the sablefish market in 2024. The article basically says that their initial TAC was a little over 1,000 metric tons was their initial TAC, and then they adjusted it. The article, I think, had an error in the comma because it said that their second stab at the TAC was 22,000 metric tons. I think the comma's off. I think what they really did was double their TAC, so 2,210 metric tons was the TAC for this year for Russia, which when you look at that information relative to their 352 metric tons from last year that was imported, if they basically exported all their harvest and they harvested all, it would be 600%, not 900%. So I apologize for that error there. If there's no questions, I'll go ahead and just move into the SIA. So looking at the SIA, instead of going through all of the tables and telling you where they are and stuff, because there's a lot of tables in here, I thought maybe I would just go over some bullets that summarize the harvesters, the processors, as well as the community's impacts. So what we found was that sablefish IFQ ownership for catcher vessels was concentrated in Alaska. No surprise there. Specifically, Homer, Seward, Kodiak, Juneau, Petersburg, and Sitka were the highest, had the highest proportion of CV ownership by address, which accounts for about 55% of all the active CVs in the sablefish IFQ fishery. From the catcher processor's perspective, ownership was also concentrated in Alaska, which is a little bit surprising to me since this is a relatively new fishery for me, at 70%, with Sitka having the highest percentage of ownership address at 33%. From the perspective of ex-vessel gross revenue by these vessels by ownership address, Petersburg at 19% and Sitka at 14% had the largest revenue for these vessels. So then looking at sablefish IFQ vessels from the highest degree of dependency, What we're looking at is historical ownership in Petersburg at 58%, Cordova and Sitka at 41%, and Seward at 33%. So these would be obviously vessels that are looking at their dependency and how what their addresses are. And then taking a slightly different filter for sablefish IFQ vessels, the sablefish and halibut fisheries were the primary source of revenue for these vessels, and peacod as well as salmon were a relatively minor or less important role in their dependency. And then finally, looking at it just from the community's perspective, for the harvesters, the last communities that are are dependent on sablefish fisheries are Sitka at 23%, Seward at 22%, and Petersburg at 12%. Looking at crew, so crew numbers have declined over the past several years, but in 2021 and 2022, numbers did increase slightly. What we found was that crew numbers for less than 40-foot and greater than 60-foot vessels showed the greatest loss since 2013. Looking at it from quota share owners, Sitka had the largest number of quota share holders on an annual average of 123 owners. Other communities with high number of quota share holders were Kodiak at 68, Petersburg at 59, and Seward at 57. And then the regions with the highest concentration of sablefish quota was in the Southeast at 106 million shares, which accounts for about 31% of the total sablefish quota shares. Other communities included Petersburg at 53 million shares, Sitka at 31 million shares, had the largest number of shares after Sitka. Or after, yeah. Looking at it from SIA from shore processors perspective, the annual average number of processors accepting sablefish deliveries from 13 to 23 were 34. Sitka, Seward, Kodiak, and Petersburg combined to account for approximately 67% of all the average annual first wholesale revenue from the sablefish IFQ fishery from 13 to 23. Processors in Sitka at 36%, Seward at 25%, and Juneau at 14% were highly dependent on the sablefish fisheries. Seward as a community at 24% and Sitka at 17% were the two communities with the highest dependency from the processor's perspective of sablefish IFQ fishery. Other communities that had some dependency to that were greater than 5% include Petersburg, Juneau, and Kodiak. No more questions, or if there's no questions on SIA, I'll just kind of walk through.
Thank you. Mr. Sakata.
Sorry, thank you. I was trying to figure out what you meant by dependency, and as I look through the report, I see dependency is a complex concept with, multiple ways to measure it. Can you just very simply tell me when you say, as an example, Seward is 22% dependent on sablefish, what does that mean?
From the perspective, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair, Mr. Sakata, so from the perspective of looking at the SIA, what we'll do is we'll look at the total revenue from either the harvester's perspective or the processor's perspective, what the total revenue of all fish that coming into that community. So, for example, with Seward showing the numbers that it showed there, sablefish fishery amounted to, I think, that percentage. Let me back up here so I'll make sure I'm talking. So Seward at 24%. So sablefish IFQ counted for 24% of all the processor first wholesale revenue that from all the fisheries, sablefish counted for 24%.
So for clarification, if I may, so we're talking 22% dependency on the fishery, not, I don't want to say GDP, but not the overall Seward economic value. We're talking just the fisheries.
Madam Chair, Mr. Sakata, yes, that's specific to the processors and then the harvesters. So to kind of look at it from when we get to the effects section, so alternative 2, we would try to summarize. At this point, we did it through qualitatively. You look at both the harvesters and the processors and all the expenditures, both from the businesses as well as the individuals that live in those communities, tax revenue, so forth, that they receive from the higher ex-vessel revenue, all that contributing being spent in the economy, and then how it's the direct, indirect, and induced, which is obviously the feedback loop of expenditures in the communities themselves. So obviously these sablefish fisheries for these communities do play a significant role in their health and well-being.
All right, thank you.
So rather than kind of walk you through alternative one, since we've already kind of walked through the description of the fisheries and we've kind of walked through the SIA, I think that I just basically indicate that we normally do that. Obviously under alternative one, harvest participation and fishing behavior are likely to be similar to the current participation in fishing practices, which we include. I would point out that there are some additional tables and figures in alternative one that provide a little bit more information in basically supporting the statement. Like, for example, it has some information on the number of fishing days, and we use different filters and we manipulate that information, and we provide additional tables. So I just point that out, that there's some additional information in there for you. What I would like to do, though, is spend a little bit more time maybe on alternative two, which would obviously be the action alternative. So as we've already, as Ms. Cleaver already indicated, the simulation results show that there are only or slight improvements in the total revenue from the simulations from allowing a high grading of sablefish less than 22 with sablefish greater than 22. One of the primary reasons that we have already indicated that it's not greater is due to the encounter rates of smaller sablefish, which are obviously for 1 to 2s, are less valuable relative to the larger sablefish. So in the encounter rates being higher, obviously for those sablefish, they basically have to get through those sablefish in order to be able to high grade those sablefish to get to larger grades and improve their revenue. These encounter rates are kind of an impediment to the economic success of high grading of smaller sablefish for larger sablefish. And as I'll indicate it later on, this is relative to current conditions. Things obviously could change in the future, very near future, and I'll get to that later on. So simulation results obviously do not account for the complexity and the variation of the economic impacts at harvester level when we're factoring in, which could result in an entirely different picture for gross revenue. For example, there are likely many different levels of fishing effort associated with high grading, and these could be between different harvesters, between different sectors, between different areas. There are also likely changes in ex-vessel prices over time and between harvesters that are not reflected in the simulation. Changes in sablefish market conditions due to overseas conditions, conflicts in major exporters, for example, or higher operating costs and continued logistical challenge. All these play a role in maximizing your revenue as a result of this action. And obviously the simulation results can't factor in all those, or didn't factor in all those at this point. So instead, we looked at kind of like stepped back and looked at the RAR in a more traditional manner by looking at it from a qualitative perspective, and tried to use the information we provided in the description of the fisheries as well as the SIA to try to make some assessments. And in the end, we came up to this pretty much the same conclusion, that discarding obviously small sablefish would enhance the harvester's flexibility to improve their gross ex-vessel. It's another tool in their toolbox to be able to discard smaller, less valuable sablefish in hopes to retain larger, more valuable sablefish, as well as not harvesting, basically not taking small sablefish that are kind of worthless or very small value to the processor, and instead putting them back into the system in hopes that they are more profitable when they catch them later. So the harvester's participation and fishing behavior would likely change as they perceive this action, the ability to discard and high grade as a benefit. Not all harvesters, obviously, would change their fishing behavior, especially if they have fairly strong markets for some of these smaller sablefish. And that's kind of what we found when we were interviewing. We found that the hook and line CPs in the Bering Sea would likely not voluntarily at this point discard their smaller sablefish. So there are many factors influencing the IFQ harvesters to discard the sablefish. And these include the continued obvious population trends in small sablefish stocks, resulting in a high proportion of small sablefish relative to the large sablefish. The increased fishing effort by the existing harvesters to high grade could increase their cost of fishing. These include like higher fuel costs, bait costs, observer costs, vessel maintenance costs, and higher crew costs as they obviously spend more time on the fishing grounds, high grading smaller sablefish for larger sablefish. The continued low prices of small sablefish in the world market due to the conditions that we're experiencing. This is also a factor in whether, influences harvesters as well as processors. The second to last bullet, the relative percentage of sablefish IFQ that can be high graded under alternative 2. I think I would just stop here a little bit and just kind of provide a little bit more context there. So I showed you in the description of the fisheries a table that shows what the percentage of 1 to 2 pounds are relative to all the other processor grades. And what we found in current conditions in 2023, it was 5%. So that in using 2023 numbers, that would be the amount that would be able to be high graded. Obviously, that number can change in the future. As you see here, it changes in that table. They change on an annual basis. The one thing that's limiting the ability of success at this point, though, happens to be the percentage of the premium grade 7+ and 5s to 7s that are much lower relative to the 2 to 3 pounds and the 3 to 4 pounds. The 2 to 3 pounds and the 3 to 4 pounds have grown in proportion to the total catch relative to the larger, more premium grades, 5 to 7s and 7+. And so what we're doing is we're in a sense changing 1s to 2s for 2 to 3s and 3 to 4s, which when you look at the information that's provided by prices for 23, the prices for those grades are also fairly low. And so when you factor all this information in, it's not written into the analysis at this point. You'll see it in the next iteration. But if this action was on the books right in 2023, the revenue that would be that would accrue to the fleet for 23 would be about $4.4 million. And the way I came to that number is I used the product recovery, or excuse me, the prices, and I used the encounter rate or the catch rates for the 1 to 2s and everything else on the processor grades. And I use that with the amount that would be high graded, which is I think about 880 metric tons of 1 to 2s of the sablefish IFQ. And so the value of that 880 metric tons in $23, when you factor that in with high grading all the different processor grades at the different levels of prices, it comes out to be about $4.4 million. Just finishing up on this.
Mr. McCracken, sorry to interrupt. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. You were doing great there, Mr. McCracken. Sorry to interrupt you, but it dawned on me that if you don't have mandatory retention and a defined minimum size, so it's just voluntary, different areas have different densities of the fish the desired fish, and different vessels will have different practices regarding who sorts and who doesn't, based on their encounter rates of those smaller fish, their markets, the time of year it is, how quickly they want to just catch their fish and move on to another fishery. So what is your confidence interval regarding money saved when there's so many variables with voluntary discards. It just seems like there are so many moving pieces that any estimate that you're making has to be either based on some static behavior or static application of size ranges throughout specific areas. So I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around the challenges of those two options. If it's optional, we really can't exactly know what the benefits are going to be, because we're trying to anticipate the behavior of a number of vessels and markets and encounter rates. So I guess just give us a little more comfort in the numbers that you were putting out there. I'm just wondering how you reconcile all those variables.
Madam Chair, Mr. Mesereau, I mean, you're right. I mean, that there is a myriad of different variables, and obviously I'm trying to get to some of those variables in here and talking about some of the challenges that the harvesters, will encounter in trying to make this action alternative successful. I mean, I'm only using 23 numbers, so everything is based on current practices, and I'm just putting the information that I have out there. It's the best data we have. And as you being the decision makers on this action, I'm trying to give you a little bit of more information or context of what likely the magnitude of impacts would be overall for the 2023 season. This year could be totally different, and likely will be totally different. And I obviously indicate that the harvesters will have to make these decisions, whether they're going to go out and fish and whether they're going to high grade, if they perceive there be a benefit. Obviously, from their freezer longliners, they don't see the benefit of discarding at this point. Maybe some of the smaller mom and pop vessels that are on the waters may feel that discarding a smaller sablefish and high grading could bring a little bit more revenue to their bottom line. And when you factor in all the costs associated with effort and the fuel costs and the bait costs and everything like that, it'll be hard to say whether whether they'll come out ahead. Obviously, the industry will provide that, at least their ideas on how that would work out for them during public testimony. But I think by and far, I think providing them a tool or flexibility provides them that ability to improve their bottom lines. And I think that what I'm providing is just a general snapshot.
Thank you.
So-
And another question online, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. McCracken, thanks for this. I'm not an economist, and the point you were discussing about the change, I interpret it as a change in value of that 880 metric tons. That the 4.4 million was the change in value, but that I may have totally misinterpreted that when I was reading through the analysis. Can you walk me back through that again?
So, Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, yeah, I can walk you back a little bit. So how I came up with this number. And this, I mean, it was an ask by the SSC. So I figured I'd go ahead and try to look at this information. But basically what I did was I looked at the amount of landings in 2023 from table 3-13, which is roughly 17,000 metric tons. And I applied the catch composition from table 3-19, which is 5%. So I multiplied that 5% times that 17, and I came up with, I believe, 880 metric tons of 1 to 2s. And then what I did was, which is a little bit more involved, is I took the catch, the encounter rate, or from that table on 3-19, and simply went through the process of taking that 880 metric tons and using the 23 catch composition by the different grades to get the amounts of each of the 880 metric tons, how much is 7 pluses, how much is 5, 9, so forth and so on. And then had to convert that to pounds, and then applied the prices that was provided in 3-16 for those different processor grades for the 23 year 23 fishing season. And that's how I came up with roughly $4.4 million in 23. Now, as we've already talked about here, that's generally, 23 prices. It could vary next year and likely will vary next year and into the future. It could be higher. For example, your catch composition could be dramatically different in a couple of years, where instead of 5% 1 to 2s, it could be, something bigger. It could be 7% or something like that, or it's hard to say on exactly how that would work out. But I hope that answers your question, Mr. Twite.
I believe it does. I believe that I heard you say that it is the change in value that would result from harvesters being able to, with a whole bunch of caveats, that it's the change in value. And I think the reason I was struggling a little bit is because I'd been sort of seeing elsewhere, and then reinforced by the SSC, that it might be hard to measure the economic benefits, and yet this seemed to be at least one way of suggesting that there were some potentially measurable economic benefits. So thank you for that. The thought, I'd like to try a second question on you. The thought experiment that I've been sort of noodling with this action, that this particular analysis really helped me clarify, was that if somehow, under some miraculous set of circumstances, the economic values that we had been seeing for the larger size classes up until just a couple years ago, if we somehow those economic values had remained for the larger size classes, then this might look fairly different to the council. That's my hypothesis in my thought experiment. And that if under those conditions, the economic return from the large size fish would be sufficiently large that, particularly given the relatively low overall encounter rates of some of these smaller low value size classes, the council could balance its interests between ensuring a good economic yield from the fishery with its interest in retaining in achieving full retention standards as broadly as possible. Is that a reasonable hypothesis with those starting assumptions? And the reason I'm asking that is because it seems to me then that really points to the biggest change here is the substantial change in the economic value of the larger size classes, and that really does swing the balance, potentially swing the balance, if the council were to see it that way, in terms of balancing economic yield to the individual harvesters versus the value of full retention requirements. And I hope that's not too complicated a question.
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, I kind of agree with you on that. I think that that in combination with the catch composition and the prices, I think the two have to work kind of hand in hand, because we can still, if it doesn't work hand in hand, obviously you could have prices increase for 7-Ups, but your catch composition is still relatively very small, 3%, for example, in 23. Which, if it were to improve to say what it was during 2015 to 2017, you were, we're talking 23% in combination with prices increasing, yes, this would be a totally different picture. Instead of only a minor improvement using 23 numbers, it would be a fairly significant improvement, with catch composition increasing for some of those, some of the bigger grades, as well as a reduction in catch composition for the 2 to 3s, for example, from 25% to say 5%. So instead of changing out a 1 to 2 for a pretty much an invaluable 2 to 3, which is what we're experiencing today, if this was on the books today, you would be changing a 1 to 2 for a much more valuable species like a 5 to 7 that is, say, at 23 or 26% of your catch, which, looking at the value back then for a 4 to 5, going back and you're looking at your table, there's in 2015 was almost $8 a pound. So it would be a dramatically different world. It's just unfortunate the planets are aligned such that we're having a very low or a very high catch composition for small species, as well at the same time having very low prices for 2s to 3s, 1s to 2s, and even 3s to 4s. So those combinations tell a slightly different picture, and then 3 years from now, it could be a totally different picture for economic value for the harvesters, processors, and communities, because they'll all benefit from that change.
Madam Chair, if I might, one follow-up to Mr. McCracken's last point.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. It is, I agree with your terminology that it's unfortunate, but I'm wondering if parts of it are to be expected with large age classes. Certainly the parts of the economic impacts that relate to tariffs, to the global political stabilities, et cetera, those certainly are, I agree with your characterization, is unfortunate. But to the dynamics in the Eastern Pacific itself, shouldn't we expect that with very, very large age classes, that both there'd be a high incidence, but also that those tend to depress the markets as well? That there's in general in seafood marketing, prices drop when abundance rises.
Yeah, I get that. Through the chair, Mr. Troy, yeah, I tend to agree that, what we're finding is that the smaller grades are obviously impacted by the larger grades. The prices, they tend to move, as we've indicated, they tend to move in uniform when over time and basically on conditions that are experiencing. So yes, I would say that obviously the higher encounter rates for small sablefish and the recruitment events that were happening do have an impact on the prices of sablefish. Okay, so
Thank you.
no questions. I will just kind of finish up here that obviously my last bullet here is the use of the ICAs to account for discards. So the use of ICAs currently right now would be would obviously provide, it lowers the total allowable catch for or the allocations for all of the IFQ participants. But as we find that those individuals that are fishing at or near their full allocation, these individuals would bear the brunt of mostly of the ICA, because they would obviously have a reduced amount of allocation, and they're fishing at their almost 100% of their allocation. And we took a look at this because it was a question that was asked at the SSC. And since then, we've taken a look at it, and what we found is that about 1/3 of all the quota shareholders are fishing at or near their quota share, their total allocation. And so these individuals, about 1/3, would feel the ICA effects relative to the rest of the fleet, which are either not fishing at their full allocation or not fishing at all. And so collectively, these factors could make it obviously currently in this world we're living in right now, it's difficult for harvesters to increase their ex-vessel revenue from high grading smaller sable fish. But there is obviously, I think, potential for harvesters to increase their ex-vessel revenue even under these conditions, and obviously in the future if conditions were to improve. I think this is my last slide here. This talks a little bit about processors and communities. So from the processors' perspective that receive sablefish IFQ, they would likely face some of the similar challenges in benefiting under Alternative 2 under the current world we're living in right now, in a sense of, obviously lower prices and higher encounter rates for smaller, less valuable species. And so for the same reasons, they could be impacted just like the harvesters. This continued downward pressure on the sablefish fish prices for all grades, combined with the relatively small percentage of sablefish that can be high graded, would likely result in less than expected gross revenue in 2023. And again, as things improve or, encounter rates were to change and prices were to change, again, the story for processors would be dramatically different. They would see dramatic increases in revenue likely from changes in encounter rates and prices. From a community perspective that are directly engaged and dependent on the sablefish fishery, they would also enjoy the successes of harvesters and processors that are improving on their first wholesale revenue and ex-vessel revenue under Alternative 2 from high grading. These communities' impacts would be the greatest under Alternative 2 include Sitka, Seward, Petersburg, Juneau, Kodiak, and Homer. And again, as I've indicated when I talked to Mr. Sakata, it would likely be from, obviously the expenditures of the businesses themselves in the communities, as well as the fishermen and the employees in these communities that live in these communities, their expenditures. Those would be more to the indirect and benefits and induced in benefits, which is the multiplier effect. And then obviously these communities would also enjoy increased tax revenue from a higher ex-vessel revenue that's likely to happen if things were to improve. Madam Chair, that's the effects from the RAR perspective.
Madam Chair, this is essentially the last slide. This is just some summary points to have in front of you from all the different sections of this analysis. And on the right is a summary of some of the clarifications that we've pointed out both in the document and in the presentation for the council that would be helpful for us if you choose to move this action forward. And I also just wanted to, as we move into any other questions, thank everyone that's included in section 8 of the document. This took a lot of people, both who are in this room and online, and hopefully enjoying their Sundays. So just want to send my thanks to all of those folks.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It's Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Question for Ms. Cleaver and or Mr. Olson. I'm thinking about the element of Alternative 2 that includes review after a period of time, 3, 5, or 7 years, and just thinking of all the complexities, the uncertainties associated with how this would unfold if the council were to proceed with this action. And I wonder if there's any, and you may not be able to answer this question, but if there's any light you can shed on sort of what that review might look like, what we might be able to assess at that point in the future about the effectiveness of this measure.
Through the chair, Mr. Curlin, I'll start, and then if Andrew wants to add anything, he can do so. So I think depending on how many years out the council chooses, we would have some information on how well our data collection and monitoring for discarded sablefish is, kind of an idea of how precise the data that is coming from observers would be. So we'd hopefully have some of that information to try to maybe not necessarily quantify, but try to provide some information on any of the uncertainty that would be felt in the assessment. So I think Dr. Gaithel would be able to describe how he's able to use the data that's being gathered. If we did a review several years after implementation, that could certainly be a piece that may also just come up annually in your sablefish stock assessment. I imagine it would. I think other things that could be added to the review, I'm just trying to think back to the sablefish pots review that we had. I think we would obviously know more about any changes in markets that have occurred since the time of implementation and changes in sablefish recruitment events that could provide the council with information on whether or not this action would still be needed at that time. I know when this action was first proposed, the hope was that these large recruitment events would not keep happening and the frequency of them would reduce, and then hopefully, prices would go up and we wouldn't necessarily need this action, but that obviously did not happen. And so we would know more about that. I think we would get more information on I think we could get some more information on, based on the data that we have, what percent of the fleet or what percent of the catch, I guess, is being discarded based on that observer data. And I think another big piece that we could hear, at least in conversations with fishery participants or through public testimony at a review like that, we could try to get a better understanding of if I guess gear is kind of slowly coming to more of a static place. Right now, there's still a lot of gear innovation in this fishery, particularly in response to whale depredation. So I think maybe we'd have more information on that. And if the council wanted to establish other performance metrics as the SSC described, we would be able to look at those as well. Those are some of the things that I'm thinking of off the top of my head. Mr. Olson, do you want to add anything?
Thanks for that. So it sounds like what you're describing is sort of an overall assessment of fishery performance at that point in time. Maybe we wouldn't be able to isolate so much the effectiveness of small sablefish release in the intervening time. Is that kind of a fair summary?
Through the chair, I think analyzing the effectiveness of it will really depend on what data we do end up getting, and how kind of the extent to which we're able to monitor discards in the fishery. I had one other thought there, but it's not coming back to me. Sorry.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Cleaver, can we go back one slide? Thanks. The thinking about the clarifications that staff suggested, both in this slide, but also in the document. I was wondering a little bit about the document suggests that we may need to revisit purpose and need statement if we make a fair number of changes to the alternatives at this point. And one of the ones I was wondering about is if we're explicit if the council is explicit about the inclusion of CDQ in the motion, do you think there's a need to ensure that right now the purpose and need statement merely references IFQ holders? So I'm just wondering if a change to the motion to explicitly include CDQ in your judgment, if it should also be accompanied with a change to the purpose and need statement to explicitly mention CDQ fisheries.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I certainly don't think it could hurt. I think more specificity is certainly helpful, but I don't think it necessarily is required. And if there's a specific reason that it needs to be added in there that general counsel has, that would be good for us to know.
And thank you for that. Sort of a second question, your list doesn't mention application of an ICA, maybe needing some further clarification about feasibility there. But if I'm reading between the lines correctly, the council may need some more information on the feasibility, particularly if the council chooses to apply the ICA only in partial coverage. The council might need some additional focus on that. Will that happen in the final version of the analysis, or is that something we should maybe explore a little bit further at this meeting?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I appreciate that question. So I think in this version of the analysis, NMFS has stated that they've proposed a recommended implementation of the ICA for the fixed gear fishery. We received more feedback on this meeting about some of the unintended consequences of how that would be implemented as proposed currently. And so the next iteration of the analysis, we intend to expand on those impacts. And I think that, if I look at like the AP motion, I think there's a further discussion to be had about the feasibility of applying an ICA only to the partial coverage fleet. My concern with not having a discussion about that now is if we came back to you at final action and said, this is not feasible, then I worry that if you wanted to move forward at that time, we would be delaying action further. And so that's why I think it might be important to discuss whether or not that is feasible at this meeting. And if NMFS has a way to be more certain that we can find a way to make the ICA work in a way that captures the intent of the council, then I think it's less important to figure out those details now. But if the council wanted to specifically move to a situation where the ICA only applies to partial coverage, I, for one, can't think off the top of my head how that would work. And so I think that would be an important discussion for us to have now.
Thanks. So what I'm hearing in that is a couple things. One is that if the council were to provide a motion regarding ICAs, it would be prudent at this point for the council to retain both the current options in that motion. I'm assuming I'm hearing you correctly on that score.
Through the chair, Mr. Toy, are you referencing the AP motion or?
I am referencing the AP motion. Thank you. I apologize for that. And I realize we haven't seen it. So maybe I'll hold off on that. Sorry about that. So I guess the question then directly to NIMS is, would it be possible to, at this meeting, or have a little bit further staff presentation on the complexities of potentially applying the ICA only to the fixed gear, to the partial coverage sectors?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. So what NIMS is proposing is, like you mentioned earlier, is the ICAs at the fixed gear level. So what the AP motion stated, I don't have it in front of me right now, but it's looking at trying to differentiate between the freezer longliners who utilize their full tack as well as utilize the small sablefish, compared to maybe the partial coverage fleet that may want to release small sablefish. So there's differences in fleet dynamics and trying to tease those out in a possible ICA, more at the user level, which is a little bit different approach than what is currently done with ICA applications and other fisheries.
And is that and thank you, that puts it rather clearly, but I think it leaves me at least still grasping for why there's a concern for applying it only to the partial coverage, why that poses a substantially different concern. And I'm wondering, can those aspects be discussed further at this meeting? Is NIMS prepared to maybe walk us through a discussion, at least of the complexities? I'm not suggesting a resolution, even just a better understanding of why that's problematic at this meeting, or is that something that would best occur just in the analysis?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, and thinking this through, the big concern came from those different users and how they utilize their tech, as well as the usage of small sablefish or not in their business model. And so the concern initially came from those users about mixing a data pool from partial coverage to 100% observed in the data application of an ICA. But I think this option, as far as separating out ICAs across by user type, would need to be further explored in the next iteration of an analysis to get into those finer details.
That's fair. Thank you.
Any further questions on the presentation?
Don't think I do at this point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Okay. Thank you again. So I think this is a good time to take a mid-morning break. Let's come back at 10:50 and we will resume with our AP reports. Any members of the public wishing to testify on C4, please do sign up before the end of the AP reports after we come back from break. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Thank you. Welcome back. I believe we are ready to take our AP report on C4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Heather Mann. I am a Vice Chair on the AP, and I'll be reading our motion on C4, small sablefish release. The AP recommends this amendment advance to final action with the following alternatives and options. All aspects should apply to both the IFQ and CDQ fixed gear sablefish regulations. Our preliminary preferred alternatives are in bold. Alternatives. Alternative 1, no action status quo. Under the no action alternative, all regulations and FMP language related to a prohibition on discarding sablefish would remain intact. Those regulations include.
Madam Chair, Bill Twite here. Sorry to interrupt, but online, what's on the screen is the AP motion on D1.
Oh, thank you for catching that, Mr. Tway. I had something else open. So one moment. Yeah, I think we have the correct one on screen. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption, Ms. Mann.
So those regulations include those that are noted at 50 CFR. Additionally, discarding is prohibited in both the BSAI and Gulf of Alaska groundfish FMPs in the fourth provision under general provisions, section 3.7.1.7, prohibiting discarding of sablefish. Alternative 2, allow release of sablefish in the IFQ fishery. This is our preliminary preferred alternative. This alternative would modify the regulatory restrictions that prohibit release of sablefish caught by sablefish IFQ vessels, as well as the FMP provision prohibiting discarding. The AP has eliminated option 1 and chosen option 2 as the preferred. Require retention of sablefish 22 inches total body length or longer, and that provides for voluntary release of sablefish under 22 inches total body length. Elements of the alternatives.
Madam Chair, sorry to interrupt again. Online, the screen is not advancing. Now I'm seeing it. It may just be delayed. Apologies.
Thank you. No.
Sorry. Elements of the alternatives. So that'd be the next slide. Element 1, DMRs. Apply a DMR to release sablefish of, and we've selected alternative 6. SSC recommends the DMR through the stock assessment process, and we've struck the other alternatives. Element 2, catch and release mortality accounting. Sablefish catch and release mortality associated with the IFQ fishery will be accounted for in the stock assessment. Option 1, as part of the annual harvest specification process, the application of fixed gear ICAs would be different for full and partial coverage observer categories. Option 2, as part of the annual harvest specification process, the application of fixed gear ICAs would be limited to sablefish IFQ fishing that occurs in the partial coverage observer category. Element 3, the analysis, monitoring and enforcement. The analysis should provide potential monitoring and enforcement provisions that could improve estimates of voluntary and regulatory discards release and bring it into alignment with other regions that allow release of small sablefish. Element 4, review. Option 1, the ability to release sablefish will be reviewed in A, 3 years, B, 5 years, C, 7 years following an implementation, and our preliminary preferred option is B, 5 years. Element 5, careful release. The AP recommends the development of a careful release requirement for all fixed gear sablefish. The AP recommends the council not specify the requirement for escape mechanisms at this time to allow for continued innovation of sablefish pot gear. And that motion passed 19-2.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Are there questions on the AP report? Yes, Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Mann, can you go back to element 3? I'm struggling to understand struggling to understand the language of element 3, particularly the italicized language doesn't appear to fit into the first part of the sentence. I'm wondering either are there some words missing, or am I just missing a concept here? But can you try to explain what the AP was looking for here?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, yes, as I read it, it is a little clunky. What we were aiming to do here was describe how in the Pacific Council, as well as in other places, discards are allowed for sablefish, and how that's done in other areas and regions could help inform the monitoring and enforcement component of this action.
And how would that add to what's already in the analysis that describes the regulations that are in effect in those different areas? I'm still I guess I'm still struggling a little bit with exactly how what additional material over and above what's already in the analysis the AP is looking for.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think you'll probably hear some more about this in public comment, but I don't think the regulations themselves are the regulations, and the discussion we had at the table, there was some concern from AP members about monitoring and making sure there was, an accurate count of the fish that was being discarded. And so I think adding more flavor and detail about how those regulations work in practice really made a lot of us more comfortable after having that discussion. And so I think that's what they're looking for in the analysis, is a little bit more detail about how those regulations work in reality in these different regions.
Thank you. And Mr. Mesereau, then Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mann. My question is about element 5, careful release. Was the discussion at the AP that led to this language just the idea that the development of careful release requirements for all fixed gear sablefish would be done with the staff talking to industry and maybe staffs in other areas where they already do this? Or were you suggesting that the council look at specifying the development of the technique for the careful release requirements now?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, thanks for the question. So currently there are regulations and language around the careful release of halibut. And the maker of the motion was interested in using that as a model to develop something similar in writing about careful release. So I would expect they would start with the halibut language and then work with staff and industry to document what that would look like.
Ms. Kimball.
Mine was just similar to Mr. Twite's, but I didn't quite hear the answer. Sorry, Ms. Mann. Is the intent that the AP wanted the description of how those other regions provided for monitoring and enforcement of small sablefish, and not that the expectation was for analysts to have in here an option that would require the same regulations for monitoring enforcement in this region as other regions. The way it's worded could be interpreted both ways.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for that question, and I agree with you. It could have been probably worded a little bit better. The idea is to learn from how people are doing it in other areas and incorporate that into this program in a way that makes sense for this program. So not to require exactly the same regulations. We heard a lot at the table and in public comment about how these other regions have been allowing, for example, the Pacific small sablefish discards for a long time, and that it was not problematic and it was enforced well. And so I think, again, they really just wanted to make sure that A, the council understood this was happening in other places, but also B, learn from those experiences and try to incorporate them here in a way that makes sense for this program.
Thank you. And Ms. Bush and then Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mann. My question is on element 2, and the 2 options that the AP provided. I guess under option 1 is the AP suggesting that there would be a different ICA for vessels based on observer coverage category, and under option 2 that the ICAs would only apply for partial coverage IFQ fishing vessels?
Through the chair, Ms. Bush, thanks for the question. We do go into a little bit of detail down in the rationale. We're focused on needing to figure out how we account for the sablefish that is discarded. And so I think using the discard that comes from 100% observed vessels was something that people thought was an accurate portrayal of what could be happening. Other folks thought we needed to see a little bit more. And so I think what they were hoping with those 2 additional bullet points or options is which way makes the most sense and which way provides the most robust information in a way that's cost effective, but also reasonable for management. I hope that helps.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mann, for your report. Just a quick question on the review period, element 4, I believe it is. 3, 5, 7 years. 5 was, as you said, your preferred alternative. What was the discussion around that? 5 versus 7, or even the sunset? What was the discussion that occurred around that a little bit for time frame?
Through the chair, Mr. Williams, thank you for the question. The discussion was brief around this particular element. 5 years seemed like enough time to have the program be implemented and be able to have a few years of experience to pull from. There's also the thought that 3 years or something sooner maybe isn't appropriate because we're still seeing a lot of small fish and small year classes coming in. So this may be an issue for more than just a year or 2. And a review we felt was necessary regardless. And so 5 years seemed like an appropriate time to consider.
Thank you.
Any further questions on the AP report? Thank you, Ms. Mann.
Thank you.
That takes us to public testimony on C4. We have 7 members of the public signed up, starting with Kirill Basarjan, followed by Paul Clampett. And Kirill is joining us remotely.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I hope you guys can hear me okay today.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, council members. I'm here today to support the proposed management measures to allow sablefish IFQ CDQ harvesters to carefully release small sablefish. As a representative of KB Fisheries Association, I've been firsthand. We've seen firsthand the challenges of handling large numbers of small sablefish in our fisheries. However, I also want to highlight the importance of addressing high grading in our fisheries. We've seen it before in halibut fisheries where fishermen targeted larger fish due to price structures, leading to depletion of larger fish and the loss of that generation. We can't afford to repeat that mistake. High grading has had a profound impact on our fisheries, leading to decline of iconic species like 100-pound king salmon and an impressive 500-pound halibut. These fish are now rarely seen, and their loss has significant implications for the health of our fisheries. High grading not only harms the fish population, but also jeopardizes the long-term sustainability of our fisheries. We need to educate fishermen on the importance of releasing larger fish to ensure the continuation of the species. We can't let short-term economic gains compromise the future of our fisheries. I urge the council to consider measures that prevent high grading and promote sustainable fishing practices. We need to learn from our past experience and ensure that we're managing our fisheries for the long haul. I hope this testimony gets through to us, because we have been losing our spawners. The strong spawners that when we lose them, that fish doesn't reproduce, and we lose that generation of fish, and it will be a hardship. We see it, and we've seen it, halibut, king salmon, and many other species. I hope this clarifies what the testimony is about. Take any questions if there's any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prasarjan. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for joining us this morning. So next up is Paul Clampett, followed by Bob Elverson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Paul Clampett. I am the president of the Sablefish Pot and Halibut Association, and I own with my two sons the fishing vessel Augustine. We support allowing the careful release of small sablefish. We believe this practice is not only harmless, but essential for the long-term health of our fishery. We reviewed the May 21st report, and we are concerned about some of the findings. The report suggests allowing fishermen to discard small sablefish will have a slight negative impact on spawning biomass and will not appreciably improve the economics of the fishery. This slight negative impact must be countered by the fact that we're only harvesting 60% of the quota. So this negative impact has to be non-existent, because these unharvested fish must contribute to the spawning biomass. It costs our operation $1.81 a pound to harvest this fish. That includes shipyard, fuel, all the externalities. And so we lose money harvesting fish that we are getting less than that. So we question how allowing the fleet to release small sablefish would negatively impact the fishery's sustainability or value. We also participate in the sablefish fishery off the Pacific coast, where discarding has always been allowed, and that fishery is more profitable for us than the Alaskan fishery per pound. And the fishery is thriving and is set to increase by 238% in 2025. One issue raised by the National Fisheries Service report is perceived lack of monitoring of released fish. We feel this is overblown concern, given the considerable investment we already make in observer coverage and annual surveys. With the current level of monitoring, we believe the National Fisheries Service is fully capable of managing this. In the Pacific Coast sablefish fishery, observers determine what is retained and what is discarded by simply asking the crew to put what they intend to discard from a pot selected at random into one of their baskets. They then weigh and measure those fish. When they sample the next pot, they know which fish in that pot would have been discarded, and they use that calculation in the rest of their sampling. The crew accommodates the observers in this process and doesn't cause any extra burden for us. And as far as we can tell, it isn't burdensome for the observer. We fish in Alaska and Washington, so we've seen how observers operate in both fisheries. I was an observer myself at one time. I'm familiar with the operation, how it works. The report also mentions limited data on survival rates of released fish. However, the statutory report conducted by National Fishery Scientists estimates the discard mortality rate at 11.71%. To keep things simple, we propose a 12% discard mortality rate for both pot and longline gear, even though we suspect the actual survival rate for pot caught fish is higher. There is a discussion on the possibility of whale depredation on discarded sablefish. Our experience is that sablefish, when released, shoot to the bottom like bullets. We don't see them being eaten. We have fewer whales around us now that we use pots, but if they are around, and they are usually busy eating the discarded heads that we throw over from dressing. We understand there are concerns about enforcing size limits for mandatory retention. That's why we recommend allowing the voluntary release of any size fish, as is the practice in the Pacific Management Area. They've been doing this for over 20 years without any issues, and the fishery is thriving. The Pacific Fisheries Management Council uses an ICA that is taken off the top of the sablefish allocation to the fixed gear fleet. We also want to address the concerns about high grading. An economic analysis by Kanucky demonstrates that it's just simply not economically feasible for a vessel owner to only keep the largest fish. The costs of reaching the fishing grounds make it necessary to keep all but the smallest sizes. The report suggests, excuse me, I just went a little bit too far here. The report suggests the report suggests that allowing the release of small fish could lead to reduced revenue for fishermen, processors, and communities. We disagree. We believe the opposite is true. Releasing small fish allows them to grow and contribute to the spawning biomass, ultimately leading to a healthier and more profitable fishery in the long run. At this time, there is an 85-cent difference in price between an under 2-pound fish and a 2 to 3-pound fish. In conclusion, we urge the council to permit the voluntary release of sablefish. The approach has been proven, the track record in other sablefish fisheries, and is in our view the best path forward for our industry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Clampett. I'm hoping you're the right person to ask. I know a fair amount about the fishery from having been an observer in the fishery too, but not as a vessel operator. I'm a little concerned about the conclusions in the analysis. Kind of, is the juice worth the squeeze with this package? And I'm wondering, as a vessel operator, if there are other things, have we exhausted other things to just sort the fish on the bottom and not bring them up in the first place? Can you have some predictability on fish size with like the depth that you fish? Have we explored escape mechanisms in pots well enough, hook size, some of those kinds of things? And I think you've been involved in some of that exploration for other fisheries. And is there more that we could do there that might be more beneficial or get to the same effect?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. In the pot fishery, we're constrained by the amount of pots we have. And I can explain that because, see, these small fish, they want in the pots, they don't want out. As long as there's bait in there, they don't leave the pot. The only time we see them start trying to escape is when it just starts to hit the surface. And all of a sudden they realize they're captured. Then they try to get out. But you know, you could use different size escape rings. Everybody uses escape rings. You can have a panel with a larger mesh size where the small ones can get in and out of. But the problem is it takes about 3 days for that bait to be gone in a pot. And it takes us about 18 hours to go through 300 pots. And that's the most we can have is 300 pots. In Southeast, it's only 125. And so if we had 1,000 pots, well, then we could let that gear soak and we could sort those fish out. But nobody's going to give us 1,000 pots. That ship has sailed. So we're constrained by the fact that we only have 300 pots, and you know, these these pots are extremely effective, and these fish went in. They don't want out. And I'd love to be able to find a way to get them to go out on their own. But like I said, you know, we've been using pots off the coast of Washington, Oregon, California for 40 years, and we've always been allowed to discard these fish. And at one point, they were actually there was a size limit that we can only keep 1,500 pounds of fish under 22 inches per trip. And the idea was, you know, they wanted to let the little ones grow. And they threw that out because it was very difficult to enforce. You'd have an enforcement officer sitting at a table on a landing trying to measure every fish that was 20, you know, on 50. How could you do that? I mean, it was a waste of time and effort. So they just got rid of it. They got rid of that rule. But as far as hooks goes, hook size, you know, we've used many different sizes of hooks, and we've settled on I think it's a 14-aught circle hook. And you know, it's not like we just started this, you know, we've been at it for a really long time. So I don't know what else they could do. And as far as depth, yes, our vessel, in order to make a profit, we're fishing very deep. We don't have any gear that's under 400 fathoms. It's all, I mean, above 400 fathoms. The trouble is that these slinky pots, which 80% of the fleet uses because their boats are too small to carry the large pots, they aren't very effective. I mean, they have of catching anything below 400 fathoms. One of the problems is they use a very thin or a much thinner ground line. And, you know, the ground line takes up a lot of room too. So, you know, we're using 3/4 inch ground line, but it takes up about the half space of this room here. And so if you have a small boat, you know, you can't use that. They're using a 3/8 inch or 1/2 inch. And so if they get that gear too deep, they'll part and they'll lose it.
Thank you. It looks like we have a question from Mr. Tway.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Clampett. Two questions. One is, did you have any thoughts regarding what careful release regulations might look like for pot gear, or even whether they're appropriate?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes. Well, first off, let me explain that off the coast of Washington, when we bring up a pot, the first thing that happens is that the fish hit on a sorting table and we throw the little ones over immediately. And the reason why that is two reasons. One, we want to get them off the boat and let them live. The other reason is we don't want to pick them up twice. So you have this big bin of fish, you have all these things that are squirming around, and you know, you're wasting time if you don't throw the little ones over first because they're in the way, and then you end up picking up twice you know, when you're trying to dress these fish. So I would suggest that, you know, a simple regulation that would say that the fish have to be cleared before the next pot hits the table. You know, I think it takes about a minute and a half for the next pot to come up, and we've got those fish off the boat well before that.
Thanks. Second question. I heard you talk about an operating cost that I assume is sort of under current conditions of $1.81 a pound in the North Pacific, for at least for your boats, your operation. Are under current conditions and current requirements, how close are you to that without, and I'm not asking for details or anything, just sort of a qualitative, and how much do you think an action like this would bump you up? And again, I'm just interested in qualitative more than certainly not asking you to divulge any quantitative.
Thank you for the question. We're averaging the $2.20 a pound right now. So we're making a profit. It's close. And what we've done is we've lowered our boat share. You have to keep a crew. And we're at the point where we're having a very difficult time holding crew. We've lowered our boat share 10%. We don't, there's some lease fees on the quota. Anything that we own, we don't charge a lease fee for. And so we're able to keep our crew, although we just lost 2 guys. But so we're operating with 3.5 at the moment. Normally we have 5 guys in the boat. Let's see the rest of that question. Oh, and so I think we'd gain about 20 cents a pound. I think we could average 240.
Thank you. Thank you. And yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Clavitt. This shows my lack of experience being around sablefish in pots, but in general, and I realize there's a lot of variability, but you were talking about dropping the fish that are in the pot on a sorting table. What is an average number of fish that are in one of those pots? I've seen pictures of them. They're not particularly large, but how many fish in general are in one of those pots when you drop them on a table?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Well, it's a large variable, but I think at the moment we're averaging 100 pounds per pot.
100 pounds.
So, there's 30, 40 fish in a pot.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So next up is Bob Alverson, followed by Hannah Heimbach.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Bob Alverson. I'm representing Fishing Vessel Owners Association. We have about 95 members that have quota share. All of them have halibut and blackcod quota throughout Alaska. We have about 75 boats that harvest that quota in our organization. We're supportive of the advisory panel's recommendation to you. We're supporting alternative 2 with option 2, which would require retention of sablefish 22 inches in total body length or longer, also providing for voluntary release of sablefish under 22 inches. With that regards to the DMR, the SSC recommends that they do this on an annual basis, and we're supportive of that. We are familiar with the Strucka study that shows just about a 12% mortality. The Pacific Council uses a 20% blend for pot and hook and line off of their coast for the fixed gear fishery. That was reviewed by their groundfish management team, which are a group of scientists from all 4 states, and the National Marine Fisheries Service, reviewed by their SSC and what they call a STAR panel. So there's at least 2 peer reviews on that. And the state of Alaska uses 16%, and they go through a similar analysis. We think that the 12, 16, and 20 are probably the more realistic DMRs, but we would support the SSC doing this on an annual basis. Regarding monitoring, on page 27 of the EARIR, there's a comment about needing additional space and time for observers. In the Pacific Council arena that Paul Clampett just talked to, we have we have about 20 boats in our organization that fish down there, take observers. And what happens if they're fishing pots, you usually have 4 strings of maybe 40 pots per string, and the observer has a little calculator in their hand. And so if there's 40 pots, he hits it or she hits it, and he turns to the crew and say, okay, on the 17th pot, we're going to measure everything. And they put the smalls in a tote, and the keepers in another area, and they measure those. And then when they do the next string of gear, he hits the random thing, and it may be the 27th pot that they look. And so that's how they go through, and then they do a similar thing for hook and line. You may be fishing 60 to 90 skates, maybe 30 skates per set, and they'll do a similar calculation. It has not been a problem down there. Their otoliths taken, sizes taken, and the crew works with them fine. And in case of Paul, he has 3 permits that he fishes there. So he actually has 100% coverage for probably a month and a half in that particular fishery. And it has not been a problem. With regards to price, I forget which page on the EA it is, but it shows the percentage interaction of the fleet in Alaska. 5%, I think, are 1 to 2s, and 25% 2 to 3s. Now we're keeping some of the 2 to 3s, but there's about 30% of the fleet fish there that most of which we would like to be able to release, because we're getting anywhere from 20 to 30 cents, I think 40 cents from someone for those. And as Paul indicated, an 85% difference here in Kodiak and Seward. A 2.3 brings $1.10 right now. 3.4 is $1.60 to $1.75. A 4.5 is $2.30 to $2.35, and 5.7s, 4.5s are $2.30 to $2.35, and 5.7s about $4. What's happened on this market is over the last 3 years, as all these juvenile fish have imploded into the fishery and our deliveries, we have collapsed the 2.3 price, the 3.4, the lower prices. And it's like that game my grandkids play where they have a large stack of wood and you keep pulling the pieces of wood out, and eventually the last one and it all falls down. Well, the low prices have sucked the value out of the next higher level of fish. Going into this season, the 5.7 price was $5.50, and it was dropped to $4. It was just too much difference in price for the lower fillets that come off of a 3.4. So I think, Paul said 20 cents. It could, if we had another 30 cents a pound in this fishery, we'd be able to keep the crews that your analysis shows that our crews are down. That we're having that trouble, not just in our fishery, but a number of fisheries in keeping crews. They want to fish the halibut because the price is good there. We're having guys come back and say, hey, can I fish your halibut trip? But they are not too interested in the hard work and the wages right now for fishing blackcod. On regulations, good practices, the careful release of halibut, the movement for releasing sablefish outboard the roller is similar for hooks, so that wording would be good. And then for pots, as Paul indicated, if the good practices would be to have your smalls cleared by the time the next pot is emptied. And he gave an idea of what the time difference between those pots coming aboard. There was a question on quotas off the lower coast. They're currently about 8,000 to 9,000 tons, of which last year we delivered about 60%, and that was trawl and fixed gear. And so we delivered about 60% of the quota off Alaska as well. And right now that's 40,000 tons. It'll be 24,000 tons. So it'll go from about 8.7 to 24,000 tons off of Washington, Oregon, and California. I'm going to guess we'll be lucky if both gear types deliver 50% of that next year with the price structures.
Mr. Alverson, I'm sorry to interrupt. Your timer's up. If you have a concluding statement, please.
Yeah. BC is 5.2 million, and the Russian number is we got at 3,400 metric tons. That concludes my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Alverson. This is kind of a question relating to an issue that both you and Mr. Clampett described relative to the impact of operating costs, and what I think I'm hearing is sort of a pretty measurable effect on crew wages in particular. And so if there is action on this and it is able to bump up operate revenues, what's your sense of how much of that would actually accrue to crew versus other areas that it might also go into?
To the chair, and to Mr. Twite, if there, Paul indicated, and I've seen it in the crew contracts. Coast Guard requires all of our vessels to have a crew contract. And in order to keep the crews, most of the boats were taking, say, 3 to 5 years ago, a 40% vessel share. They're taking maybe 30% to 32% now. So, and lease fees have been dropped all the way down to 10%. They were 50% 5 years ago. So, and most of that is to accommodate the crews, Mr. Twite. Right now, our boats, the slanky guys, are probably averaging $1.70 to $1.80 a pound. If you have more rigid pots and you can fish deeper, and as he indicated, at those deeper levels, they seem to be able to get a higher grade. We've heard 220 to 240 a pound. You might be able to average, but if you can't deliver about average, the goal is to average about $2 a pound right now in order to keep a crew. The crews on our boat probably are with all the expenses are probably taking 55% of what is landed, and so that would be the amount of any new money. All the other costs are currently covered, say at $1.82 to $2. So 55% of any new money coming in is probably going to go to the crew in some fashion.
Thank you.
Mr. Sugata.
Yes, so thank you. The future's always been uncertain, but it seems like it's much more variable in recent times. There does seem to be a cost to this for the fishermen in the sense that with the ICAs, greater uncertainty, that overall cap could be reduced to take into those accounts, those factors. It seems like that might be masked right now because of the fact that you're only being able to catch 60% of the quota. Would you feel differently if your fleet was harvesting 99, 100%? Would the ability to release fish still outweigh the fact that your quota might be decreased?
Through the chair. So in the Pacific Council, there's the ICA, the DMR is deducted at 20%. So we're probably, it appears that we're foregoing 20% of what we could have, but they've been doing it so long, and we believe that the survival is higher than that. So when they do the annual surveys and upgrade, I think we are backfilling that quota and actually getting a fair shake, because there's more survival taking place than what NIMS is actually, because they want to be on the safe side. They're charging us 20%. I think it's more likely 12 to 8% with all the pot fishing that goes on down there. So over a 20 to 30 year period, I think it balances out. If the catch rates were good enough so that we could do the same amount of trips and land 40%, and make a big difference in our overall wages. Yes, if you could sell the 30% that make up those under twos and under threes. 30% of what we're encountering, apparently, according to your analysis, is 3 pound and under. And so if we still had to average 2 $1.85 and our break even point is there. The only thing that would save us under your scenario is if our catch rates went up. So right now we're trying to deliver 30 to 35,000 pounds in a 5-day period. If you could do the same thing and deliver 55 or 45,000 pounds with the same price structure, you might be right on there may be less demand to do this, but with the resource, the analysis saying it's a wash basically on spawning impacts. The way the fleet and the crew are behaving and would like to release these fish, I think the council should accommodate that if it's not a biological impact, if it's just a wash. I don't know if I've answered all of your questions specifically, but I think the economics would obviously better if our catch rates were higher, but they're excellent right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Hannah Heimbach, followed by Linda Benkin. And Hannah is joining us remotely.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, council members. Hannah Heimbach for the under 60 cod harvesters. Our members are fixed gear vessels that participate in a variety of North Pacific fisheries, and that includes sable fish. I wanted to just share some general support for the AP motion to further analyze this topic. It definitely reflects a significant portion of sable fish harvest reviews, and it makes sense to move ahead. I thought the AP had a pretty good discussion about both the conservation considerations and the market impacts. I thought one of the most compelling parts of that was around the state of the sable fish market, which I know council members are well aware of, and instances we've seen recently of sable fish being ground for lack of a suitable market destination. And for me, that part of the conversation really took the market aspect from one about retaining value, which is important, to one that's also about preventing resource waste. So I think this issue has only increased in importance as we've heard about it over the years, and I'm glad to hear the discussion now. But the primary topic I wanted to speak to is our support for the last component of the AP motion, which recommends that the council not advance options for requiring escape mechanisms in pot gear. There's a lot of innovation happening in pot fisheries right now, which you've been hearing about, including experimenting with varied escape techniques. And I think trying to regulate that now would inhibit that development. And just as importantly, the ability of harvesters to appropriately tailor their gear and any escape mechanisms to their fishing methods. We also have two different types of pots used in the sable fish pot fishery, slinkies, and then the hard frame pots. Those would likely require two different escape mechanism designs, and this process would then need to dive into the topic of, what designs and parameters are most appropriate for and comparable in outcome for those gears on all sizes of vessels. And as you know, there's a significant variety of size in the sable fish fishery. And lastly, requiring a certain escape mechanism in pots, I think, is essentially requiring release, or at least requiring attempted release of small sable fish, which I don't believe is the nature of what we've been considering here. I think this has always been grounded in the option for release for both hook and line and pot. And as far as the safe release aspect, I'll echo those previous testifiers' comments that the most important aspect of safe release for pot gear would be timely return to the water. And again, we support the AP's recommendation. That's all I have. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Heimbach? Yes, Mr. Tway.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Heimbach, I'm intrigued by how I think you ended, which is I think you were suggesting that under different business models, in the future, at least, some pot fishermen might actually want to be able to harvest all size ranges as part of their business model, or something along those lines. And I guess I'd like to delve into that a little bit more. First, just by finding out if I actually heard you correctly, and then secondly, what some of your thoughts are, because I can certainly understand how, if that were the case, having escape regulations for escape mechanisms in place could be difficult.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Trait, thanks for the question. Kind of a two-part answer. I think largely the tailoring for different business models, like I mean more about the way people fish. Not every type of escape mechanism is right for every vessel and their pot configuration and the challenges that they tend to have. And I think, I'm thinking too also about, what we've seen in the pot cod fishery and people dealing with crab interception. People have had different success with different escape mechanisms for crab depending on where and how they fish, right? And I think it's similar in sablefish. There's just not a one size fits all for each of these vessels and how they operate their gear. As far as the option for retaining small sablefish in the future, I don't think I can predict, what the sablefish market is going to support in future. Maybe there is one where there's small fish to have a, more of a market value, but that's not really what I was considering in that comment. Only that by requiring an escape mechanism, we're essentially requiring an attempt at release, whereas in the hook and line aspect of this, we wouldn't be requiring release. So I was thinking more of aligning the two gears that are sharing the fishery rather than speaking to the need to have the option to retain small sablefish.
Thank you.
And follow up, if I may, Madam Chair. A second question. Thanks. Thanks, Ms. Heimbach. Can you also give me then a sense of how you think the council should be thinking about ensuring that pots that are lost, that become ghost pots, how the council should be thinking about that relative to this?
Through the chair, I guess I had not been thinking of a ghost pot issue as being affected by the small sablefish release. So I'd have to think about that. I don't think allowing for small sablefish release would increase or decrease the instances of lost pots.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions.
Thank you.
So next up is Linda Bankin, followed by Jim Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Linda Benkin testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. We support moving this amendment ahead to final action. We support the changes and the PPA recommended by the AP, and we also support you including recommendations from the SSC. Overall, I want to compliment the analysts, the simulation model, the price data, and the socioeconomic data that captures the importance of this fishery to our Gulf of Alaska communities. Really, I think helps inform this action. It makes clear that while there's negligible impacts to the stock, there are socioeconomic benefits to the fleet, to the processors, to the communities. And we believe that those are actually understated in the analysis. You've heard a lot about how much the value of this fishery has dropped in half over recent years. I would add to that, as some of you know, that last fall processors were refusing deliveries of sablefish, or in some cases accepting deliveries, but grinding the small fish. And while we may not be sure of the mortality of released fish, we sure know what happens to the value and the mortality of fish that are ground. This won't fix all of our problems in this fishery, but we think it will really help. We asked for flexibility to be able to release any size sablefish. Initially, we encountered a lot of concern from the stock assessment authors about too much uncertainty, not knowing what that might do to the stock. We looked at other fisheries where there's like BC, the 55 centimeter minimum size in there, that equates to 22 inches. That's part of where that number comes from. We looked at information in the tables, arrived at 22 inches being right around an age 3 fish. And that in effect includes just one more year that can be released than is currently included in the stock assessment process. So really introducing minimum additional uncertainty. as I think you've heard, a lot more comfort with this action now from the stock assessment team. So from our perspective, this is a compromise. It's a good starting point for moving this forward. We've worked for a long time to find this path, and we hope that you'll provide this flexibility to the fleet. On DMR, I just want to remind you that there's been 55,000 tags recovered from sablefish that were caught on a hook, tagged and released. We're talking about releasing lively sablefish, not throwing dead sablefish over the side. I know that throughout the analysis, there's places where it's referred to as discarded, places referred to as released. We certainly prefer the released language because that is what we're looking to do. We would again point out that in the simulation model, it shows that from 5% assumed release mortality to 35, it doesn't have a negative effect on the stock. So we feel like wherever the SSC wants to set that DMR in the future, we'll be comfortable with it and we'll be protecting the stock. On catch and release mortality accounting, I don't know. I know people have explained to you how it's done in other places. I would just refer you to Appendix 4 that does describe how other agencies, whether it's Fish and Game or BC or the West Coast, are coming up with their catch accounting. We think there's a good avenue here to have fishermen count the number of small fish that they're releasing, record that in a logbook, verify that with observers or EM. On escape rings, as others have said, the gear is changing. There's a lot of innovation going on. Some people are using mesh, some people are using rings. There's different sizes of rings being used. We think you may create more problems than you solve by implementing rings. And as Hannah pointed out to you, if we're not requiring everybody with hooks to retain small fish, it seems inequitable to require those to be released with an escape ring in a pot. And to Mr. Twite's question, there's biodegradable twine in all the pots to make sure if a pot is lost, fish can escape. And that is a different issue from an escape ring, unless there's something I didn't understand about your question there. On the review versus the sunset, we do support the 5-year review as the AP recommended. We strongly support a careful release requirement modeled on the halibut careful release for hooks, and taking a look at language that might exist for deck sorting on how we get sablefish back over the side quickly from a pot and with minimal injury to that fish. I think that pretty much covers all that I wanted to highlight from the AP motion or from the analysis. Just again, to say it's clear that there are negligible negative impacts to the stock, but there really are the potential for positive benefits to our fleet and to our communities. Again, we think that those are somewhat understated in this, particularly because the analysis focused on retaining fish that are over age 3 and releasing them under age 2. There's a bunch of fish that are between 2 and 3 that will fall in the middle there. Some will be released, some will be retained, but where there's value in releasing those to the fleet, that's the choice people will be making. So thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just have a quick one, Ms. Benkin, on the careful release requirements, because I've heard a couple times folks saying modeled on the halibut regulations for careful release. And I just want to understand if what you meant by that is there really should be no difference. They could look exactly the same, at least for hook and line, or whether we need to do exploration to see if we need adjustments to apply specifically to sablefish.
Yeah, through the chair. No, I think that it can be the careful release mechanisms that are spelled out in regulation for halibut.
Thank you. And Mr. Sugato.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for your testimony. I'm going to try this once again. I appreciate the information that I received from Mr. Alverson. So once again, as recently as 2020, the harvest was at the TAC or even higher. And as I had asked Mr. Alverson earlier, the action of releasing the fish, you take into account the mortality and et cetera, uncertainties, that overall TAC may be reduced. I think I heard elsewhere too that this high TAC, just even signaling the high TAC, even though we may not be able to catch it, could be detrimental to the market. And at that time, I was thinking the person may have been asking for a lower TAC. So once again, simply, if as these fish get bigger, more valuable within the 5-year review period, you're comfortable with the potential trade-off of bigger benefits now versus a potentially lower TAC.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Scott, we are. And I think the first part of Mr. Alverson's answer really resonated with me, that if we are estimating an ICA, he said West Coast 20%, but we actually have higher survival than that. It's going to be picked up in the stock assessment. We're going to have a higher biomass that results in a higher TAC. So in a sense, we'll make it back as long as we're doing a good job of releasing these fish. Survival is as high as we think it's going to be. The benefits will still be there to the fleet, even with an ICA deduction. And then I would just add to that, that right now, if we're catching fish that nobody wants and don't have value, we're spending time catching that. We're having costs associated with that, bringing them to the beach, icing them down, whatever. And there's not, that's a loss to the fleet. It's a loss to the processors to handle that fish if they're not able to market it at a price that pays to cover those costs. So no, I don't see a problem. We recognize there will be this deduction and we're supportive of moving this ahead regardless. But thank you for your question.
Somewhat unrelated. We heard from Mr. McCracken that roughly 30%, a third of the folks were actually harvesting up to the quota shares up. It's my assumption, let's not assume. What percentage of the fleet that you represent would be included in that 30% that is at the harvest level? Or do the people you represent, are they all like only catching half their quota or whatever's appropriate?
Yeah, through the chair. So our fleet fishes across the Gulf, but the majority of them are harvesting in Southeast. And while I can't speak to individual members, the utilization of the TAC is highest in Southeast. It sort of goes down as you go farther west and out to the Aleutians. So a fair percentage of our members, I would say, are full utilizing their TAC or coming close to utilizing their TAC. Then, what you see as you go farther west. So I'd say it's a mix, but I would say probably we've got a good percentage of people who actually are taking their TAC still. And I guess one thing I would add to that, if I may, is that last fall, when so many processors stopped buying, Sitka has a fisherman-owned cooperative, Seafood Producers Cooperative, and the cooperative continued to buy from members, which allowed more of the fleet that is based out of that processor to continue to fish and deliver their full TAC than we saw farther west, where their processors shut down much earlier. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So next up is Jim Armstrong, and then Stephen Rhodes is our last testifier. And Jim is joining us remotely.
Well, a few seconds left in the morning, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. Jim Armstrong for the Freezer Longline Coalition. FLC isn't leading the charge on this, but our members, especially those with Sablefish IFQ, support the additional flexibility this action would provide for Sablefish IFQ operations. In the climate scenario workshop last week, flexibility was recognized as a central principle for guiding fishery management in an uncertain future. We wholeheartedly support that kind of thinking, and This action is an opportunity for the council to introduce flexibility in response to a specific climate-induced change in an important fishery. So FLC supports alternative 2. And in terms of the options, the intent and the background of this action is really all about dealing with small sablefish. So that appears to be best addressed under option 2. Our members don't want this action, as other commenters have said, to include new restrictions through gear requirements. The degree to which our fishermen will discard small sablefish is going to vary with their needs and circumstances and in relation to other IFQ operations. We are glad to see the AP motion does not include a requirement for escape rings or the specification of escape ring size, which would diminish the flexibility for operations that are able to market small fish. As mentioned, there are other options if you want to try and do your size sorting on the bottom. And I believe, as Ms. Heimbach said, sablefish pot design isn't a settled issue, and different designs can make some of these gear modifications more or less appealing. So we need to be able to innovate and try to find what's most effective. FLC supports the improvement to the application or use of ICAs that's in the AP's motion. This more appropriately aligns discard accounting with differences among fixed gear operations. Our vessels are 1, 100% observed, and 2, likely to do less discarding, we think, than other IFQ participants. Mr. McCracken mentioned this in his presentation. So for our vessels, accounting for dead discards is pretty straightforward, requiring only that the DMR be applied to our discards, all of which are observed and not estimated. The ICA, on the other hand, is necessary as a precautionary measure when an assumed probability of discarding on unobserved vessels needs to be factored into the harvest specifications. But when IFQ vessels already operate under a program that fully accounts for discarding, there's no need for them to be subject to this estimation process. Additionally, if our full coverage vessels are subject to the ICA, our members' IFQs would be reduced disproportionately by an ICA that reflects the higher probability of discarding associated with other options. That may not be constraining in the near future, so we don't want to hold this action up over this issue. We appreciate Mr. Twite asking staff about this so they could clarify that it can be addressed in the analysis that would support final action. However, that pans out, a general review of the effects of this action 5 or so years after implementation would seem to be a wise component of the principle of flexibility being used here, because it would indicate that this council intends to learn from this and adapt its management as needed. So those are my comments. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and good luck with your deliberations.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thanks again.
Thank you.
And our last testifier is Stephen Rhodes, and he will be joining us remotely.
And good morning, members of the council, Madam Chair. My name is Stephen Rhodes, and I'm with Seafood Producers Cooperative in Sitka, Alaska. And I would like to be brief, thanks to all the previous testifiers. It was wonderful. Would like to support the motion as presented by the AP. We believe that this gives the fleet a really helpful, optional, voluntary way to maximize their value. We believe that the impact on the biomass is actually improved by letting those small fish grow up to spawn and not be taken beforehand. We think this also releases the potential value in those fish, that they're not worth much now, and if they have a nice survival rate, they can be worth a lot more in the future. As a processor, one of the biggest problems we have with the small fish is the labor factor, that we are limited, like most processors, on housing available labor and labor costs. And the small fish have the lowest margin and they take up as much labor as the larger, more valuable fish. I've been involved in this conversation since 2018, and I would like to thank the staff and council for putting so much work and effort into this. And if there's any questions about specifically what's going on in the marketplace for black cod, I'd be happy to answer those. We did open last fall all the way into November when a lot of processors were closing in September and October. And as a co-op, we were making no profit on those fish at that point, but we were providing a market for our members, which is in our mission. So it was a unique time to be a cooperative. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. I am not seeing any questions for you. Thanks for joining us. So that concludes our public testimony on C4. Before we break for lunch, I think council member maybe to have some final questions for the agency and staff. Staff, if you wouldn't mind coming up just for a few moments, thank you. Ms. Cleaver. I think it might be for the agency, so we'll see. Oh, hi. Sorry to interrupt. I know you weren't expecting this. Mr. Twite has a couple questions, I think.
Madam Chair, I could ask those now, or I think staff has some idea of the information I'm looking for. It's largely regarding the questions I've been asking about the practicability of implementing the ICA, those two different options described in the AP's motion. And I don't know whether staff has had enough time to discuss those now, or whether they'd be able to make some practical use of the lunchtime to further dive into them or not. So I'd be fine with asking the questions either now or after lunch.
Do you have more specificity on your question, or was that the extent of it, Mr. Twite? We have staff at the table, so I think they're ready to try to answer.
Okay. Well, the AP motion really describes, as I read it, describes three different sort of approaches to accounting for sorry, I'm going back in my notes here. Under element 2, there's sort of three different approaches. One is to simply account for it in the stock assessment. And then there's the two new options for an ICA that would be different, but applied to both full and partial coverage observer categories, but could be applied differently. And then the second option is for an ICA to be applied just to the sablefish IFQ fishery in the partial coverage observer category. And I guess my basic question is, are those three different approaches clearly enough described that they would be useful, that they're the right options for further analysis of some of the problems that staff have alluded to that might occur if we were trying to apply ICAs, particularly just to a single sector? Or is there another way to structure this entire element 2 that might be better for getting at these basic issues in the next round of analysis, assuming the council chooses to continue that?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. So this is Sarah Cleaver, council staff, for the record. One point of clarification first. So the way that NPFMC has proposed the ICA, there's really not three options right now. I think in order to implement this action, we would need some type of ICA. There isn't an option where it's only accounted for in the stock assessment. I think we need an ICA in order to account for discards or discard mortality for in-season management as well. And so I think there needs to be an ICA. The question is, how would that ICA be implemented? Because right now, what we presented on the ICA just applies, it applies to all fixed gear IFQ. And it's not separated out by sector. And so I think what you're trying to get at might be, is there a way for NIMPS to implement fleet or sector specific ICAs? And I don't think that we've had enough time to discuss whether or not that could occur in the way that the AP motion has described, based on the coverage, whether it's in full coverage or partial coverage. So I think we need a little bit more time over lunch to try to disentangle some of the nuances of what that would mean, and we can try to get our NIMS in-season management folks on the phone to help us answer those questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver.
Thanks, Madam Chair. That was kind of what I suspected. But just to be clear about a couple of things, the intent here isn't to get an answer as much to those as it is to make sure that any potential motion is worded in a way that will allow the analysts to best explore that. I'm quite sure that the current wording doesn't do that in at least two ways. First off, you correctly reminded us that that this analysis points clearly to the need for an ICA for in-season management. And the wording that was in the motion already, that sablefish catch and release mortality will be accounted for in the stock assessment, obviously doesn't inform in-season management. So I think there needs to be some more clarity there, just that we're really talking about a couple different things in this element, and need to make it clear that we're talking about both the sort of the final accounting, but also the in-season management, and make it clear which provisions apply to which. And I was hoping for some suggestions from staff about how to do that. And then the second part is there a better way to get at that issue of how to apply ICAs, rather instead of this option 1, option 2 approach that the AP proposed? Is that clear, or am I just further muddling the waters?
Through the chair, Mr. Toy, I think I understand your intent. So we'll hopefully be able to circle back with the council after lunch and try to provide some better direction.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council members at this point? Okay. Appreciate your time. I think this is a good point to break for lunch. We will come back at 1:30 and finish up remaining questions that council members have, and then go into action on C4. Thank you. Council members, please come to order. Before asking what the wishes of the council are, I believe there are a couple outstanding questions for staff. We can get you up at the table. Thank you. And Mr. Twait.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate the work that staff did over lunch. They provided me with some additional clarity and insights. So I basically felt ready to do a motion, but I think it's worth going over what they did a little bit first, just in a question and answer format now, before I make the motion, if that's all right with you.
Okay. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks. I had actually two sets of questions. One I asked right before we broke for lunch that staff was going to work on, and we'll go over that first. And then a second question that sort of occurred to me over the lunch hour that staff was also willing to put some work in on, and I really appreciate their efforts on both. First is though that question of how we're describing the potential use of an ICA for in-season management, and whether the two options as described provide enough guidance to staff to give us further information on the impacts of how the different ways an ICA might be applied, and that's distinguished from the accounting and the stock assessment. And so I'm just a question for staff on that is whether options 1 and 2 as the AP worded them sufficiently describe particularly how CDQ accounting will be going in well enough that the analysis can provide us further clarity on both the ICA and how it applies to CDQ and the other gears.
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Twite, this is Sarah Kleber, council staff. So I'll take a crack at that. For the way that element 2 is or was described in the AP motion, I consulted with other staff, and there are some challenges to trying to split an ICA based on partial or full observer coverage. But I think if I kind of understand the discussions around the table and the discussion at the AP, that the intent is really to try to split those ICAs by sector. And so when looking at the regulations, it seems that we have a way to be able to split ICAs in a way that would meet the intent of the full and partial coverage split, and that would be to be able to split the ICAs between catcher processors and catcher vessels. And so our intent, if that's what the council chooses to do, would be between now and final action, circle back, run through the regulations again, and make sure that in our next iteration of the analysis, we've captured any of the potential changes and impacts from that option, and then compare it to the option that we've currently proposed, which is the one ICA that everyone or all the IFQ fixed gear vessels would fit into. The second piece that you asked about as far as CDQ, the CDQ reserve would still remain the same way that it was described in one of our slides. So essentially, if we take the Bering Sea as an example, we have the Bering Sea TAC, which is then split between fixed gear and trawl gear, and then I believe it's 20% Bering Sea CDQ reserve. That allocation is taken off of the top, or is taken out of that fixed gear 50% TAC. And those any CDQ discards would then be accounted for within the fixed gear ICA, but the CDQ groups would not have a separate ICA. So those discards would be accounted for, but there wouldn't be a separate CDQ ICA. So I think that should help clear things up.
Thanks. That helps me at least. So I very much appreciate that additional work over the lunch hour. Also over the lunch hour, I asked NIMF staff about the potential for having further analysis, take another dive into some of the gear modification possibilities, both what's likely to happen voluntarily as well as any potential regulations, being sensitive, of course, to the impact of regulations that could assist the fleet with really further targeting to avoid smaller fish. The agency got back to me with a couple thoughts on that I've was hoping to include in a motion, but I was wondering if anybody from the agency wanted to sort of further clarify the response that I got earlier when I was asking about regulations and the potential impact of regulations further sort of freezing the ability of the fisheries to innovate further or experiment with additional gear modifications. Seems like the agency has some thoughts on how regulations can be used to sort of assist that process more than freeze it in time. And if there's any agency staff who want to elaborate on that a little bit at this point, that would be useful, I think.
Through the chair, Mr. Trite, this is Andrew Olson, for the record, NIPS Fishery Management Specialist. So in the presentation today, covered on Appendix 3, kind of a light overview of potential gear modifications and some regulatory requirements in some of the sablefish fisheries, as well as some others on the East Coast. And so if this, for further analysis, analysts could look at different gear modifications that have been voluntarily used in the sablefish IQ fishery. As mentioned previously, that the Observer Program began collecting data on escape rings, so escape ring sizes, quantities, and different pots. We also heard from public testimony that users are using different escape mechanisms as well, like mesh panels was one that commonly came up. So this will provide analysts a way to look at what other options are out there, look at other sablefish fisheries and even other fisheries, and doing a deeper dive into what's voluntarily used versus what other regulatory restrictions are used in those fisheries. And some regulations, for instance, it's just describing a mathematical measurement, whether it be a diameter or a perimeter, to then that could provide flexibility as far as the shape of the escape mechanism being used. So there could be some flexibility as far as what the user could be using for a shape, if whatever they decide to choose.
Thanks, and again, appreciate your work on that over the lunch hour. So, Madam Chair, I think that covers my questions at this point.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Twite. So what are the wishes of the council as far as action on C4? Yes, Mr. Twite.
It will probably come as a great surprise to everybody in the room that I have a motion on this.
Yes, shocking. Oh. We'll wait for it to come up on the screen.
Okay, I see it on the screen, so I'll go ahead and start. The council recommends releasing the analysis for final action with the following revised purpose and need statement and alternatives. Purpose and need. Beginning with the 2014 age class, a continuing series of large year classes of sablefish are resulting in significant catches of small sablefish in the IFQ and CDQ fixed gear fisheries, and current regulations require retention of all sablefish. Small sablefish have low commercial value under current market conditions. Action is needed to reduce the harvest of small sablefish that are not marketable. Although no scientific studies are available to estimate survival rates for Alaska sablefish, information from other areas suggests that survival rates for carefully released sablefish may be high enough to warrant consideration of relaxing full retention requirements. Limited operational flexibility to carefully release or avoid catching small sablefish may increase the value of the commercial harvest and provide economic and community stability for the harvesting and processing sectors, and may be useful to maintain the fishery resource since it could allow small fish to contribute to the overall biomass. Alternatives. All aspects of this action apply to both the IFQ and CDQ fixed gear sablefish regulations, and the preliminary preferred alternative is shown in bold. Alternative 1, which is not part of the PPA, is no action status quo. Under the no action alternative, all regulations and FMP language related to a prohibition on discarding sablefish would remain intact. These regulations include 50 CFR 679.7D 4II and 50 CFR 679.7 F11. Additionally, discarding is prohibited in both the BSAI and GOA groundfish FMPs in the fourth provision under general provisions, section 3.7.1.7, prohibiting discarding of sablefish. Alternative 2, the PPA. Allow release of sablefish in the IFQ fishery. This alternative would modify the regulatory restrictions that prohibit release of sablefish caught by sablefish IFQ and CDQ vessels, as well as the FMP provision prohibiting discarding. Require retention of sablefish 22 inches total body length or longer, parentheses, provides for voluntary release of sablefish under 22 inches total body length, end of parens. Elements of the alternative. Element 1, DMRs. The SSC recommends the DMR through the stock assessment process. Element 2, catch and release mortality accounting. Sablefish catch and release mortality associated with the IFQ fishery will be accounted for in the stock assessment. For in-season management, an ICA must be established to account for sablefish discards. Option 1, as part of the annual harvest specification process, fixed gear ICAs will be established separately for the CP and CV categories. And option 2, as part of the annual harvest specification process, a fixed gear ICA will be established for all IFQ vessels combined. Element 3, monitoring and enforcement. The analysis should describe potential monitoring and enforcement provisions that could improve estimates of voluntary and regulatory discards. Element 4, review. The ability to release sablefish will be reviewed in A, 3 years, B, which is the preliminary preferred alternative, 5 years, or C, 7 years following implementation. Element 5, release requirements. The council recommends development in conjunction with fishery of careful release requirements for all fixed gear sablefish fisheries. The analysis should describe gear modification options, parentheses, voluntary and regulatory, end of parens, used to improve size selectivity for pot and hook and line gear fisheries. With a second, I can speak to my motion.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I need just a second, though, to switch files here. So, if I may. Madam Chair, I'm having document management problems. Can I have just another moment?
Yes, we can just have a brief stand down. Let us know when you're ready, please.
Sure. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, please proceed.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Apologies for that. Large recruitment events, particularly those that occur over a period of several years, can pose a challenge to our management system. The unprecedented recruitment events of sablefish have certainly been challenged, although they are also welcomed. This action is necessary to allow the fixed gear fleet to adapt to the very large biomass of small sablefish and the challenging economic environment. It is now clear that crew, as well as owners, will benefit from the incremental increase that some business models may well achieve from this regulatory change. This motion is in large part the AP motion, with some changes and edits resulting from staff presentations to the council and public testimony. I'll describe those changes. The purpose and need statement was modified to explicitly include CDQ, a change which the AP had already made to the alternatives. Other changes to the purpose and need clarify that the objective of this action is to reduce landings of small, unmarketable sablefish and acknowledges that gear modifications may also address the problem. I've eliminated from the motion the first option under alternative 2, which would have allowed discard of any size of fish, as the analysis in front of us describes numerous problems, such as impacts on data quality and others. I suggest that the analysts move that section to the, section in the analysis on alternatives considered but not analyzed further. Also, for clarity, eliminated the range of DMR rates, as it is clear from this analysis that the SSC will recommend DMRs annually, which is the more flexible and preferable approach. For element 2, my intent in making those changes is that NIMS will explore options to use ICA and ICA or ICAs, plural, to account for fixed gear discards. CDQ discards would be accounted for under the fixed gear ICAs after the CDQ reserve allocation is taken off the top. And I would also just refer to Ms. Cleaver's description of that process in response to the question I asked her just prior to making the motion. I've modified the last sentence of alternative 2, element 5, and added a request to further explore options for voluntary or mandatory gear modifications. Gear selectivity is an effective method for targeting larger fish and avoiding smaller fish, which is voluntarily used in the fishery using a variety of options across different gear types. Adding this alternative would provide a different alternative, a different element that doesn't increase discards and would avoid many of the challenges associated with increased data uncertainty of estimating discards. Council and NIMS staff would, I expect, provide additional information on gear modifications voluntarily used in the sablefish, IFQ, and CDQ fisheries for the council to make an informed decision. NEPA requires the analysis of a reasonable range of alternatives, and it is reasonable for this council to analyze approaches that could accomplish the intended result, but that don't always involve increasing discards in a fishery that is currently full retention. I did not adopt the SSC suggestion that the council consider establishing performance measures, as it did not seem productive at this time. The SSC themselves noted that the results of analyses to date showed only small responses under all assumed DMRs, that none of the DMRs were expected to have substantial effects on the spawning biomass, that substantial aggregate revenue impacts are unlikely to be large, and that benefits and costs are expected to vary across locations and vessel classes. With only small expected impacts to either the population or the revenues, and likely variance in economics throughout the fleet, it seems unlikely that the council could adopt any performance measures that would be useful and informative. The one possible exception to that might be enforcement and compliance, but we are already informed about those on an annual basis by OLE and the Coast Guard. And finally, I request the analysts address the SSC recommendations for the final analysis as practical. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the motion, Mr. Twite. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, and thank you for the motion, Mr. Twite. I guess I just had a question on the element 5 on the release requirements. I think we heard in the presentation and in testimony support for a regulation for release requirements, and I guess as opposed to outlining what those might look like, even for just hook and line, this motion takes the approach of asking analysts to continue to work on that and provide something that then in element 5 might look like a requirement, an actual regulation to require careful release. Am I interpreting that correctly?
I didn't want to stray too far from the AP wording. It's my intent certainly that the analysts would start with industry suggestions that and others suggestions we heard in testimony as well, that for the at least for the hook and line fleet, that the existing halibut requirements should suffice as well for sablefish. For pot gear, we heard anything, a couple of different a range of suggestions, everything from as simple as it could just be a requirement to ensure that the table is cleared before the next pot is dumped, to maybe a little bit more complex than that. And I think I think it's a fairly simple matter for staff to in the first case, in the hook and line case, just verify with the agency and others that indeed the existing requirements for halibut should work as well for sablefish on the hook and line fishery. And then I think there's a fairly narrow range of possible options for the pot fishery. So I just wanted to leave room for a little bit of additional checking instead of trying to nail it down entirely, but it's certainly my expectation that that's where staff would start.
Thank you, Mr. Twite, for that response. And then just a clarification on element 2. Because the heading of element 2 is bolded, I assume that means the preliminary preferred alternative would include or is trying to relate that there would be an ICA established. You just haven't selected which option to choose under element 2 at this time. Is that the right?
That's exactly right. And thank you. I actually meant to include that in my speaking points and didn't. So I appreciate the opportunity to respond affirmatively.
And thank you. And my last question was on the purpose and need. I certainly agree with a very clear statement on the action needed to reduce the harvest of small sablefish that are not marketable. But then given the analysis where we heard there was negligible conservation benefit and at a sector level, negligible maybe economic benefit, not to say that it doesn't support harvesters and processors that want to take advantage of this. I just wondered about the rest of the language that you added that maybe made it seem that our expectation for this action is higher than what we've just seen in the analysis. And maybe just a tiny bit of explanation on why you decided at this point after our initial review to add that language.
I thought that there was probably a little bit more. I wanted to indicate that I think there's a little more juice there on the economic side, and I think my wording. Well, I wanted to talk a little bit more, be a little bit clearer about limited operational flexibility, but also open the door a little bit wider, because we really did hear that for some of the harvesters were most affected by the current state of the sablefish fishery, both the owners and crew, that it could be a much more meaningful economic benefit than we're seeing in our aggregate analysis, that they expect it will be, and they expect their expectation is strong enough that they've been pushing this for quite a while. So I wanted to acknowledge that perspective, and I sort of thought, well, as well, as long as I'm doing that, indicate that any conservation effects are expected to be positive rather than negative, that even though they're negligible. That last one I'm not hugely well wedded to, though, but I do think it's important to acknowledge that there's particularly at the small business level, there may well be more. It's reasonable to expect more economic benefit than our sort of macro analyses are showing, and indicate that in the purpose and need statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Choi. I'll give that some thought. My only concern being that we use a purpose and need statement to try to show that the action that we might be taking would meet the purpose and need. And if we do an analysis that doesn't exactly show that on a macro level, we might be not benefiting ourselves. But I'll give that some thought. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Vanderhoven, and then Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for your motion. My question, I think, is somewhat along the lines of Ms. Kimball's first question regarding element 5, but I'm also looking at element 3 and wanting to know if you can elaborate a little bit more what exactly you're expecting to come back, since we're in your motion suggesting that this be released for final action. Are you looking then for staff to have that discussion in the next draft, as well as develop those into alternatives that can be analyzed that we can choose from? Or I'm just not sure procedurally there how we get there without actual alternatives for them to analyze. Thanks.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Vanderhoven. I'm not quite sure what you meant in terms of element 3, because I think that is largely focused on alternative 2. I think I understood as part of your question relative to the new language on element 5 that I think you were sort of pointing out that the gear I think you were focused more on the gear modification option, the new sentence, and how that could actually be an element really of alternative 1, status quo, particularly the voluntary portion of that. And even under status quo, we always have the option to change regulations. So it's not necessarily, wouldn't necessarily be exclusive to alternative 2. Am I reading you sort of correctly in terms of your question?
I think sort of, Mr. Twite. I guess when I'm looking at like element 3's potential monitoring enforcement provisions, if there's a laundry list, are you assuming that staff would craft that in a way that we could pick and choose all of them or some of them? I guess I'm just trying to figure out what they're going to analyze to compare against the purpose and need statement for something the way that it's characterized in the motion.
Okay. I think yes. For element 3, certainly we at final action will have a much more informed sense of what the monitoring and enforcement provisions would look like. And we can choose to weigh in on that at final action or not. But we will have been informed in our choice of the alternative about what those may look like, both we and industry. So we'll have a clearer sense of the consequences of adopting alternative 2, should we choose to do that, with this provision. And if we don't like some of those consequences, final actions, one opportunity to weigh in on that and say, well, maybe the council doesn't support this or that. But I view this mostly in terms of making sure that we're fully informed about what monitoring and enforcement would look like in the agency and staff's estimation under alternative 2. Similarly, then, for the careful release requirements, the gear modifications, as I suggested, they will also inform the council about either ways to amplify the effects of alternative 2, or if the council gets to final action and decides for whatever reason it doesn't want to adopt alternative 2, gives the council some ideas of what could be done under status quo in a voluntary sense, or some alternative regulatory ideas that might not be as encompassing as alternative 2 if the council wanted to pursue them further.
Thank you. And Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Twite, I just had a couple clarification questions on element 2. I think you did speak to this when you spoke to the motion, but the use of IFQ in element 2 was not meant to be exclusive to the IFQ, that all of these apply to both IFQ and CDQ. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And then under option 2, I guess between the two options, you're contemplating that we would set ICAs similar to how staff had outlined it in that chart, where we have a separate ICA in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands and the areas of the Gulf. The choice between these two options is whether to have one for all CP and CVs together, or have those split. You're not contemplating, for example, under option, I shouldn't interpret option 2 as being one ICA for all vessels in all areas combined. Was that also correct?
That's my intent, but I would like to just double check that with staff and make sure if my intent is actually reflective of their sense of that's the best approach for option 2. So if I could see if there's a head nod there, that would be useful to me.
Yes, we're getting a head nod.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Yes, Mr. Sugato.
Yes, thank you. This might be nitpicking, and I'm certainly not an expert on writing purpose and need statements, but Mr. Twite, I was wondering why in the original purpose and need, it stated that small sablefish have low commercial value under current market conditions. And then you revised it to say that action is needed to reduce the harvest of small sablefish that are not marketable. I kind of feel like the first statement is more accurate than the one that says they're not marketable. I was wondering if you had a rationale or a reason for making that change.
Thank you, Mr. Sakata. That's actually, it sounded so good when I wrote it. I think maybe on reflection, I should have just put the period after the word sablefish and got rid of that sort of tangential that are not marketable. I think that's a very good catch, and I think I appreciate you pointing that out.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see if there's an eventual amendment there. Any further questions? Any amendments? Yes, Mr. Sakata.
I'd like to offer up what Mr. Twite had just said, to amend the action as needed to reduce the harvest of small sablefish, period, and to delete that are not marketable.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven. And Sarah, would you mind getting that on the screen and striking that language? Okay, while we get that up on screen, would you like to speak to your amendment?
I think I've addressed already that, and that I just feel like that they could be marketable, I guess, is simply so just the discussion that I just had with Mr. Twite, I just feel to be a little more clarifying.
Thank you. We'll see if there are any questions on the amendment. Any comments? Any objection to the amendment? Okay, seeing none, that amendment passes without objection. Okay. Any further amendments? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I'll just try this also on the purpose and need in the last sentence. My amendment would be to strike the words all the way from provide economic and community stability for the harvesting and processing sectors, and may be useful to maintain the fishery resource since it would strike those words from provide through it. And with the second, I would speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for the second. I may have missed it in the discussion with staff, but this essentially goes back to the original purpose and need statement at the end of the sentence, and not because I don't believe in providing economic and community stability for the harvesting processing sectors. That's exactly what I believe we want to do, and any actions we can take to move us in that direction are worthwhile. But because I'm afraid, based on the analysis we have, that we will not be showing that we are doing these things with all of the other external factors affecting this fishery, and with the analysis that was done to show pretty negligible negative or positive impacts on biomass or spawning stock biomass. So it's really to try to ensure that we're crafting an action to meet our purpose and need. And I think we're in a better position with this change.
Thank you. Any questions on the amendment? Any comments? Any objection to the amendment? Ms. Watson?
Thank you. Through the chair, Molly Watson, NOAA's Office of General Counsel. I guess I would just have a question back to Ms. Kimball. After striking this language, would there be other objectives that the council would hope to accomplish through this purpose and need that would not be solely tied to economic objectives?
Yes, I think what was retained is that we could allow small fish to contribute to the overall biomass.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? And I'll try this again. Any objections to the amendment? Seeing none, that passes without objection. Any further amendments? Any comments on the amended main motion? Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I intend to support the motion. I will say up front that I had some reservations initially, given staff's, the very discussion we just got done having with regard to the fact that the biological impacts, I guess you might say, were negligible, didn't really harm anything, but didn't help either. And that the economic benefits were, could show slight improvements to total revenue. So I had some reservations about supporting and moving forward with that. However, after listening to the public testimony and listening to a number of the questions around this table regarding how the amended motion may impact us into the future, and we put a time frame on it that lets us look at that. And if what we anticipate may or may not occur changes, we gave ourselves the option to be able to review that at a time down the road. I also harken back in my mind about the fact that I sat for 2 days while we went through our workshop, and we kept using the words flexibility and resiliency. And I guess I look at some of what we're doing here right now is providing some flexibility for what could be in the future a very changing environment and economic conditions as well. So as a result of that, again, I intend to support the motion because I believe it provides all of those things. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the motion. I will be supporting this. This has been coming for quite a while, and I think it's needed. The public has been asking for it. We've heard it from public testimony. And what we found out since we've started discussing it this time, it's not going to create any biological problems. It will probably solve some marketing problems maybe, but so I'm going to be supporting this, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Twite, for the motion. Without repeating what others have said, I just want to acknowledge your inclusion of the language under element 5 about gear modification options, recognizing that the AP was advising not specifying specific requirements there at this stage, but still indicating that the analysis should include options to improve size selectivity. So appreciate your including that language. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Any other comments? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Just briefly, I appreciate the motion and very much appreciate all of the staff presentation and in particular the projections on implications for the spawning stock biomass. I think that really moved us into a position where we can move this forward, and with absent that, we really wouldn't have been in this position in my mind. I think the fishery needs this. I think the processors need this. I'm just really glad to see it starting to round out, and I hope it passes. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be supporting the motion. And just, you know, before we took this agenda item up, I spent some time in Seward speaking to fishermen that don't follow this process and asking them questions about this action in a way that led me to believe that every fisherman that I talked to in Seward said that this needed to be done. And so I feel like it's really addressing the needs of the industry. And I just really wanted to speak in support of this motion on the record to thank the relentless determination that members of the public showed in bringing this issue back to the council and refusing to let this go and continue to bring it to us, and paying for their own science and allowing the peer review of that. And I think that this just goes to show that if you think you have a good idea and you put enough effort in, hopefully it gets heard and action gets taken. So just wanted to thank the public for their participation over many years of coming back and telling the council that we needed to consider this. And I think we've worked out a lot of the concerns that were raised, and now we have something that hopefully we can move forward that'll provide some relief.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Sucado.
Yes, thank you. I also will be supporting this motion, but much like Mr. Williams, I initially had some reservations. It seemed like some of the burden of economic marketability burden was being shifted onto the regulatory side. I guess that is part of our duties. But I also have some concerns of kind of the full staff, well, I can't remember the exact word, the observers having to do additional work, and that they were just already full. So what might be lost, but I suppose that will come up in the analysis. I appreciated the public testimony. It certainly educated me better. And because of that, I will be supporting the motion and look forward to the full analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Sagata. Any final comments? Seeing none, thank you for the motion, Mr. Dwight. I will ask if there's any objection to the motion. Seeing none, that passes without objection. Any further action on C4? Okay. Let's do a brief stand down to transition into our next agenda item, D1. So we'll come back at 2:30 and begin our presentation. Council members, please come back to order. We are beginning our presentation on D1, and we have Sarah Reinsmith here to start us off.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, members of the council. For the record, my name is Sarah Reinsmith Gardner, council staff. Today, I'll be providing a presentation on the report of the Unobserved Fishing Mortality Working Group. So this group met in the fall over a period of 4 weeks and once a week for 2 hours to try to get through some of the objectives and the end products defined by the council. So the working group was comprised of several agency staff. It's an interagency working group. So agency staff, council staff, ADFMG staff, and SSC members to achieve the requested objectives. So some background on the working group. This is a byproduct coming out of the Crab Conservation Work Plan, which was presented in December of 2022. The SSC report made a recommendation for a unobserved working group in October 2022 and December 2022, and then the council put forth a motion to initiate the unobserved mortality working group in December of 2022. In June of 2023, the council defined the objectives and potential end products for the working group, and then in this most recent fall of 2023, the working group met. So this is the council motion that was put forward in June of 2023 that approved the objectives and the end products. So some of the objectives of the group were to identify the data sources, major data gaps, and assumptions that are used to estimate unobserved mortality for stock assessments and to better understand the temporal and spatial extent across fisheries and gear types. The second objective was to provide research priority recommendations and/or identify potential research projects that are needed to best estimate unobserved fishing mortality. Potential for the end products included a framework for estimating UFM into stock assessments, reporting back on the specific research priorities and particular data needs, as well as recommending approaches to investigate the spatial and temporal extent of unobserved mortality across fisheries and gear types. So before I jump into the byproducts of the report, I just wanted to put forth some potential objectives for the council at this point in time for when they're reviewing the report and just particular feedback. So the first being providing feedback on if the working group report is comprehensive and responsive to the council requested objectives. And the second would be identifying potential next steps for the working group. So I put together a list of things that the council may wish to consider, but this is not all encompassing, and the council may wish to go in a different direction should they choose. But some of those include pausing the working group until there's more information to inform unobserved fishing mortality estimates. And this would be in response if the council found that the working group report was comprehensive and responsive to council defined objectives, to kind of put a pause until some more research is gathered. The second being continue the working group meetings with current membership, but providing additional objectives or revisit those that were not comprehensively addressed in the report. The third would be to follow the completion of ongoing research, expand the working group membership, and redefine additional objectives to meet council requested end products. And the last being to expand to a public facing workshop, but this would require further defined council workshop objectives. And so that may require additional information or a little bit more thought going into that one. So now I'll walk through the report, but as the working group met, our first meeting, we thought it might be best to define some working group terms of reference or some of the things that we would or would not consider when thinking of unobserved fishing mortality, as this is a very broad topic and the discussion could veer very quickly. So we only considered the big three stocks, so those being Bristol Bay red king crab, Eastern Bering Sea tanner crab, and snow crab. The working group did not consider any uncertainty surrounding current data on observed mortality, so we didn't go into what is considered observed or our current observer practices. The working group did not consider any habitat effects from gear. We only looked at potential direct mortality as a result of gear contact. And the gears that were considered were all gear types, including pots, ghost pots, hook and line, non-pelagic trawl, and pelagic trawl. The working group will like to note that the conclusions and the perspectives in this report reflect the perspectives and expertise of the membership and are not all encompassing. It's noted in the report that the working group encourages other gear experts and stakeholders to provide public input at this meeting and other review periods to provide additional information or insight into unobserved fishing mortality. So today I have 5 main components of my presentation, and I'll be highlighting the main points that are discussed in the report, but I thought this was a good way to structure some of the areas that I wanted to touch on today and highlight from the report. So the first being the assumptions and uncertainties for estimating unobserved mortality. The working group highlighted 4 main elements that are required to assess unobserved fishing mortality. The first being estimated bottom contact of all gear types. The second being the distribution of crab in space and time. The third is the probability of encounter rates based on 1 and 2. So where are the crab in space and time, and where is bottom contact occurring, and subsequently the effects of that. And the fourth is the resulting mortality of a crab gear encounter. The working group agreed that the state of knowledge required to inform unobserved fishing mortality estimation depends heavily on future field studies. And I kind of walk through that in tables 1 and 2 at the end of the presentation, but they're also found at the end of the report. And it's also important to note that there's substantial variability in gear materials and design that may be critical to best understand unobserved fishing mortality. So the working group membership was not comprised of gear experts. So at this time, we didn't really discuss the variability in gear and design, but that would be something that should be considered when looking at unobserved fishing mortality estimates. So second, the working group talked about the tools that we currently have that may be used to inform unobserved fishing mortality. So one of the tools that's been brought forward many times throughout the council process is the fishing effects model. So the fishing effects model was used to assess the adverse effects of fishing on essential fish habitat in the EFH 5-year review. And this has also been brought forth in several crab-related council analyses to infer potential gear interactions with crab stocks. While the fishing effects model is a useful tool to estimate bottom contact from fishing events, it cannot inform the probability of gear encounters with crab species or support unobserved fishing mortality estimations without the knowledge of crab spatial temporal distribution and the potential vulnerability to gear interactions by crab. So while this is a tool that we have available currently to characterize fishing activity and estimate habitat impacts, it is not something that can be used to assess unobserved fishing mortality at this time. The second tool that we have or is ongoing, the NMFS Kodiak Lab and BSFRF and ADFNG are working to provide additional information on spatial and temporal distribution of crab through several of their tagging studies. But specifically, they're using some of this information to develop species distribution models for Bristol Bay red king crab based on fishery-dependent data and an improved snow crab species distribution model to resolve the sex and maturity-specific distributions. So this is a project that's ongoing, but again, that would help and be responsive to that criteria number 2 that is required to estimate unobserved fishing mortality, better understanding of crab spatial temporal distribution. So one of the objectives of the working group was to, or anticipated end products was to develop a framework for incorporating UFM into stock assessments. So the working group worked together to develop 2 potential approaches for incorporating UFM into stock assessments. And that those 2 would be, I'll walk through approach 1 and approach 2, and then I'll kind of walk through the caveats of both of those approaches. So in the first approach, unobserved fishing mortality, or U, could be parameterized by each gear using an estimated gear-specific scaling parameter, a gear-specific bottom contact index, and a relative vulnerability for different components of the population, so size, sex, etc. This could be incorporated into the model as either an additional mortality term, U, or as an additional fleet. The main caveat or problem with this approach is that the model would have to be fit to the new data on unobserved fishing mortality, which is currently unavailable. So this is most valuable as a research model framework at this time, but it's not something that could be realistically incorporated into our stock assessments that's used in a management realm at this point in time. So the second approach for incorporating unobserved fishing mortality into stock assessments is similar to the approach that's currently used to incorporate observed bycatch mortality in assessment models. So this model would then be fit to the sum of observed bycatch mortality plus the estimated unobserved fishing mortality. But this would also require independent estimates of the probability of mortality following gear encounters. This could be included using a similar approach to that in the assessments that's currently being used as for handling mortality. But ultimately, this is kind of similar to the proposed fleet-based approach, but without explicit estimation of gear-specific scaling parameters or the potential interactions of gear and crab. It's a little bit difficult to incorporate into the models at this time. So some of the caveats with both of these frameworks is that a lot of the necessary data that we need for either of the approaches do not exist currently. So that is problematic in trying to incorporate that into the assessment model. Not saying that it can't be done, but it can't be done right this second. Additionally, the model structure varies for different stocks. As you see when we walk through the proposed model specs, each assessment model has very different variables and different considerations when incorporating into that. So there would be specific approaches required for each stock to incorporate unobserved fishing mortality into the assessments. And this isn't a caveat, but it's just a note that should unobserved fishing mortality estimates become available or some of these information to inform how to incorporate UFM estimates into stock assessments, the assessment models would still go through the regular CPT, SSC, AP council review process before any implementation for management purposes. That to be said, the assessment model would not just include unobserved fishing mortality before a thorough review to be used for specification setting. So now I will walk through tables 1 and 2 of the document. So this is section 4 where we're identifying several of the data availability, data gaps, and prioritizing potential research needs and potential research priorities. So these tables are at the end of the report. I find it easier to kind of look at them in the actual report than on the slides, but to each their own. So table 1 summarizes the current state of knowledge for 4 elements of unobserved fishing mortality and captures the working group perspectives on the assumptions that are necessary to inform unobserved fishing mortality by gear type and the associated uncertainties in the data availability and research needed fields to best meet the council objectives. So both of these occurred the working group took a look at the prioritization of individual research needs at both an individual event level as well as a population level for crab stocks. But the working group was not able to prioritize the importance of unobserved fishing mortality from one gear type over another. And I want to note that a high priority ranking does not mean that the working group thought that that was the largest contributor to UFM, but rather an area of priority requiring further research. So when looking at table 1, one of the rows that I want to highlight in each of the gear-specific rows is the priority. So this is where the working group really was able to prioritize different areas of research and different data gaps that may be important to further look at. And so looking at table 1.
Ms. Rhinesmith, before we continue, we have a question. Ms. Kimball?
I'm so sorry, Ms. Rhinesmith. I wanted to understand that last point of yours better. How do we understand then what would be deemed a priority? Is it because the council's interest is there or the public's interest is there? I understand you saying it didn't mean the work group said this is the biggest problem. Is it because there are more data gaps associated with that particular priority or gear type? Can you just give me a little more flavor for your main point there?
Certainly. Thank you through the chair. So when the working group was looking at prioritization, we did look at potential data gaps, but also the potential for crab gear type encounters and the subsequent effects on crab at an individual event level and at a population level. So this the prioritization was put together by the expertise of the working group. There wasn't a formal data literature search, and the working group does highlight that it may not be entirely comprehensive, but the prioritization was based on the working group expertise and just based on data availability as well as the potential impacts at an event level and population level.
So I should just think of it as a priority. The work group identified it as a priority for research.
Yes, that is true. Thank you.
Thank you.
This looks. Sorry about that. I think we're ready to continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the first part of Table 1, or the top half of Table 1, looking at fixed gear. And I will highlight that the shading in the priority row indicates the potential prioritization that the working group emphasized. So in fixed gear category, lost pots was identified as a potential priority for additional research needed. This is the second half of Table 1. So this is trawl gear. And in this section of the table, it's noted that non-pelagic trawl gear and pelagic trawl gear warrant additional research in the areas of bottom contact, gear lethality, and the potential for events to overlap with crab to produce population level impacts. So the working group identified the work of the lethality of pelagic trawl gear as the highest priority for additional research based on this table and the expertise of the working group. This prioritization was motivated in part by the expectation that pelagic trawl gear has the potential for a relatively high ratio of unobserved to observed encounters with crab. The working group suggests the research approaches and identified likely research timelines for work on mortality rates for all gear types. And so a lot of those research approaches are discussed in Table 2. And so I'll walk through that in the next few slides. So I want to note that Table 2 is not comprehensive and may not include all research areas necessary to quantify unobserved fishing mortality, but rather it provides a research baseline that the working group feels is necessary to inform unobserved fishing mortality estimates. So the information that the working group felt like would be required to best inform UFM estimates is gear bottom contact information, information on crab spatial distribution, crab movement, size and life stage vulnerabilities, the potential for encounter rates with gear, and the mortality rate if encountered. So each piece of information on the left was evaluated based on the possible approaches for providing information, the available data, and the key limitations to available data or models, and then highlighting the potential research needs. So Table 2 highlights the information that's required for estimating UFM, approaches, availability, limitations, and research needs. And I'll note that the shading indicates the priority of research. So the darker the gray, the higher the priority. And this is a pretty big table, so I'm not going to walk through everything step by step, but I welcome any questions on it. And I do just have a few key points that I want to make on this table. And a lot of the high prioritization was identified by the working group to gain better insight on crab spatial and temporal distribution by size and life stage, as well as size and life stage dependent vulnerabilities. These topics are a high priority for all gear types, as this information informs one of the key elements, so crab spatial temporal distribution, that may be necessary to inform UFM estimates. So I just have a few more slides, one of them being the working group recommendations. And this report, the working group felt, is the first step to achieving the council's requested end products and meets the council's objectives. The working group wanted to note that there are substantial data deficiencies that preclude an estimation of UFM at this time. The working group feels that the additional working group meetings would likely not be fruitful until further data have been collected to better inform UFM estimates. And if additional meetings are held, input from a broader group of gear experts or other experts would be helpful. And lastly, I just want to note that the crab plan team did have the opportunity to review this report as well in January 2024, and I've linked the CPT report in this presentation. And apologies, I compiled this presentation before the SSC had time to take final or put forth their recommendations for research priorities, but they did develop a research ID SSC sub 006, and that incorporated some of the unobserved fishing mortality working group highlighted research needs. And then in their final research priorities identified list, research priority 809, I believe, does encompass some of the suggestions by the working group. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rhinesmith. And I just wanted to acknowledge that Chris Siddon, a working group member, is on the line for either questions. I'll also ask if he has anything to add as we work through our questions here. I see at least one hand up. Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Excuse me. I did have one question on the recommendation slide. The second bullet there about data deficiencies precluding estimation of UFM. And I'm wondering whether the group discussed whether there are avenues for sort of qualitatively acknowledging the concept of UFM and building that into assessment, somehow trying to not ignore the issue while we're still collecting information.
Thanks for the question through the chair. I think that a qualitative, including anything qualitative into the stock assessments is going to prove very challenging. I think that in our stock assessment process, inherently, we like to do things a little quantitatively. I don't think that the issue of unobserved fishing mortality is going to be ignored, but I don't know that we have a potential avenue for including some qualitative measurements. But it is something that is discussed frequently at the plan team meetings and during the assessment setting process. And Chris, I welcome any additional input if you have anything to add. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. Yeah, the only thing I would add is that, UFM is this complicated combination of bottom contact, time on the bottom, how lethal the gear is, and then the overlap with the gear and the crab. And so how you combine those and what the resultant would be really difficult to predict ahead of time. Thanks.
Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll do a sound check.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of questions, Madam Chair. I appreciated Ms. Ryan-Smith Gardner's response to Ms. Kimball's question about Table 1, but I was hoping, since we have the benefit of Dr. Sidden online, I'm thinking about some public comments that we received on this agenda item relative to Table 1 and sort of digging into the details as our stakeholders do about some of the elements in that table and, sort of questioning the thinking of the working group on time of particular gear on the bottom and the metrics used for that and things like that. And I'm not asking about that because I don't think we're at that stage right now. I just maybe wanted to ask Dr. Sidden. I feel like Ms. Kimball's takeaway from Ms. Ryan-Smith Gardner from this table in terms of the work group's recommendations for priorities for these different gear types, particularly in Table 1 for the lethality of gear, for example, is priority for research. Is that kind of the best takeaway, or do you have anything to add to that earlier answer?
Yeah, through the chair, thanks for the question. I think these are priorities because they have the potential for influencing our understanding of UFM. And so that's, where we've gone. Also, if you look in detail in Table 1, for example, if you look at the pelagic trawl in the lethality of the gear, where that is a high priority, you recognize that there's, in the data available, there isn't any. It requires field experiments to get it, and it's going to take roughly an estimated, based on our expertise, 3 to 5+ years to get there. So that's one of the rationales. Putting all of those things together makes that a high priority to get started because of those combination of things, where if you look up one row to the non-pelagic trawl and the same lethality of gear, you see that there's some data available already. And so that's the difference, and that's kind of one of the rationales for making it slightly less of a priority, even though it's still a medium level priority. So if you walk through the table, you can see kind of there's at least some reasonable consistency of the combination of how long it's going to take, whether it's going to take field experiments to get that information, or whether there's some data on hand to do those things. And that's not the case for all of these, but I just there is some consistency across some of these things as you look. Thanks. Hopefully that helped.
It did. And I have a follow-up, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Baker.
And it flows on nicely. It works out from Dr. Sidden's response, because I did want to ask about the field research versus the data mining. And I think this is a this is a bit of an unusual process. This unobserved fishing mortality work group, as I think we all recognize, and it was also, I think it might be difficult for the council and the public because we are not a research organization. And so, Dr. Sidden, how what's my question here? How does the data mining, is there a way for the council to indicate or otherwise make those sorts of things priorities? Is there a way for us to try to identify staff within our process to maybe find capacity to take these things on? I wonder if the working group talked about that at all, because I think we struggle a lot with that particular topic related to crab issues in particular. I think there's a lot of great ideas out there for things that can be looked at that might be able to be addressed with existing data, but we struggle finding the capacity to do that. Did you all talk about that at all?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I don't quite remember if we talked about that directly, other than, recognizing that those types of research are quite different from one another, and getting funding and or allocating time or people to those things are also going to be different. So no, I mean, at some point, either the agencies or council will need to just allocate staff to some of those and decide that that's a priority to do. Some of this is, depending on where it is confidential type data. So folks need to have the access to those things or start with those agreements and get that stuff worked out as well. But that process is, like you said, is quite a bit different than, writing a research grant that gets submitted to NPRB or any other thing, and that has to get done. So I don't know that I answered your question very well, but I think there is a combination of things, of either people getting explicitly tasked through their normal day-to-day jobs, and or folks writing grants to do news research to get to this. Thanks.
That was helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions? Or Dr. Sidden, did you have anything else to add and generally about the report?
No, I don't think much to add. Thank you for that. Other than as everyone can see here, there's a lot to be done before we have some informed answers. So, just to reiterate what we said in the report, we as the working group, and most of us want to allow folks to go get some of this information and make sure that there's time to do that in the next few years as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you. And thank you for joining us this afternoon. Okay. And thank you, Ms. Ryan-Smith Gardner. We're ready to transition to our AP report, and would remind any members of the public wishing to testify on agenda D1 to please do sign up before the end of our AP report. We might have to stand down just for a brief moment until our EP member comes into the room.
Good afternoon, council members. Paul Wilkins for the record, advisory panel vice chair. So on agenda item D1, the council or the advisory panel did take action. And the motion reads as follows. Under D1 Unobserved Fishing Mortality Working Group, the motion reads as follows. The AP appreciates the work by the Unobserved Fishing Mortality Working Group, UFMWG, and review bodies for the report. The AP concludes that the UFMWG report is comprehensive and responsive to SSC and council-defined objectives and end products, and acts as a step towards exploring and addressing the potential impacts of unobserved fishing mortality, UFM, on crab. The AP recommends that the council pause the working group until further research projects are completed to inform a framework for addressing UFM, and task staff with tracking and reporting on the progress of the ongoing research projects related to unobserved fishing mortality. In the interim, the AP recommends the description of the research priority RP ID number 809 and others as necessary be updated to include language that identifies it, that it addresses the high priority research needs as identified by the working group. Information for all gear types on bottom contact and footprint of gears, along with mortality rates or the quantification of the lethality of each gear type on crab, with a focus on periods of crab molt cycles. And that motion passed 20-0.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven, then Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. My question is regarding that last paragraph about the research priorities. And I read the rationale for that and wasn't completely following why it's addressed here when you took up research priorities first. So if you could just walk me through that a little bit more, I'd appreciate it.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, thank you for the question. So the AP did take agenda item D5 research priorities out of order, and then followed through and took action on agenda item D1. And we did flag in the agenda item D5 in the motion that unobserved fishing mortality research was a clear priority from sort of review of the materials beforehand. And so because that motion and that activity had taken place beforehand, it was also considered that it was appropriate here to sort of additionally follow up. I guess, does that sort of get to your question?
So it was more of just an exclamation point on the AP feeling like that was a priority, or was there something that they felt was missed in that regard under their D5 motion?
Through the chair, good. Thank you for the question again. Yeah, it was sort of more to reinforce the activity that we had and the motion that we took on D5.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for the report, Mr. Wilkins.
Thank you.
We are ready for public testimony on D1. We have 5 people signed up. Just a reminder, companies and individuals will have 3 minutes, organizations and associations 6 minutes. So we'll begin with Corey Lesher, followed by Kristen Stahl-Johnson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Before I get started, I would just like to acknowledge and express my condolences for the passing of Mr. Down. Will be deeply missed in this process. My comments will be short and sweet today. I don't have a lot to add. I would just like to say that, oh, sorry, for the record, Corey Lesher with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. I think you guys know that, but state that anyway. So we'll be speaking on behalf of ABSC today, and we appreciate the working group report and appreciate the steps that the council took in the past previous years to bring this forward and make sure that that a working group was formed to have these discussions and bring it forward for members of the public and the council. We believe that the report was responsive to the council requested objectives and the anticipated products to come out of the report. And at this time, as much as we would like to see perhaps a workshop to include the public, we believe that the members that made up the working group, members of the crop plan team and the SSC, and from agency, we believe that their credentials are sufficient for a comprehensive product. I would note that in the future, I think it would be great to include members of the public that includes fishermen, other gear experts. They would have a lot to contribute to a report or future recommendations to address unobserved fishing mortality. In the meantime, I think Dr. Siddon said it really well a few minutes ago. Let's go get that data. This research is a priority. I think that we can all acknowledge that. It's been flagged several times by the advisory panel and through the public comment process. The working group did a great job identifying the information that we have, the tools that we can use to assess unobserved fishing mortality, and that there are still many deficiencies and data gaps. And so sitting here before you, I would urge the council to take this up under research priorities, which will come up later at this meeting. And for the time being, just flagging that that we think this report was identified high priority topics. And they do acknowledge that this council is not in fact a research body, but it can elevate some of these needs in their research priorities agenda coming up later. And I would just emphasize that this is really important, not only for stock assessments, but for management as well. And it's been identified in the working group report strictly for estimates into stock assessments. But I would just like to flag that it's also important for management. And I would like to point out, I appreciate the component of the advisory panel motion that requests council to track the progress of research efforts. I think the council's done a great job of that in the past, requesting information on current and ongoing research. And I believe that there's a number of research projects, particularly one here in Kodiak. A postdoc is working on a component of the fishing effects model that began after this working group met in November and December of last year. So there's already data being produced, and I would love if the council would, I don't know that ask for that data, but track it similar to other activities that the council has asked industry and researchers to come forward with. So maybe that wasn't as short as I thought it would be, but that concludes my testimony. Thanks again, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lesher. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Lesher. And now that I'm reading it, I wonder if I'm reading too much into the AP motion, but tell me if I'm getting your testimony right, that in addition to just tracking ongoing research, we should be trying to track it and relate it to the data gaps that we've now identified through this working group. Is that part of what you're talking about?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yeah, I think, I guess what the way that I envisioned that was kind of progress reports, maybe annually. I don't know how that would look if that's council, staff, you know, reaching out to organizations, institutes, schools, postdocs, researchers, and in an effort to understand what ongoing research is being carried out and then potentially wrapped up. There are some projects that just wrapped up this spring. I think a lot of these things will be happening simultaneously, but I do think that it's important for council bodies to understand what's becoming available and how can we begin incorporating that, whether it's crowd plan team presentations or council. But you know, and Mr. Kurland brought this up earlier. You know, how are we going to use this information and begin looking at qualitative or quantitative adjustments to stock assessments and management?
Thank you for the indulgence, Madam Chair. That was going to be my second question, is like, when it does seem like there is some embedded action here, and tracking sounds kind of passive, but it seems like we need to be deliberate about understanding what's available to us as soon as we can. Is your recommendation, your response there, that you would see that coming through the CRAB plan team before coming to the council? Or, you know, do we go through all those steps, or do you see it more coming directly to the council?
So Chair, Ms. Kimball, I really appreciate this question because I know that it's easy to kind of lose context. Again, I don't know how that would look, but I really do appreciate when there's an opportunity for our scientific body, so the CRAB plan team and the SSC, to be involved in things like this. It's really important that especially when we're dealing with research products and implementation into stock assessment and management, that our scientific advisory bodies, CRAB plan team and the SSC, have an opportunity to see and weigh in. And with that, I understand that the schedules are tight, staff time is limited, but I would urge the council to make this a priority, especially in the times of low crab abundance.
Yes, Mr. Curley.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Lesher, I'd like to follow up on your comment about let's go get the data. I'm wondering your thoughts on, I guess, the prospect of your organization, perhaps in collaboration with other industry sectors, going and getting some of the data, and you know, potentially even thinking ahead to crab disaster funds, and whether a project like this could work into spend plans for disaster funds. Whether you have any thoughts on sort of industry taking the lead in trying to collect some of this information.
Through the chair, Mr. Kurland, really appreciate the question. Yeah, that's a great point. I believe that there's going to be some pools of money becoming available specific for crab research, but it doesn't stop there. I will try to keep my comments aligned with each action item. There's a little bit of overlap with this one and research priorities, and you'll hear me testify to that later in the week. When the council sets their top 10 priorities, that gives entities, grant funding organizations, schools, et cetera, opportunity to make those project priorities. And so by having unobserved fishing mortality as one of the council's top research priorities, I believe that there becomes a more competitive pool for grant funding. So your level of projects are going to be higher, and the money that will be made available for projects to go and collect the data, it will be a larger pool. Different organizations, whether it's industry-led, scientific, research bodies, ADFNG, NIMFs, grad students, postdocs. The way that I see it and that I understand it is is that then becomes more readily available. And I think that there's a lot of information, a lot of data to go and get, and not just one group will be able to do it all. But my hope is that industry collaborations with different state and federal agency partners, et cetera. I think you guys understand where I'm going with that, but I hope that answers your question.
Thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
So next up is Kristen Stahl Johnson, followed by Oyston Lawn.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Kristen Stahl Johnson with Ocean People Resources, which is a network of conservation voices. On the unobserved fishing mortality report is a comprehensive and detailed exercise, and it sets out clearly and systematically what we intuitively already understood, that we know very little about unidentified or unobserved fishing mortality. In a way, it's like, I like to change that to unobservable fishing mortality, particularly UFM from mobile pelagic and non-pelagic trawl gear. And it is a daunting task to collect all the data that would be useful to use in our current stochastic modeling approaches, especially when it adds much more statistical uncertainty into using the data in our population model assessment models. I'm deeply concerned, and it's gonna sound like I'm I may be swimming against the current here, but I'm deeply concerned that we're on the verge of committing large amounts of resources, limited resources and limited time, and still end up with significant stochastic uncertainty about UFM. I heard dollar numbers in the terms of $6 million over 4.5 to 5 years, and we've already been looking at and considering this problem for 2 years. And then there's the time lag after that of going through the entire council process and coming up with something that we might or might not want to use. The goal of this council should be to not only account for unseen and unknowable bycatch mortality, but also to minimize it to the extent practicable, as well as effectively protect habitat. Since we are really talking about the significant unmeasurable impacts of trawl gear relative to bycatch and habitat, it would be far better to choose limited resources to focus on the definitions of trawl gear, its design, size limit, and engineering, and to come up with a way to effectively manage that gear so that we can minimize and eliminate a lot of that uncertainty that we're currently looking at. I just heard about out in the hallway about the fact that there are now 4 factory trawlers using twin trawls in the Bering Sea. These things have been banned by the European Union because of their voracious destructive behavior. And how much of that is known in the council now? I just heard about it myself. That means you're dragging 2 pelagic trawls at the same time. That should be a big concern to everyone. So what are we doing? Without gear definition, without the studies that show us how to build and monitor these nets, which we already know from the industry that they're the ability to really monitor what the nets are doing electronically, we're not going to begin to control the habitat destruction and bycatch that we have been mandated to do for over 30 years. It's practicable as a way of minimizing bycatch for us to define and really look at how that gear works and how to keep it off the bottom, how to keep it out of habitat, how to make it selective. That's where our focus should be. The E coefficient in the Ricker curve is about effort, and we're not putting enough time and effort into, excuse the pun, into understanding what that most manageable part of that equation is. I think that a register for gear before it's being used in these large fisheries will help us get an idea of what Coast Guard has to manage for that matter. Let's see where I'm going. I think I've already covered that item. We need immediate action now. It is the fact that it's going to take so long and so much money just to look at UFM right now. And we are facing a lot of change in climate and bigger uncertainties than we've ever faced before. It should be a red flag that we should be looking more at the gear itself rather than trying to get into a long debate about whether or not there's a lot of mortality in the fishery that we're not being able to account for. A gear registry should be a priority, not wasting time and limited resources on extended studies with questionable expected ability to actually answer the question with all the uncertainty that goes in these stochastic models. With all we understand about the uncertainty of climate change and going forward, we don't have time to focus on such a long-term complex project with minimally useful results bracketed by high uncertainty. I said that before. The focus needs to be on smaller, not larger gear, guaranteed to fish off the bottom, and within the strict parameters of designs that we've studied. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball and then Ms. Baker.
Was trying to think about, thank you for your testimony and a question, but some of these agenda items in front of the council, not just at this meeting, but across meetings are so related, but we're taking them in different orders. And so the council does have an action ongoing about gear definition. And I guess, please correct me if I'm hearing you say, you think our focus should be there as opposed to putting a ton of focus into estimating unobserved mortality from any gear type, but I think you mentioned trawl in particular. We're I guess trying to attack it from several fronts, and if I could concisely say the summary of your testimony, am I getting that wrong? That you'd rather us focus on that?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes, I think that focusing on that, given how the industry changes its gear and its parameters over time, and we can't keep up with that. So if we look at that definition and make it much, I mean, it's obviously not well defined if we can go out there and continue to double the effort without any understanding of its impact, physical and actual impact. All this research and study, which is important, but it needs to be in concert with an understanding of how the gear behaves and operates and what do we want it to do? You know, what is our end goal here? And it isn't to give the industry carte blanche to continue to work inside of these very unlimiting parameters that they have right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was very similar to Ms. Kimball's, so I'll hold. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any other questions? Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you very much.
So next up is Oyston Loan, followed by the Prout family.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Oyston Loan. I'm a longtime crab fisherman. I've been in the business since 1987. I own 2 crab vessels and I purchased IFQ quotas to support my businesses. I've participated in most all crab fisheries in the Bering Sea throughout the years and watched one crab fishery after another get closed down. We are now facing almost no fishing. Trying to survive is getting harder. It's the utmost importance that we figure out why our stocks are down. Also make sure that other gear types are not causing harm to our crab and protect these stressed stocks. With the devastating downturn in all our crab fisheries, it's been baffling why our crab has disappeared. I'm concerned that we might have bigger issues with crab mortality and need to study this sooner, not later. I encourage the council to do more research on unobserved fishing mortality, and hopefully we can get to the bottom of this. Thank you. That's my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Loan. Appreciate your time. Next up is the Prout family, followed by Scott Goodman.
Done. And start over. Madam Chair and members of the council, my name is William Prout. I'm a Alaskan crab fisherman, lived in Kodiak for over 50 years, and have over 45 years experience harvesting crab. During that time, I've participated in a multitude of crab fisheries throughout the state, primarily in the Bering Sea. Sitting here with my family members who have bought into the family business, into the boat, and bought additional fishing rights. I encourage them to buy and participate in this resource. They have rights and bought CVC shares prior to the NOAA trawl survey of 2021 that showed the collapse of resource and now face millions of dollars in debt. It's a lot of money for young people to even look at, let alone be able to pay. And they're trying their best, working as much as they can, but it's just a big thing to have happen to young people, our next generation of fishing. I want to see that my children and families succeed, and that can only come with proper management and oversight from this body. I want more protections put in place for iconic species like the Bristol Bay red crab, so that it can be a sustainable resource for the next generation. The tools and science are attainable to mitigate and calculate the impacts of unobserved fishing mortality and the impacts in the health of the stock. It is necessary to come up with the methods at measuring the impacts of unobserved fishing mortality, not only for the health of crab stocks, but for the health and viability of hardworking harvesters, fishing families, towns, communities, the state, and our oceans. We'll pass this over to my son, Gabriel.
Thank you, Dad. Madam Chairwoman, members of the council, thank you for allowing us to testify. I'm joined here by my father, my 2 brothers and their wives, and my wife as well as one of our sisters. My name is Gabriel Prout. I'm a 3rd generation commercial fisherman.
I work alongside my father and two brothers in the Bering Sea crab fisheries. I'm here to tell you that we need more protections for crab stocks in the Bering Sea, specifically for red king crab when it comes to the impacts of unobserved fishing mortality of the stock. I have seen firsthand the fragility of these crab when they're in their molting and mating phase in the spring, and I have seen just how susceptible they are to damage from handling them on deck, let alone interactions with a trawl net on the seafloor. When I participated in the pot survey in March of 2023, I found several crab with the tops of their backs or their carapaces crushed and damaged. You're seeing some of these photos here on the slide. This damage the crab exhibited was very unusual to see, and I believe it can only have occurred by interactions and contact with trawl gear on the bottom of the seafloor. I said as much at the time and received severe pushback and backlash from the trawl fleet and trawl sector as a whole. But I'm here today to double down on those comments and assumptions I made about what caused the damage I witnessed to these king crab. It was during this past king crab season in October that I saw more crushed crab right in the heart of the red king crab savings area. And as we know, there is no bottom trawling allowed in the red king crab savings area, only pelagic trawling by the pollock fleet. And yet I found another crushed crab with the top of its shell severely damaged. This was very disheartening to see again, but I was hesitant to draw conclusions from it based off past experiences. However, I found another crab with damage to its shell, and embedded in its shell was a foreign object, very reminiscent of a piece of string or twine. I isolated this material very carefully from the crab and stored it for safekeeping. It was only this past April that I sent the material off to one of the leading labs in the US for chemical analysis. That piece of foreign material, after an FTIR spectra test was done on it, came back as polypropylene. I also sent in a control sample from a section of ribline from a trawl net, and it also came back as polypropylene. I have the photos, I have the lab results, you're viewing them, some of them now. I have the chemical readings and the spectra of the samples I sent in, and I've attached them here to my testimony today to be included in the public record and for your reference. So to paint this picture clearly for you, I found a king crab in the heart of the red king crab savings area with polypropylene embedded in its back from having an interaction with what I believe to be a trawl net in the middle of the red king crab savings area. There is no doubt in my mind that this crab came in contact with a trawl net. We need more protections from the red king crab savings area to protect this iconic Alaskan species from being completely destroyed and crushed by trawl nets. It is easy to count Chinook or halibut bycatch when they come up in a trawl net. But when you have a net that kills and crushes more crab than it collects, you need new methods, new field research, new fishing practices, and new modeling and data inputs to account for that unobserved impact. Get these trawl nets off the bottom of the seafloor and protect what little amount of red king crab are still out there so that families like my own can have a stable and sustainable future in this fishery. Thank you. I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Gabriel, I just, you described the sampling that you went through to identify the polypropylene net material in the carapace of crab in one of these pictures. I see that there's some damage on the other photos that you are providing, but this particular crab looks like the carapace shell is relatively intact. Do you have any theories about, I guess, what the interaction of the net with that particular crab and why there looks like there's relatively little damage yet still a piece of net out of the carapace?
Madam Chairwoman, thank you for the question. I do have theories on that, and I'd almost liken it to, sometimes you hear these feel-good stories on the news of a 20-ton semi-truck crashing and pummeling a small vehicle, and somehow the occupant or driver of that vehicle remains literally virtually unscathed, except perhaps a scratch. I don't think anyone would say that's the normal outcome of a situation like that. Much like the interactions of a trawl net with crab on the bottom of the ocean floor, this particular picture and reference that I'm giving you with the crab with a primarily unscathed top of the shell carapace is probably the extreme exception to that rule, much like the example I just gave a moment ago. I think it was a very rare situation that this crab is exhibiting essentially no damage besides the 2 missing spines on the back of its shell. But this is more than likely the extreme exception to the case of a crab interaction with a trawl net.
Thank you for that. Yes, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, family, for showing up. So I appreciate these pictures. Is this something that you've been seeing for years in the red king crab savings area, in the crabs that you retained? Do you find them where the shells look like they're damaged, but they've somehow survived? Or is this the first time that you really encountered this last season when you were up there?
Through the chair, council member Mesereau, thank you. I think with the knowledge and the more prevalent talking points and discussion around unobserved fishing mortality, especially when it comes to the impacts on crab, you start to be a little more aware of what you're seeing out there while you're on deck. When my dad and I and my brothers are out there fishing, we're just trying to feed our families. We're just trying to do our job and get back home. But more recently, we've become more aware of some of these the crab that we're pulling up. And I can't tell you that I've been seeing this for years and years and years, because quite honestly, I haven't been paying attention. But now that these situations or these topics are coming up about the impacts of unobserved fishing mortality, you start to become aware of it. And you start to look at things a little bit differently. You start to, especially with the low reduced stocks, you even have a more of a appreciation for what you're taking out of the ocean and pulling up and putting on your deck to feed your family and other families across the U.S. So it's only been recently that we really started examining a little bit more carefully what's actually going on, coming up in our pot and going on to our sorting table. So I would answer it in that regard, that we've just become more aware of it and what we're actually seeing out there.
Thank you. And Mr. Cicada.
Yes, so thank you very much for your testimony. I've been impressed by some of the marketing efforts that I think I've read, where you've actually brought crab into Anchorage. I believe that's correct. Yeah, so I've been impressed by that. Is it your assertion that the control sample, polypropylene from a trawl, is trawl the only gear type that uses polypropylene rope?
Through the chair, council member. No, absolutely not. Polypropylene is used in our own gear line. Quite honestly, we have a sinking line and a floating line. But the interactions that would cause the markings on this particular crab to get embedded in its back would never happen just due to their proximity. Obviously, the crab crawls into the pot. Our pot is made up of a nylon mesh netting, and then of course the I believe 18-24 inches of cotton twine, the bio twine that degrades over time. So the crab pot itself is made up of nylon and cotton. Then of course you do have the line that is attached to the top of the pot, and that is usually typically made of polypropylene as well. Very tightly woven. Wouldn't have these strands that would be likely to get embedded or lodged inside the back of a crab. And at the same time, it's very, very extremely unlikely that that line itself that's attached to the pot would ever come in contact with what's on the inside of the pot. So to answer your question, no, we are not the only ones that use polypropylene, or I'm sorry, the trawl fleet is not the only one that use polypropylene. It's a very commonly used material throughout fishing efforts. But the special instance of where this polypropylene was identified within the crab and its back is very reminiscent of something that would have been happening with a trawl net.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Prout. I'm thinking about that a little bit and considering your testimony, and you seem to imply that it was caused by a pelagic net in the crab savings area, but they're highly migratory. So, and even if it is trawl, and I don't know, there are multiple different kinds of trawl. And so I'm curious about your conclusion considering the highly migratory nature of red king crab and why you think it's a pelagic injury or encounter. Because I don't see how we can differentiate that from other trawl gear or the survey trawl or any other fisheries that might be using similar polypropylene. So I'm curious why you came to the conclusion that you did.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Crab have legs, so they do move. They are migratory. They move around, and just due to the proximity of where it was found within the red king crab savings area, understanding the spatial distribution of crab and the directions they move throughout the year, and the effort of the trawl fleet, specifically the pelagic trawl fleet, I do believe it came from a pollock trawler, and I'm not going to hang my hat on that. I think it came from a trawl net in general. If it makes you feel better, I can take that comment and do more discussion with it. But I do think it came from a trawl net in general. And because of the nature of the red king crab savings area not allowing bottom trawl, and that is where we found it, I do think there's also a high likely instance of it being from a pelagic trawl net. So that is my reasoning or logic behind that question of yours.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any additional questions. We appreciate your testimony. So our last testifier is Scott Goodman, and he is joining us remotely.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, good afternoon.
Thank you. I will go ahead and start and jump in here. I appreciate the opportunity to chime in. I was up there in person earlier in the meeting here, but I'm back home now, so I'm glad I have an opportunity to chime in. So for the record, I am Scott Goodman, Executive Director to the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation. And I submitted a written comment on behalf of our organization, so hopefully you have had a chance to note that. I would start by saying I appreciate Mr. Lesher's comments. I thought those were very pointed and appropriate here. I think you'll hear more as we get through some of the research priorities that you guys are going to discuss later, and also some of the discussions and updates about research in general that we are participating in. Corey's name will come up a bit more and more as we have intentions to rope him in with some of his expertise for some of this important research. My comments to the council here are brief, and I would just simply point out that we very much appreciate the focus on the unobserved fishing mortality working group. And I noted that they've done a pretty good job here in general of laying out a lot of things that are intertwined in detail and giving some direction to what next steps are. I do want to note the 4 things I put into our letter. The first of which, and I think you've heard testimony kind of both ways here, but really this is a mix of issues, and there shouldn't just be a focus on fishing gear. You can create the perfect fishing gear and it could still be fished in a manner or have an impact that would be different than intended based on how it's fished. So yes, improving fishing gear to be able to catch fish and not interact with crab or habitat in a negative way would be a very important point. But all of this emphasis should not be directed towards just exclusive gear work. There needs to be consideration of the other things. I made that point in the letter. I would note that our models in crab world are different, and they are at times very challenging and continuing to be so. So noting how things get used in assessments and into the stock management overall is more complicated than usual. So I just would caution here that in some of this research, there doesn't need to be an overemphasis on getting this data into the models. I think it can stand alone and be very informative in qualitative ways and also quantitative ways that are not part of the assessments. I noted that also. One important note from this working group, and I think that this is my own personal advice for next steps, would be that there's clearly a bunch of people that are experts here and across a variety of the sectors. And this is a touchy situation, a touchy issue, but the next steps should clearly involve a number of people that are gear experts and crab experts, and potentially anybody here who has experience and an important role to play. We appreciate that the working group itself was comprised of the people who were on it. They're all good, but it could have been a little bit broader, so that I noted that. And then really my final point I wrote about, our group wrote about, was this whole effort is essentially about what is the impact on crab. And I think I had hoped to see, among the many good things here, just a little bit more clear focus on trying to find out more about what is the mortality impact on crab. And yes, this is the maybe the $1 million question here. There's encounter rate research, there's seasonal distribution, there's tagging and movement research. There's a lot of moving parts. Camera work is quite difficult on moving gear. Bottom contact sensors are touchy and complicated in a manner of some of the gear details, but some further focus just on doing some experimental work ASAP in kind of like right now mode, jumping in and tackling this would be very important. So I thought that was a point that was a bit missing there. I would finish my comment and then be available to take any questions that you may have by saying that since this is crab work and since there are new research support and research funding opportunities that are starting to be materialized right now, and that our group is working very closely with our normal collaborators, but more specifically with Dr. Sidden and a couple of members of the working group specifically, that I do see that there's very important ways that BSFRF as an organization can help, both directly and indirectly. And we're also very willing to provide research updates as appropriate in really whatever level detail would be helpful to the council. I know that from the federal component here, the council has a lot of things on their plate and oversight of many issues. Crab, again, is complicated because of co-management. So some things you guys can handle and help with, and some things you maybe less so. But anything that we could do to help this situation and get useful research underway now. It's painful to be talking about disaster and disaster relief money, and painful to be talking about how slow research goes sometimes. So I just would like to make that last point, that whatever BSFRF can do to help, we're here. And thank you again for the opportunity, and I can take questions if there are any.
Thank you for your testimony. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Goodman. And I guess your last couple statements is where I was starting to go. And you are receiving, I think the foundation's receiving a lot of funding to do crab research. And I wondered if really briefly, because we've been seeing, you know, some preliminary results of the winter pot survey and some other things and other analyses about ongoing research that the foundation has supported. Can you just very briefly summarize like where your focus is right now with the foundation's research and where you see it going with new disaster funding?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, thank you for the question. So we've done an awful lot of research so far on the seasonal distribution and tagging work for red king crab. So one of our big immediate priorities is to get going on snow crab. Our board, and I think the industry, needs help with what's up with snow crab. We've heard a lot of detective work and a lot of the very recent publications that are drawing some conclusions to an extent. We just finished a snow crab workshop in Newfoundland, comparing some of the approaches from the Canadian and other perspective on how they have managed through some of the downturns, although they've not seen the collapse that we have. I'm noting that because we have an upcoming Apelio pilot that we're trying to execute late this summer in concert with the NOAA survey. It's a very small charter of 2 boats, 1 trawler, 1 crabber, to basically be on the survey grounds and collect information that is going to help NOAA with their calibration work that is ongoing and part of a multi-year project, but also to help us answer some of the questions that typically wouldn't occur when you're on the deep water or boundary edge of the snow crab grounds around the slope and the international boundary. So we're intending to do that one upcoming. The surveys that I think you're referencing, just very briefly here, are part of a built-in strategy that is intended to give us a plan for the next few years. And we're trying to balance really what can help the industry now and how do we help the industry with a plan that is, when we're even saying years, are people going to be here able to survive through a period that is 2 or 3 years out? So it's difficult in that regard. I think our focus here is to get as much as we can, as fast as we can. So we have a Pelio work hopefully coming online in what would be an analogous way to the CPS 1 and 2 work beginning next year. So we're in a bit of a bridging capacity right now with an Pelio pilot finishing on a year where we've already added a 3rd trawl or 3rd charter as a trawler to the 2nd of the winter spring surveys for Bristol Bay red king crab. So looking further down the road, the disaster relief money for both of the 2 large scale components for snow crab and for Bristol Bay red king crab, which are several $1 million intended to run through BSFRF over a multi-year period. And then also a piece, which I believe you heard in reference, we're hoping to lean into the strengths from NPRB and run part of that funding opportunity through them with their help. That's an awful lot of money and an awful lot of time and capacity here. So I would say, from my perspective, the unobserved fishing mortality research is a piece here, and there's room to build it in. Some of our surveys have been specified with objectives and some have not. So I think there's an opportunity to work it in. Hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you. And looks like we have one other question. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Goodwin. You commented on the unobserved fishing mortality working group report, and I think you said you would have liked to see it go a little bit further in terms of addressing recommendations for what I interpreted it to mean, the lethality of in specific types of gear on crab. And I wondered if I'm interpreting that correctly. Can you just provide a little bit more detail about what you would have liked to see?
Through the chair, thank you. Yes, Ms. Baker, for the question. I appreciate it. I think that issue is a central one, and I know I had it as my 4th bullet of 4 in the written comment, but I think that it pairs with the other parts of this. I think specifying how to do that work is quite difficult, but giving some tractability to a few research options and ideas could be very helpful. And I think that this is one of the ones where everybody would probably acknowledge that there's not low-hanging fruit, but there is a fair amount of camera work capacity. The gear design and gear development or redevelopment opportunity is, I think, underway to an extent that we have some awareness of. So I think there's opportunities here to do some things that are very specific to trying to, build in a piece here on the front side of some research that is really focused on what happens to crab when they interact with gear. And I think my comment is, any gear, all gear. So it is fixed gear, it's trawl gear. But I think it's clear that there's some questions that we have about what happens to crab when they are interacting with fishing gear.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Goodman.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think we may have a question or two for staff before we take a short break. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have a question. I assume Ms. Rhinesmith Gardner will be the
Yes,
person I'm speaking to.
she's available, and it looks like Dr. Siddon is still online as well.
Great. Okay. I think this is more of a process question, and I apologize for the awkward nature, but I was thinking back to the advisory panel motion for this agenda item. And one of the AP recommendations was to task staff with tracking and reporting on the progress of ongoing research projects related to unobserved fishing mortality. And my question is, if that recommendation moved forward, if the council picked that up, how would staff go about doing that? I know we've requested similar updates from staff on crab research, and so I was hoping to be reminded if staff has already identified a process under which that would occur. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Baker. And through the chair, I think the most effective process would to be using the pre-existing CPT assessment process and how the frequency of those CPT reports that already filter through the council process. So from my perspective, the most streamlined approach would be whoever council staff and the crab plan team coordinator is moving forward to incorporate and ensure that unobserved fishing mortality research updates are on the crab plan team agenda when additional research is being used to inform those, and then making sure those are filtered through the council process through the crab plan team report, and the crab plan team co-chairs can help coordinate and facilitate that is orally presented to the SSC, AP, and council. This would be similar to the February 2024 Bristol Bay Red King crab request, where the council requested frequent updates on collaborative research. So I think that that's responsive to that as well.
Thank you. And quick follow-up, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Ms. Baker.
And how frequent would that be? Would that be a once a year thing, do you think? Or what would make sense there?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, I think it's dependent on when any research is completed. So if you think back to table 1 of the report, it kind of highlights a potential timeline for any of this research to be completed. I know that in our typical process, we try to do our research updates in January and May, but given that we're removing the January meeting, I think May tends to be an opportune time to receive research updates. So it would probably be the May, June cycle where we would have enough time to receive these research updates.
Thank you very much. That's helpful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Rhinesmith Gardner. Okay. So let's take about a 10-minute break, come back at 4:10, and we'll see if the council wishes to take action on D1. Council members, please come back to order. Okay, so we have received our staff presentation and public testimony on D1. What are the wishes of the council? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that's been sent to staff.
I think we're trying to bring it up on screen. Just one moment.
The motion reads, the council appreciates the work by the UFMWG and review bodies for the report. The UFMWG report is comprehensive and responsive to SSC and council-defined objectives and end products and acts as a step toward exploring and addressing the potential impacts of unobserved fishing mortality on crab. The council pauses the working group until further research is completed to inform unobserved fishing mortality estimates. The council is supportive of the ongoing and further research to inform a framework for addressing unobserved fishing mortality and requests staff provide updates on the progress of ongoing research related to unobserved fishing mortality, along with updates on research related to crab abundance and distribution as requested in February 2024. With a second, I'll speak to the motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My intention with this motion was to really appreciate and pick up the spirit of the advisory panel motion. First, to complete the council task to find that the unobserved fishing mortality working group report is comprehensive and responsive to the SSC and council defined objectives, and really just express our appreciation to the working group and to the review bodies and to the staff supporting that process for adding this additional and, as I think I mentioned earlier, somewhat unusual task for our process. But I do, as the motion says, and as we've talked a little bit about today, think that the group went as far as they could go with available resources, because we do have to always think about what's available in terms of taking that important step toward exploring and addressing the potential impacts of unobserved fishing mortality on crab. I've put forward and the same recommendation from the advisory panel to pause the working group until further research is completed. However, as I believed was discussed with the advisory panel during the advisory panel report, this does not mean that the council is not moving forward in other avenues in terms of addressing unobserved fishing mortality and impacts of impacts of fishing gear on crab through other potential actions. But I am making a specific request consistent with the advisory panel motion that the council would like to be updated on the progress of ongoing research related to the unobserved fishing mortality, And I've also not added a new request, but the second part of the request is to sort of remind the council and the public that in February 2024, the council had requested staff to provide regular updates on research related to crab abundance and distribution and that prompted my earlier question of staff before the motion. It occurred to me it might be useful, since we've had a lot of discussion, as Ms. Kimball mentioned earlier during public comment. We have to break up our agenda items sometimes, even though many of the topics can be overlapping. the way that we break up our agenda items doesn't always fit perfectly. And so I just wanted to bring these two things together, both for clarity for staff of what we're requesting in terms of continued interest in tracking this research, understanding that many members of the public are concerned that progress will not be made, that research will go on indefinitely without progress being made. I want to be clear that is not the intention here. We want to be kept informed on these research updates so we can evaluate where we are in terms of other potential management actions we're taking and what can be folded into that. I think, the third thing I wanted to speak to, Madam Chair, I believe it was addressed in the discussion during the AP report, but I do not have the third paragraph or what's included in the third paragraph of the advisory panel motion on D1 in this motion, because my interpretation of that discussion was that that topic is really more appropriate for discussion in the research priorities agenda item. So I think that's it, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Baker, for the motion. Reference back to your exchange with Ms. Ryan-Smith Gardner about the updates on research. And I wonder if you could just clarify your intent about the frequency of updates. Is this just sort of ad hoc, or did you have a certain frequency in mind?
Through the chair, Mr. Kurland, I'm sorry, yes, I should have clarified that. I thought Ms. Ryan-Smith Gardner's suggested approach to those staff updates made a lot of sense, and I would support staff going forward with that if that makes sense. I particularly supported the use of the presentation of the updates through the crowd plan team process as she presented on whatever frequency seems to make sense with completion or milestones reached in certain relevant research. And so I would that would be my intention through this motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. I appreciate the action for staff to track the ongoing research. And one of the things I found helpful out of the working group report was table 2, that really was clearly identifying the information needs and where our biggest limitations were and research needs. I'm guessing you're not specifying the approach that staff should use to make this kind of information usable to the council, but would that be a possible way in which staff could potentially track using the framework of the working group report, such that we would understand kind of what ongoing or pending research there is to meet these very specific information needs that were identified? And I just wonder if that might be one approach to make it usable, and what you have here doesn't dictate or preclude that approach.
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. I think that is a potential approach that could work, and that's correct. I did not intend to specify a particular way for staff to do that. I was thinking about that a little bit when putting together the motion, and that's why I wanted to ask Ms. Ryan-Smith Gardner, because I think there may be a need for a little back and forth between the council and staff to determine what might be the best way to get that information. And so I did not want to be prescriptive, but I think potentially using, yes, something like that table 2 in the UFM working group report could be a good starting point.
Thank you. Any further questions on the motion? Any amendments? Comments on the motion? Ms. Kimball.
I'll just comment that I'm appreciative of the AP motion to get us started in the working groups report and framework. I'll support Ms. Baker's motion, and I hope that it then comes back to the council on kind of what the right time frame is to report back, and in a framework that will help us kind of know when we've met some of these information gaps, such that we could have it in a usable form, if not for stock assessments, then for management. I think that practical application is probably most useful for the council. And this is a really good start, especially for a body that's not a research organization, to try to get a handle on what it is we need and make it very clear to the public and other research organizations through this and research priorities on what we need in order to address these issues. So thank you, and I will support the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any other comments on the motion? Thank you very much, Ms. Baker, for offering the motion. So is there objection to the motion? Seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Any further items for action on D1? Okay, seeing none, I think we will transition to D2. We will try to break around 5 o'clock today. So we'll see. I know that this is a longer presentation, so we'll see how far we can get. And if there's a natural breaking point around 5, please do let us know. Thanks. Ms. Marinan, would you like to give us an introduction on D2?
Sure thing. Madam Chair, members of the council, Sarah Marinan, council staff. Just a very brief introduction. This is D2, the Crab Rationalization Program Review, after 17 years of data. The presentation is going to be provided to you, and the document was prepared by Daryl Brennan as a lead analyst, and Dr. Mike Downs, who is lead on the social and community section of the analysis, as well as Caleb Taylor, who contributed the NIMS management sections to the analysis. Other primary contributors were Kendall Henry and Carla Bush with ADF&G, and there's a number of other people that contributed to this document and the process that were cited in the back of the document. So the document itself is attached to the agenda, as well as a PNCAC, Pacific Northwest Crab Industry Advisory Committee report that's attached. We'll have the staff presentation, and then following that, I believe we'll receive a presentation from Sean Dwyer, the chair of the PNCAC, likely tomorrow. But that report is attached to the agenda as well. PNCAC had a meeting on May 22nd. Mostly the agenda covered reviewing the crab program review. There's an infographic that's in the action memo and on the slide, and this is just to remind you of the process of program reviews, because this is slightly different than a different process than amendment analyses that you often review. So this is just to remind you that this isn't an action document in that there isn't a specific change that the analysts were considering, and they were considering the program holistically around the objectives. It's intended to meet the requirements of MSA, and it also serves to address the requirements for allocation reviews. So as you can see from the SSC minutes and the AP review of this, your job here is to think about any improvements or additions to the document itself before it's finalized. And typically, once those recommendations are made to the analysts, they finalize the document and then we'll post it on our website and give you that notification through the executive director's report. So typically it doesn't return through the council process after it's finalized. However, the program reviews also give the council and the public an opportunity to think about the program holistically. And if there's any potential changes to the program, those different ideas could be made during the process, and then they would take on a life of their own in terms of a discussion paper or analysis that we would track separately through the typical FMP process. So that's just a quick reminder about the process here and this document. And I'm happy to take any questions about the process, or I'll pass it over to the analysts for their presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Brannon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Daryl Brannon, and I will be walking you through the first part of the presentation. And as Sarah indicated, the study is intended to meet the requirements of the crab rationalization program review as well as the allocation review. The program objectives as used for the 10-year review and as derived from the council's goals and objectives for this program are listed here. The structure of the presentation that we'll walk through kind of highlights each of these in various sections of the document. I'm not going to take time to read through and discuss them here, but the way the program structured, we'll hit on each of these as we walk through the presentation. And just a reminder of the crab rationalization program elements. This program is potentially more complicated than most of the programs that have been put in place because they have various elements like crew shares, allocations to processors. And just a reminder that prior to implementation of the crab rationalization program, crab fisheries were managed under a GHL instead of a total allowable catch. So we have more of a point estimate of what should be harvested to allow for the allocation of quota shares and IFQ to the individuals. There's also regional landing requirements and right of first refusal, and community development quota. Those are issues that Dr. Downs will go through in detail when he provides his portion of the presentation. I think as we get to it, one of the more controversial aspects of the program is the binding arbitration and share matching provisions under the program. And we'll talk about those in a little detail as we get to them. And just a reminder that the SSC particularly and the council have requested that we incorporate dashboards into the program reviews to help provide kind of a one-stop shop for looking at the impacts of the program over time on various components of the fishery. Those dashboards were included in this program review as well in the executive summary, as well as section 5. And it provides a high-level overview of the Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery, the Bering Sea snow crab fishery, the Aleutian Island Golden King crab fishery, and a set of figures that look at all crab rationalization program fisheries combined. And you can see the type of information that's presented in those figures. I would like to also kind of a cautionary note that one of the things we run into when we're looking at data for the crab program is the crab fisheries cover 2 calendar years, just the way they're operated. But the EDR and the catch data often reported in these programs is annual data. And so for an example, if you look at the catch and TAC data in the dashboards, because the TAC is based on the 2 fishing years, or the 2 years, 1 fishing season, and catches for a calendar year, it may appear that the TAC has been exceeded in some years. That's not the case. The TAC has never been exceeded in any of these fisheries under the crab rationalization program. Just kind of a quick overview of the conservation, utilization, and management problems. And this was one of the objectives. We have those embedded in the headings of each section just to kind of center where we are during the presentation. The next several slides were provided by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game in Chapter 4 that they authored. I will do my best to walk you through those. If there are questions that are too complicated for me, I have to ask Kendall Henry to come up and answer those. And there's also management issues section that was provided by the National Marine Fisheries Service, which Caleb Taylor will present later in the presentation. This is a figure that you see in various documents in the crab rationalization that look at the crab rationalization program, FMP amendments, as well as the crab economic safe. It just gives you a snapshot of where the crab stocks currently are. It's not over time. This is a snapshot of the most recent 2003, 2004 BMSY and catch levels. And so I don't plan on going through this in great detail. I would just note there was some question in the advisory panel about the blue line and where the snow crab fishery falls within that. And the snow crab fishery is past the red line, which is the overfishing level. But it's not to the blue line, which means the snow crab fishery is not overfished, but it hasn't reached the rebuilding stage that's the target either. So it's between the red line and the dotted blue vertical lines. This slide is from section 4.2 of the document, harvest above the catch limits and TAC utilization. As I noted earlier, the harvest has remained below the catch limits in all crab rationalization program fisheries since the program has been implemented. They've never been exceeded. Pre-rationalization, this had always been an issue. Operating under a GHL, the GHL was often exceeded and it was difficult to constrain catch to the limit given the amount of effort on the grounds. The utilization of harvest below the catch limit has occurred in a few fisheries. You can see it's the Tanner crab fishery and the Aleutian Islands golden king crab fishery and the St. Matthews blue king crab fishery. The Tanner crab fishery under harvest of the TAC is primarily due to competition, or not competition, but the snow crab fishery occurring about the same time and being more valuable and effort being more in the snow crab fishery. The other two fisheries are more because of either low prices, low CPUEs, or high costs of operating in those fisheries. Improvements in data quality. The record keeping and reporting requirements that were improved under the crab rationalization program, including the implementation of a daily logbook program. The slower pace of the fishery has allowed observers to be freed up to do other things that improve data collection in addition to their normal duties, that under the race for fish, they were pretty limited in these other things they had time to do on a fishing trip. And also the structure of the crab rationalization program has helped facilitate the formation of industry-funded research foundations, including the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation and the Aleutian Islands King Crab Research Foundation. And the next slide looks at some of the data collection and analysis efforts that have been undertaken by these programs. And I do note that in the analysis, we talk about that these collaborative types of research projects were rare before the CR, the crab rationalization program, went into place. But there's been quite a few examples of this collaborative research that have been conducted under the program, including crab surveys, crab movement, data collection, bycatch information, habitat information, and limitation and predation information that was collected as part of these projects. Also information on growth rates of crab. Another project that was identified was transcribing logbook data from 2005 to 2016 and including that in computerizing that. Many of you are aware that logbook data sometimes is not computerized, and so it's less valuable in terms of its usability. But a PhD student was able to include that information and create some really valuable maps that provide information on crab movement and that type of information. And another note, because of the current economic conditions that the crab fishery is operating under, a lot of these collaborative programs have been severely impacted in recent years. the industry just doesn't have the excess money to fund a lot of these programs as they had during better times under the crab rationalization program. And that's primarily driven by the snow crab fishery collapse and the closure of the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery. Handling mortality. The season lengths have been extended, slowing the pace of the fishery and allowing fishermen to have better handling mortality under the program. There's also been many of the vessels that have modified the vessel configuration to include conveyors and chutes that they can discard the crab without as much handling mortality or without as much handling as may have occurred in the past, which may improve mortality loss. Dead loss, the amount of dead loss has it been improved. As you can see the figure in some fisheries, not all. And the amount of annual dead loss is variable, but tends to be less than 2% in the Aleutian Islands golden king crab fishery and less than 1% in the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery. The percent of Bering Sea snow crab dead loss is slightly lower post-rationalization than it was pre-rationalization. But you can see it's highly variable and depends on the year and other factors. High grading, discards, and rail dumping. High grading is the sorting of legal male crab, and it's typically done to retain crab that generate the most value from the fishery. That usually is the cleanest and the largest male crab. We don't have a lot of information on discard rates pre and post. The discards have decreased in the Aleutian Islands golden king crab fishery, but it remains similar pre and post in the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery, and has increased slightly in the snow crab fishery. The analysis also looks at rail dumping, which is the practice of emptying pots before they're brought on board the vessel. And this practice was more prevalent prior to implementation of the crab rationalization program because excess gear was often set in the fishery. People wouldn't know exactly when it was going to close, and people were trying to catch as much crab as they could while the season was open. And so once the fishery was closed, people would bring up pots and dump them without bringing them on board. That practice has greatly decreased as harvesters have been slowed the pace of the fishery, and they're allowed to kind of share gear within a cooperative structure where they wouldn't have been before. Soak times, CPU, and gear selectivity. The blue bars show the soak times before the crab rationalization program was implemented for the fisheries where it's available for the 5 years prior to the program being implemented. And the dark green bar on the right shows the most recent 5 years of data. And under all the fisheries, the soak time is at least doubled in the fisheries and often more than doubled in some of the fisheries, especially the Aleutian Island golden king crab fisheries, the eastern and western fisheries.
Mr. Brannon, before we move on, so it looks like there's stable soak times for most of the fisheries post rationalization and within the most recent 5 years, except for the golden king crab fisheries. And is this due to the proximity to a market, or are there other factors at play here?
Madam Chair, I apologize. I didn't get the first part of your question.
Oh, it looks like there's a distinction between the golden king crab soak times in the most recent 5 years relative to other crab fisheries that have been pretty stable, at least post rationalization. And do we attribute that to changes in market availability and longer run times, or are there other attributions here?
Madam Chair, thank you. I believe that's correct. It's just, where these fisheries occur and they're out further in the run times taken to pull those. It also allows, greater sorting on the bottom that may contribute to higher CPU per pot instead of having to pull them as often in some of these areas. And those discussions, and if you, unless Kendall wants to provide additional information.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Since we were stopped, I wanted to ask, on these sections, Mr. Brandon, on like the dead loss trends and discard trends, are those related to specific program objectives that we should be tracking? I didn't scroll ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I think a lot of these specific issues are due to basically the allocation of quota and people having individual access to a certain amount of catch, that they're allowed to increase the soak time. They're allowed to utilize measures that decrease handling mortality. And it's simply a function of, you know, I know how much I can catch. Somebody can't take it away from me. I can take my time and do things in a more measured fashion that I could otherwise. And so these issues, I think, are primarily due to that setting of the TAC and the allocation of the 3 different types of quota that we talked about before.
So then related overall to just having a catch share program as opposed to some particular component of the design. Is that what I'm understanding? And that the program objective is really general in promoting conservation and utilization of the resource. Okay.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I believe that's correct. And there are specific elements of the program that are more focused on specific issues. I think, as you indicated, this is just more general function of a catch share program, a LAP program that provides the flexibility of people to fish in a more rational manner. Lost pots and ghost fishing. You can see from just prior to the implementation of the crab program, especially under the Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery, there was a significant number of lost pots, and that declined almost immediately after the program was implemented. There was also a decline in the Bristol Bering Sea snow crab fisheries. Some of the other fisheries, the decline occurred, but it wasn't as dramatic, as you can see from the figure. And it basically means that prior to the program, the 10 to 20% of the crab pots were lost each year. And after the fishery was implemented, from 1 to 6% of the crab pots were lost on an annual basis, which is a significant decline. The first bullet also is directly related to the ghost fishing issue, and crab pots are required to have a biodegradable escape mechanism, which prevents the pots that are lost from continually fishing. At some point, the escape mechanism would open and crab would be allowed to escape, reducing mortality in the stocks.
Mr. Brandon, before you move on, can you remind me how you collected this data? And pots are required to be registered. Is there self-reporting of lost pots at the end of the season, or what type of information were you using here?
I think, and we can certainly double check and get back to you later in the report, but I think it's reported in the logbook data, the lost pots, and I think it's collected through that mechanism. But we'll double check, and if I'm wrong, I will clarify later in the presentation.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Help me understand the pre-program 10 to 20% loss and the post-program 1 to 6% loss. Help me understand that difference. Why is there such a difference?
Again, I think it goes back to the Madam Chair, Mr. Williams. I think it goes back to what Ms. Kimball and I were discussing earlier. There were a lot of people setting a lot of pots, trying to catch as much fish as they could during the pre-program. These fisheries were also very short in duration and in compressed areas. And there was just based on the structure of the fishery, there were a lot more pots being fished. And so there was a lot more opportunity for lost pots. And there may have been, other issues, which I don't know exactly what they may have been that caused this, like gear tangling, more gear on the ground, more gear conflict, things with trawl fisheries going on at similar times. There may have, because of more pots on the ground. I don't know exactly what caused it. I just know that those all probably contributed to why there's less pots lost. Season length and temporal and spatial dispersion. The season lengths have increased in all the fisheries, but most of the harvest still occurs during traditional fishing times for a variety of reasons, either markets or crab or meat fill in the crab during certain times of the year. The season lengths basically went from, in many of the fisheries, just from a few days or a week towards just before the program was implemented to several months after the program was implemented. The spatial distributions have remained similar, except for a slight expansion where Bristol Bay red king crab are harvested. And there's been a relatively large expansion of where the snow crab fishery takes place. Beginning in 2017, the snow crab fishery moved north and west along the shelf edge due to lower CPUs in historical fishing areas, and is likely affected by sea temperatures. Another program objective was to reduce excess harvesting and processing capacity, as well as discourage low economic returns. And again, the allocation of quota share to harvesters and the use of cooperatives has allowed the harvesting sector to better match harvesting capacity with the TAC that's available. There's been an 80% decrease in the number of active vessels from 2004, that's the year before the program was implemented, to 2022. And since the last program review in 2016, there's been a 38% decline in the number of active vessels comparing 2016 to 2022. And these are significant decreases in the amount of vessels. The recent declines are primarily because of the reductions in the TAC for the Bristol Bay red and the snow crab and the Western Bering Sea tanner crab fisheries that have had substantial decreases in the TAC since the 2015 TAC was set. In terms of crew shares, and they're referred to C shares throughout the document, they were allocated 3% of the quota to basically provide crew with additional market power and aid in their transition to vessel ownership. Not part of the council's elements and options for this program was the right of first offer, and that was an industry organized program that gave crew share basically the opportunity to purchase up to 10% of quota share that was transferred. And this was administered by cooperatives primarily. And these are A share transfers, not necessarily crew shares, but transfers of A shares. And it was just to provide information to crew, let them know transfers were taking place, and basically giving them the first opportunity to purchase. We've had some discussions with the brokers such as Dock Street Brokers, and they noted that the overall demand for crew shares has been really weak in recent years. And it's been weak due to the cost of entry. There's been a very small pool of buyers of these types of shares, and just overall uncertainty in the fishery. The people that we talked to noted that, and this is affecting not just crew shares, but also other types of shares. The uncertainty in the fishery make it more risky to purchase these types of shares, not knowing what the TAC will be in the future, how much revenue they'll be able to derive, whether they'll be able to meet the loan payments and those kinds of things in these fisheries, given their variability in recent years. And we do know in the analysis that the council has been addressing active participation requirements in the program and trying to allow to retain shares, given the limited number of crew positions that have been available, and you all have been through this process, so you know all the work you've done on trying to address those kinds of issues. And I would note, just touching on, actions the council has taken, there's 2 detailed tables in the document, one on federal actions that the council has taken to address a variety of types of issues under the crab rationalization program. There's a kind of a sister table to that of all the actions that the state has taken or considered. And that gives you the readers a really good idea that this isn't a static program. There's a lot of changes that have taken place in the program since it was implemented to try and address concerns that have come before the council or the state to address concerns either from a variety of reasons. And that's kind of goes hand in hand with what you just considered through the workshop to have a more flexible program and allow for changes. In terms of processing capacity, the processors have also been able to better match capacity with the available TAC, in part because of the allocation of processing quota share. Table 815, and that's in Dr. Downs' section, shows the distribution of processors by community, and he'll go through that in more detail. I think the bottom line is, in terms of shore-based processors, the number of active processors decreased from 18 to 6 from 2004 through 2022. And when you look at floating processors, there were many active floating processors prior to implementation of the crab rationalization program. There's almost no floating processor activity now, and Dr. Downs will go over that in a little bit more detail in his section. Another discussion in the document is just kind of the overall economic health of the fishing industry in general. And there's so many factors that are outside control of the catch share program, the crab rationalization program. And I've heard those mentioned a lot throughout the council meeting since we've been here, but those include things like the strong US dollar, high tax in the Canadian snow crab fishery, imports of Russian red king crab fishery, and just the low tax and issues that have been going on in the North Pacific. So there's a combination of factors that have resulted in, limits on the revenue that fishermen can derive and processors can derive, as well as the competition from other areas coming into these fisheries.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Brannon. I haven't read the SSC minutes on this yet, but as you go through, and specifically with processors, if one of the objectives was to reduce processing capacity, we've sure accomplished that. I'm just wondering how you, in the review, are trying to tease apart kind of those factors that are affecting kind of processing in rural communities across Alaska, and those factors that are actually derived from the program structure, since I'm trying to really hone in on what the program itself is affecting and whether, we're supposed to be using this to see if we've met our objectives, but also if there's issues to be worked on. So aside from just the processing component, even on sea shares or harvesters, can you just describe a little bit about how you tried to pull apart those two things, all the other things affecting crab fisheries, not excluding TAC declines, and what's derived from the program structure itself?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I think when you look at some of the figures that show the dramatic declines that occurred immediately after the program went into place, those are factors that were driven by the program itself. As you look over time and see the more modest changes, but definitely changes and continued, for example, declines in the number of processors, I think those are driven a little bit by the design of the program, but more by the overall health of the fishery and changes in TAC and things that are outside the control of the program. I think there's many cases where it's really evident the program had a huge effect on certain things, and you can see that immediately by some of the figures we showed. The other things are more difficult to tease out, but from my personal perspective. Those are more driven by other factors outside of the control of the program, as opposed to immediately after the program went into place. And
Mr. Down or Dr. Down, did you have?
Yeah, and if I could just
something
add to that a little bit, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, you had asked specifically about program design and how that may have affected it. One of the things we'll get to in the community section is, as you know, there were a number of community protection measures built into the program to stabilize processors in communities or keep processors in communities. And not all of those features have worked out the same for all communities. And so we'll talk a little bit about that as well in terms of the sort of the distribution of processors across communities at that point, and relate that back to the specific program features.
Thank you for that response. And I guess before then we get there, it would be helpful when you go through that section to try to highlight where it's maybe a program design issue not working as intended versus just the reality of trying to operate in a remote community under the conditions we're operating in today. Appreciate that.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite, did you still have a question, or was your question answered?
No, I don't. Mr. Down's addition, and then particularly the follow-up from Ms. Kimball completely addressed mine.
Okay, thank you.
Again, on this program objective, the participation in cooperatives has increased since the program was implemented. And this I would think would be more of a program design kind of issue, in that cooperatives allow the more efficient utilization of the resource, more efficient vessels to utilize the resource within the cooperative structure. When the program was first implemented, people were still trying to kind of figure out how to work within cooperatives. There were many cooperatives formed that were kind of segmented into smaller groups of operators. As people became more accustomed to working this and working with each other, larger cooperatives were formed to help aid the transfer of quota between individuals without having to go through the National Marine Fisheries Service to transfer those quota, and the leasing within the year. And so the allowance that people could form small cooperatives initially, people took advantage of that, realized there may be more efficient ways to use it as the program developed and people gained more information on how the program actually could benefit them. And the number of processor or cooperatives greatly increased or decreased, and more people joined individual cooperatives. Cooperatives have also been an element of the program that have allowed individuals within these cooperatives to address concerns of the council. Leasing, for example. Cooperatives have worked with their members to limit leasing in the Bristol Bay Red King crab to 65% and the snow crab to 50%. This was a concern expressed by the council. It went to the cooperatives, and they've worked with their members to try and have them abide by these limits. The cooperatives have also been very useful in the right of first offer for a crew to transfer quota. And again, this wasn't an element implemented by the council, but it was clearly a concern of the council. And so the cooperative structure allowed members of industry to implement this program to provide opportunities for crew to purchase A shares. This slide deals with one of the more controversial elements of the program, and that's share matching and binding arbitration. One of the objectives of share matching and binding arbitration was to improve communication between the harvesters and processors. And as you recall, share matching occurs with A shares and the processor quota that's allocated, and it's a one-to-one match. In the way the program typically works is at the beginning of the year, there's a 5-day period where harvesters and processors can match their quota with each other through mutual agreement. After the 5-day period, harvesters can indicate which processor they want to match quota with, and the processor must accept that share matching. In general, and then after the share matching occurs, there's allowed to be binding arbitration. If they wish to invoke it, the harvesters can invoke share matching to address contract concerns, either price or delivery terms, and those types of issues under the program. In general, discussions with industry harvesters generally support the provisions, but have concerns with share matching, and specifically in more recent years, the potential for being required to share match with a processor that may not be able to pay for crab that's delivered. Processors have been less supportive of the system, expressing concern over the general structure of the program, including the type of arbitration that's used. And that's the baseball structure of arbitration. There's different arbitration styles, but the one used in the crab fishery is baseball structure. It's also called last best offer or a pendulum type of arbitration, where the harvester and the processor submit their last best offer to the arbitrator, and the arbitrator must select one of those outcomes. The arbitrator is not given the latitude to negotiate a settlement that maybe fall between those two offers. And once the arbitrator selects an outcome, they don't have to tell you why they selected that outcome. It's just a selection of the outcome. It's final, and it's the arbitrator's decision. There's also been concern expressed about the revenue sharing formula that's been utilized under the program. And the analysis provides a little information on how that's been utilized. There's also information in the document on how cost structures have changed in the fishery. Another issue of concern dealing with the arbitration type system is the cost that must be incurred whether there's going to be an arbitration that year or not. And over the last 7 years on average, harvesters and processors have spent $110,000 per year to meet the requirements of data submission that's required under the program. And this $110,000 on average is equally divided between the harvesters and processors. And it's basically required to submit 4 or 5 reports that are required each year in terms of market reports and various reports that are required that must be submitted by a certain date. And that date is prior to knowing whether there'll actually be a fishery that year. And so this information must be provided without knowing whether there'll even be an opportunity for arbitration to occur that year.
Yeah, it looks like we have a couple questions, Ms. Baker, and then Ms. Kimball.
Through the chair, thank you. Mr. Brennan, I wanted to go back to your comment on this slide about the inability essentially to share information from individual arbitrations. And I apologize if you're going to address this later. I wasn't sure if this was the right time. Is that more of a program structure issue, or are there actual data confidentiality issues contributing to that as well?
Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, I think sharing this data post decision is more of a data or more of a program structure issue than a data confidentiality issue and issues with pricing and sharing prices beforehand. And it probably depends on exactly when this information is released. If all the the arbitrations for the year or negotiations have been completed. But I think it's more of a, if this information could be released after the season was over, for example, I don't know that there would be any issues with releasing that information. I think it's just a structure of the program. If it was released prior to the season ending and there were still price negotiations going on, there may be issues that we'd have to think about more detail, but I don't have a concrete answer for you at this point. It's something that may need to think about a little bit.
Thank you. And Ms.
Thank
Kimball.
you.
Oh, sorry about that, Ms. Baker.
Nope, that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just wondered if, especially with some of the concerns provided or identified in the review, if kind of the ultimate conclusion is the arbitration system is meeting this program objective, or I'm not sure how to read it. I think how I was reading it is it was intended and structured such that it would try to meet this objective. This is the program design piece that was trying to meet this program objective. I think based on some of the concerns, and especially in low TAC years, I certainly wouldn't make the conclusion it's meeting that objective, but I wanted to hear what your conclusion was.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, my understanding of the reason that arbitration was and share matching was included in the program was based on the design of the program. It was a unique program that we hadn't ever done before, and I don't think it's been done since in any fisheries in the US, where we have a harvester allocation of shares and a processor allocation of shares. And when this was being implemented, there was concern about how the halibut and sablefish IFQ program worked out, where there were only shares allocated to harvesters and the shifts in market power. I think this structure was implemented to try and make sure that there was more or less a balance of power with harvesters and processors, given the unique designs of this program and that we hadn't really seen before. I think in terms of how it's worked out, if you're a harvester, you support it, so you think it's worked out pretty well. If you're a processor, and you can see the outcomes of all the arbitrations that have occurred in the table that I provided in the document, I think you're less satisfied with how it's worked out because you're typically on the losing end of the arbitration. And so I think it's kind of in the eye of the beholder if you think it's balanced power correctly or not. And, you know, that tends to be more of a policy call as opposed to, I think, an analytical estimate, at least as far as I was able to go with this, in determining whether it's appropriate or not.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And on the last bullet, and you had mentioned, you know, concerns over you know, funding all the pieces of the arbitration program before you even know if the fishery is open. And had you also heard or identified that in the application of the quota, you are also applying for your quota and then required to be in the share matching system and possibly binding arbitration before the fishery, you even know if there's a fishery. So someone applies for a quota and you're suddenly share matching and required to work with them, despite knowing whether there's a teeny tiny TAC, no TAC, or a large TAC.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, that has also definitely been an issue that has been raised by members of industry as a concern. Yeah, just the overall uncertainty of what's going on. If you apply for your IPQ and you're issued IPQ and the TAC comes out and it's so small that there's no way you're going to be able to be profitable with a small TAC based on all the costs that are going to be incurred gearing up for a fishery, whatever, you know, you would have been better off not applying for your IPQ and have it redistributed among the other people that may be able to do better. I know this is an issue and it's an important issue. And we note that it's a concern, but we certainly didn't solve that problem or offer solutions to the problem as part of this program review.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Brandon. I'm still pondering some your answer to Ms. Kimball's previous question about that it's a policy call. And certainly I don't disagree, but it seemed like the council that developed this left us a standard for that, making that policy call. And that was their attempt to, and this is where I mangle it because I'm just not an economist, but they essentially attempted to give us a standard of how revenues were divided at the time. They created that standard and they tried to center the binding arbitration system around that standard. Am I way oversimplifying it? Because it seems like that was at least their suggestion to future councils about how to measure equity. Am I right about that?
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, I believe that was the intent of the council that implemented this program, is trying to come up with a way to divide revenues between the harvesters and the processors, and that's part of the price formula that's been utilized in the program. Some of the concerns that I've heard expressed as this has gone forward is that price structure is not necessarily set in regulation that it has to be adhered to, but it has been adhered to by the contract or by the arbitrators. And there's some sectors of industry that may be concerned that there's been changes in cost structures that may make that division of first wholesale and ex-vessel revenue more troublesome in their opinion. We certainly didn't get into that in this analysis. And I think it's an issue that we refer to in the paper by referencing a discussion paper that the council looked at 2018, 2019, I don't remember exactly when it was, but it's an issue that the council has looked at in the past and did not take any direct action on. It's one of those issues that remains a concern by certain members of industry. The council has looked at it in the past and took no action, and we certainly don't recommend any actions as part of this program review. We're just trying to provide information on how it seems to have worked out over the past few years.
And Madam Chair, if I may follow up.
Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks. Mr. Brandon, thank you. The previous sort of look that the council took at it was in a very sort of different economic climate. And so I think what I appreciated in your answer was I was sort of hearing you that to some extent whether or not that's equitable depends on the economic dynamics, the larger economic dynamics at play, and that something that may have been deemed equitable by an earlier council may have been deemed equitable because they were making certain assumptions about what the economic future would look like. Am I is that sort of a reasonable way of thinking about how that standard came to be, and maybe how we should be thinking about whether or not to use that as a yardstick?
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, I think that's a reasonable way to explain it. I think the previous council that developed the program and made that recommendation was using the best information available at the time. We all know that conditions change in the fishery, and cost structures change and revenues change, and there's a lot of things that go on, and whether that is still the appropriate metric, like I said, I did not get into that in this analysis. That would be something that if the council wanted to consider a discussion paper or some other thing would come out of this program review that the council may wish to consider. But a long-winded way of saying, I believe you're correct, Mr. Twite. But we didn't try and go further than describing what's occurring.
Thanks, Mr. Brandon. And I hope I did not sound in any way as if I was, thinking that that was somehow a deficiency in this exercise. It was more just trying to think through, where some of these things leave us. So, I really appreciate your answers and, as I say, hope that you're not thinking that they somehow, my questions reflect any sort of, concerns about the adequacy of your work.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, no, it's part of the process. We need to just trying to describe what we've done and no offense taken.
Mr. Brandon, I know you only have a couple more slides here, but I'm not sure how many questions will be associated with those, and I don't want to keep you or council members too long after 5 on a Sunday. So are you going to be here tomorrow?
Madam Chair, I will be here tomorrow at 8 o'clock if you wish.
Okay, great. If it's okay with you, I think this might be a good breaking point, and we can reconvene at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Great, thank you.